This is the entrance exam for the Awakeners Academy. 18 people are locked inside an arena filled with monsters, where they'll fight for 3 admission tickets. Among them is one guy with only 1% Awakener genes, so everyone is convinced he'll die first in the most pathetic way possible. But when the monsters are released into the arena, things turn out completely differently. The monsters simply ignore our guy. Shin-kun casually walks right past them and picks up one of the admission tickets, shocking all the instructors, who can't understand what's going on. But then another Awakener appears and tries to take the ticket from him. Yet a single glance from Shin-kun is enough to terrify the guy so badly that he nearly wets his pants. Because it doesn't feel like a human is staring at him. It feels like the Lord of Monsters himself is standing before him, radiating an overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, the monsters notice the guy's fear and charge straight toward him. But Shin-kun decides to save the poor soul, and grab a little snack at the same time. Using only his left hand, he casually crushes the monsters one after another, while absorbing their power in the process. Everyone watching is left stunned, unable to believe someone can handle monsters so easily with bare hands. One bald tough guy decides it probably can't be that difficult. But the moment he tries to block a monster's attack, his arm snaps instantly, and the monster sends him flying straight into the wall. The other participants can't even fight properly and quickly become prey, desperately running around the arena trying to save their own lives. So what makes Shin-kun different from everyone else? And why is he so insanely strong? 10 years ago, monster genes started turning people into mindless creatures driven by hunger, and our boy Shin-kun became one of them. But not just any monster. He became the lord leading entire armies of monsters. He destroyed cities one by one until suddenly, one brave girl stepped in right in front of him. Instead of attacking, she calls out his name with tears in her eyes, begging him not to let the mutation take over his mind completely. And then something shocking happens. Xingqian doesn't attack her and actually hesitates. Zhu immediately realizes a mindless monster would never stop like that. Which means Shin-kun is still in there somewhere, no matter what he's become. She keeps trying to reach the human side buried inside the monster. Shin-kun clutches his head, roaring in pain, before suddenly charging at her with a devastating punch. But Zhu doesn't move an inch, and right before the punch reaches her face, it stops. Zhu bursts into tears, convinced that Shin-kun finally came back to his senses. But the truth is way worse. He's already at his limit. The voices of the other monsters start flooding his mind again, dragging him back into madness. Even while Zhu smiles at him and cheers him on, Shin-kun completely loses control. His fist comes crashing down and sends her flying into the rubble. As he holds her dying body in his arms, Zhu still smiles at him to the very end, begging him not to let the monster inside consume him completely. The moment Shin-kun sees her lifeless body, his human consciousness finally breaks through again. But it's too late. She's already dead and the other monsters swarm in, trying to devour her corpse. Enraged, he turns against the monsters and starts shredding them to pieces. But in the end, there are just too much of them, and his own kind tears him apart piece by piece. As he dies, Shin-kun is left with only one regret. If only he had regained control sooner, Zhu might still be alive. And then suddenly, Shin-kun wakes up in his human body. He stares into the mirror in complete shock. He's human again. Just then, his eyes land on the paper, and he gets to know that it's the 15th of June, year 2025. He immediately catches on that it's the 6th day after the college exams entrance, the day before his genetic entrance. That means it's the day he'll find out that his genome contained the monster gene, and then he will have a locator installed on his body. Our boy vividly remembers that it will be the day when he will be discriminated against, caused fear, and as well as excluded from society as some kind of ticking time bomb. Suddenly, his thoughts are interrupted when he hears a girl in the shower, saying that she can hear him saying the names of other women. Finally getting a new chance at life, Shin-kun is kinda ashamed of himself for the things he did in the past, and he can't really be called a good guy. As he thinks about Jiu, he gets a message from Jiu who proudly informs him that his 6 side chicks now know that he brought a girl back to a hotel room for his 18th birthday, adding that they're probably right in front of his room. Looking at her profile, he recalls how she was killed in the past and is determined that he will protect her in this life. While he can't change the fact that his body contains the monster gene, our guy seems pretty serious, as he promises to control it completely in this life. Having one more year left till he becomes a monster, Shin-kun decides to be fully prepared when his monster gene fully awakens, and this time he becomes adamant about making those monsters pay who controlled him and destroyed this world. He's confident now that he has got it all planned out. But things take an unexpected turn when the mutation begins crossing over his hand, and Shin-kun is baffled, thinking that the mutation was to be awakened a year later from now. As his hand transforms into that of a monster, our guy seems to know the main reason for the awakening, and that is when one's emotion crosses a certain threshold, assuming that he's crossed it when he woke up. Just then, the girl he slept with in the hotel room emerges from the bathroom and asks him what's wrong, while our boy, who's now turned half-monster, thinks of bringing his plan forward a little earlier. Meanwhile, the girl walks out with a towel wrapped around her. Our guy somehow manages to repress his monster's genes, to the point where other people won't notice as long as he satisfies it before it goes on a rampage. Acting mushy, the girl clings to him while Shin-kun makes up his mind to get rid of all the love debt that he got himself into and clarifies to that girl that she's just an intimate friend like the other girls, calling himself a scum who's not worth any of it. Well, it looks like our boy is setting his priorities right in this life. Walking out of the room, where his side chicks await him, that seems like a lot, he makes a clear announcement that everyone will go their separate ways. One of the girls objects and obsesses over his abs. She lets out that she's waited for him to reach his legal age for so long while all the other girls start cuddling with him, dying to get his love. As all of them kinda go crazy and agree to share his love equally, complimenting his irresistible charm, poor Shin-kun seems to regret his life decisions as he always had a thing for elder sister type girls previously. So he finds himself a bunch of the same type of girls that are ready to give all their love. At that moment, our guy runs for his life and reveals to them that he's a carrier of the monster gene, adding that he'd accidentally kill all of them. Breaking up with all of his side chicks, he leaves the girl hanging while they regret that Shin-kun hasn't even tested yet, and some of them don't mind him being a monster. Dodging the bullet, he escapes out of the hotel and knows that these stalking women are all liars, as he remembers that back then, when all found out he was a carrier, they all left just as quickly as they came. All of them left except the girl Jiu, who seemed to be waiting for him outside the hotel, and Shin-kun realized that even now she was waiting for him. Meeting him, Jiu guesses that he got his heart torn by his 7 lovely friends, and hands him Yunnan Biao to cure that promiscuous nature of his. Suddenly, our guy leans towards her, confessing to her that he won't make her wait any longer and won't let her have any regrets this time. Flustered, the girl gets confused as to why he's acting so weird and touchy. Just then, Shin-kun is about to kiss her, but then his monster gene kicks in. Freaked out, the poor guy suddenly transforms into a monster as the genes get anxious with hunger. Jiu, getting saved from the kiss, asks if he's okay while our boy represses the genes once again and scampers away as he needs to take care of his monster's hunger first. He tells her to wait for him at home. After that, he stops by a shop and stares at a cloak. The guy then narrates that according to statistics, 5% of the population are carriers of the monster gene. That was also one of the reasons why the society didn't descend into chaos, because only those who carried that gene would be able to mutate into monsters. Walking around in a crimson robe look-alike from City of Dead Sorcerer, Shin-kun ponders that it's just the morality talk, like how people would always say, as long as they can control those who would become monsters one day, such as restraining them, or even killing them once they mutate, society will remain peaceful as usual. But he knows that almost every normal human wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone who carries those genes. Just then, Shin-kun finds himself some food as he witnesses a mutant attack on the cinema in the commercial district that's happening again. The monsters seem to be chasing the civilians as they rush in Shin-kun's direction, begging not to eat them. At that time, a guy peeks at Shin-kun who's not escaping the monsters, and wonders why this guy is standing here. Thinking if that's the case, the guy forcefully nudges our fellow with his hand in front of the monster, asking Shin-kun to die instead of him. But the craziest thing happens and the monsters ignore Shin-kun as they proceed to attack the guy who pushed him while our guy guesses that the monster thought that he's one of them. Meanwhile, the poor guy nearly shit his pants as the monster follow him, and he couldn't help but wonder why it didn't eat the guy in the crimson cloak. It seems like Shin-kun can just eat the monsters without worrying as they don't give a damn about him. Our guy then mentions another reason why the society hasn't crumbled yet, and that it is the extermination department, those people who had awakened powers from within, the transcended ones who had established a department of their own. It appears that the fighters appear just in time as they strike a stone wall to stop the monsters, and Shin-kun leaves the monsters for them to take care of. On the other hand, one of the guys in the extermination department asks his team member if the people in the district safely evacuated, but the other member informs him that Lynchy is still in there. Seeing the level of damage, the guy deduces that it's a rank 2 monster, but he believes that Lynchy is a gifted fighter, so there shouldn't be much of a problem for him. On the contrary, the guy Lynchy seems to have lost his arm in exchange for the lives of 3 children. Thinking that it's a huge loss for him, Lynchy's way is again blocked by the monsters. With a child in one hand, he strikes metal flame power with his lost arm and burns one of the monsters. At that moment, another monster stretches its hand to attack Lynchy, who can't seem to believe that he's lost his arm to rank 2 monsters, making his reputation as a fighter is won the line now. With less time to attack, as he is about to use the metal flame, someone jumps in between and hits the monsters. Well, it turns out to be our boy Shin-kun, hidden in a cloak, and Lynchy is more than astonished to see this guy beating the monster with bare hands, thinking that he's more pretentious than him. Watching Shin-kun fighting the monster, Lynchy seems to have many questions about his ability and wonders why he's so strong. After dealing with the monster, our guy diverts his attention towards Lynchy and tells him not to be careless as a rank 2 monster won't die so easily. As the guy assures him to leave the rest to him, Shin-kun decides to deal with him first as he doesn't like outsiders watching him eat. Just then, he leaps towards him and whacks him hard, making Lynchy pass out. While the poor guy gets knocked out, the monster converses with Shinkun in monster language, saying how a low-rank bastard dared to snatch his prey. But our guy clarifies that he's been mistaken as he's his prey, and attacks the monster with his transformed hand of a monster. Using the ability, our guy rips the monster's hand apart, and the monster is taken aback by Shinkun's Lord Firepower, asking why he has it. That's when our boy reveals that he was once a monster lord and he's very experienced. As he smashes it hard on the ground, the monster questions him if he wants to eat the same species as him, saying that they all are king's power and he wants to rob the king's power. All the monsters call Shinkun a traitor as they watch him devouring his own kind. While he's devouring the monster, he assures him that he has decided to eat that scary figure Big Boss the king as well. Getting devoured, the monster says its last word, uttering that the king won't let him off. On the contrary, outside the mall, the fighter who's the vice captain from earlier notices that these monsters all become weaker, and it's easier to deal with them. The other member asks the captain what's going on, and the vice captain elucidates that only when there's a high-rank monster, the lower-rank monsters will show a tendency to cooperate. Now that the monsters stop cooperating, this leads the captain to conclude that Lynchy has killed the mall's rank 2 monster. Dealing with the monsters in their area, they decide to check on Lynchy. Reaching inside, to their expectations, the rank 2 monster is killed, and they see Lynchy lying there with 3 children, with his one arm ripped off. Rushing to him, the guy compliments Lynchy for saving 3 children, fighting the monsters, and defeating rank 2 monsters. Holding his arm, he reveals that he didn't do it, and with a pissed-off face, he informs them that after a dumb idiot defeated the rank 2 monster, he knocked him out. Fortunately, Lynchy vaguely watched that guy eating the monsters when he woke up, and his left arm had blue fire. While the guy is certain that he remembers the face he saw under the hood, and assures his members that he can definitely recognize him. But his team member doesn't seem to care about that as he gets terrified after hearing that he eats monsters, which makes him wonder if that guy is a monster. That's when the vice captain states that there have been cases where monsters eat monsters, but he finds it strange as if that person would have a monster. Lynchy would have been eaten. Seeing that it's a serious matter, the vice captain orders to issue a warrant and describes Shinkun as an unregistered metal-type user, suspected of having bone strengthening, might also have special fire ability, has Pika, and a suspected antisocial personality. Meanwhile, our boy roams around the city after throwing his cloak and fulfilling his hunger. The vice captain thinks that he's arrogant and thinks being a night hero is better than helping the officials, and if they don't arrest him and educate the people, it will be too late when that person gets out of control. Taking a sigh of relief, Shinkun is surprised to defeat a 2-rank monster in an initial evolution and heads home, happy to see that the building he lives in still exists. Traveling into his past life, after comforting those sisters, referring to his side chicks, he returns home at 3 at night when suddenly there's a power outage in the building and the surrounding area. The lightning became energy and was absorbed by Jiu. Thus, she awakened a superpower gene and her ability went out of control. The lighting destroyed many buildings and all 136 people in the building, including the parents of Jiu, died. The poor girl was heartbroken and was severely wounded after this incident, leaving indelible scars on her face. Coming to the present scene, our guy peeks at his phone and thinks that it's 4 hours left till the incident happens. However, he wonders if the light only extinguishes after 4 hours, leaving him baffled as to why this happened. The next scene takes us to Jiu, where she seems to be in trouble. She tries not to move as the electricity will come out from her body. With her body being trapped, she calls her parents for help, but she can't make loud noises as there's a threat of electricity emission. Assuming that it could be the rumored ability going out of control, the electricity keeps entering her body, and the girl can't seem to take it anymore because if it goes out of control, her parents will be implicated by her. In the meantime, as she struggles and helplessly asks someone to save her, at that moment, Shinkun shows up at her window and tells her not to be scared. Asking why he's at her window, the guy assures her to believe him as there's no time to explain. He instructs the girl not to scream no matter how panicked she is and not to wake up her parents. With that, he grabs Wei Yu's hand, charged with electricity, while she gets low-key shocked to see his black hand and witnesses the electricity in her being entered into his arm. Saying that he has no time to explain to her, he informs her that they are going to the rooftop and throws her outside of the window. Panicking, Jiu falls in the air and tries not to scream as she is about to fall. However, Shinkun grabs her at the time and asks her to hug him tightly. Flying, Shinkun gets away from that building and finds a rooftop. Using the tail of the devoured rank 2 monster, he uses it like a spear gun, and they safely land on the roof. After that, our boy asks her to release her electricity towards the sky, and that's when Wei releases immense electricity from inside her. Smiling with relief, Shinkun is happy that he just made it in time, and now those bad things won't happen like in the past. Having a successful electricity burst out, Wei feels great and asks about Shinkun's mutated hand. Without hesitating, he expresses that he mutated and became a monster, but luckily he can control them with his left hand. As his left hand recovers again, the girl gets mad at her for saying this out loud and covers his mouth. warning him that he's not allowed to tell anyone. Worried, the girl knows many people hate monsters, and if he's discovered, he will be in danger. Seeing Shin-kun laugh about this, she makes him understand that it's a serious matter and tells him not to be foolish all the time. But Jin-gun holds her and confesses that in this world, she's the only one who can make him trust unconditionally. Listening to such cheesy stuff, Jiu asks him if he told this to his 7 sisters, joking that no one would have believed him. Looking at the pretty sky, they spot a weird light, and while Wei thinks it's a shooting star, Shin-kun asserts that it's the people from the Institute of Genetics, and as her ability got out of control, they will definitely come and find her. Just then, 2 people from the Institute come rushing to the roof and find the person who used the ability. Approaching Jiu and Shin-kun, they ask them who used the electricity earlier, and the girl confesses that it was her. The researcher assured her not to be scared as she did a great job and didn't harm anyone. He then asks his assistant Xiaolu to give them a high-sensitivity reagent for a test. The researcher assumes that Jiu's ability was so strong that it didn't even harm Shin-kun, which leads him to think that he also must have an ability. Taking a drop of blood from the syringe, as soon as the guy puts the drop into the reagent, he freaks out after witnessing a reaction that almost makes him go blind and think that her extraordinary gene amount will break the record. Meanwhile, Xiaolu takes Shin-kun's blood for the reagent. She surprisingly looks at the reagent and informs her member that this guy has a weak, extraordinary ability reaction, adding that she's never seen something so weak before. As the guy is struggling with Wei's reagent reaction, he tells Xiaolu to bring that guy to check up. Upon hearing this, Shin-kun himself is taken aback, knowing that he is detected for extraordinary ability reactions. Thinking that the detection might have gone wrong, he wonders why he has the extraordinary gene when he's only supposed to have the monster gene. At that moment, he gets reminded that person Lynchie also got arm eaten by that monster, and he devoured that monster, admitting that he might have that ability. The next scene takes us to Nanyue Genetic Research Facility, Transcender Detection Chamber 13, where the nurse Xiaolu is detecting Shin-kun's transcender genes and thinks that he's so special since he has the lowest amount of transcender genes in history, which is 1%. Looking at his abs, the nurse Xiao can't help but wonder that he has such a low amount of genes, yet such a strong body. Well, it looks like, after his mutation, his body strengthened as a result. Getting some transcendent genes, he gets confused about whether it's because now he has a half-monster body, or it's because he devoured a monster who consumed some transcender's flesh. Nonetheless, he doesn't care about that, and focuses on obtaining more transcendent genes to enter the Nanyu institution, which is way better than being tested for having the monster gene and under constant surveillance. After that, he asks the nurse if he will be able to enter the institution with only 1%, and Xiaolu assures him that the dean did say that he's allowed to enroll as long as he has transcendent genes, adding that from now on she will be his senior sister. Shin-kun thinks that all the big sister types are still so caring and nice, while Xiao tells him to rest and she will help him with the enrollment registration. As soon as she opens the door, the crowd stampede towards the detection chamber and create a tumultuous after hearing that someone broke the world record with around 95% of genes being transcended, which is more than the last world record by 2%. They seem to be exhilarated to see the world's #1 as the attribute test is happening right now. Our guy is stunned as before he was so caught off guard by his 99% monster genes that he never really noticed the chaos that Jiu's results caused. At the Transcender Detection Chamber, the researchers test Jiu and charge 500 volts of electricity at her. But as expected of the prodigy, she's completely immune to any amount of industrial electricity. For people like Jiu, the amount of resistance they can have is the same amount they can attack. Guessing how much she can take, one of them lets out that earlier someone had the same attribute with 85% of transcended genes, and he could only take 1000 volts back when he awakened. While the researchers seem certain that this will be the case with Jia, the guy keeps increasing the number of volts, which doesn't seem to have any effect on Jiu, as she remains unbothered. Taking 1000 volts of electricity, she astonishes all the people and makes them wonder if she's even a human as it reaches 2000 volts. The researcher who's increasing the volts asks Jiu if she's okay, and the girl confidently responds that she doesn't feel anything. Meanwhile, Shin-kun watches her with a proud face. The researchers jaw-droppingly watch her and are left awestruck to know that she just awakened, believing that once a person has more than 90% of the genes, their power increases exponentially for each 1%. Taking in 3000 volts, Jiu tells the guy to stop, who asks her if she has reached the limit. But the girl discloses that she has not fully released all the electricity from back then, and now that she's absorbed all of this, she feels like she could lose control if they continue, adding that she might accidentally destroy the place. The guy stops immediately and records the data that shows 3000 volts with no upper limit. After that, Shin-kun asks the worker to let him in the chamber, but the guy refuses and says that he can't enter right now, as Jiu still has a large amount of electricity with her, so she might hurt him, asking him to wait until she releases most of it. Abruptly, 2 people barge in from behind and order the workers to let them through. They turn out to be Dean Fan and his third nephew Shizai Fan. As the worker informs the dean that there is some insulation attire on the side of the observatory, the dean brags that he won't be affected by that bit of electricity, adding that Shizai is here to help her release some of the electricity. Later, Shizai meets with Jiu and she warns him not to get too close as her electricity might harm him, saying that she needs to find a way to release some of it. Shizai lets out that he's here just in time as his fire would be able to block some of the electricity, that way she wouldn't accidentally harm anyone. Introducing himself as Fan Shizai, he reveals that he will be her future classmate at the Nanyue institution. As Jinkun watches that guy being close to Jiu, he is pissed and jealous as he watches across the glass, and predicts that guy definitely has his sights on her. On the other side, Jiu greets Shizai and tells him that he can't shake his hand due to the electricity, while the guy laughs it off, saying they have enough to get to know each other. With that, Shizai elucidates that when they start school they will be in different groups, and the result of their assignments will determine how much resources they will receive. Being the third young master of the Fan family, he was tested with 90% of high-quality transcended genes and hopes to form the strongest team in the institute, proposing Jiu to join his team. Listening to this, Jiu expresses her gratitude for inviting her, but she respectfully refuses, uttering that she already has a groupmate. While Shizai guesses that she's talking about Shin-kun, during this, our boy finally enters the chamber. Shizai reminds her that his test results were too weak, deducing that the strong will remain strong and the weak will remain weak. He hopes for Jiu to reconsider his offer later, while she excitedly meets with Shin-kun and looks forward to being classmates and teammates in the future. In the meantime, Assistant Dean Fan calls his nephew as they still have to do other things at the institution. Shizai waves Jiu goodbye and hopes that she'll think about the proposal. Later, the nephew informs his uncle that Jiu is a genius who has transcended 95% genes, insisting that he has to take her into the family. However, Shizai clarifies to his uncle that he won't be able to succeed in taking her into the family no matter how hard he tries. That's when the Assistant Dean Fan lets out if there's an obstacle they should remove, and shortly, he receives a call from a guy who informs him of Shin-kun's test results, revealing that he has 1% of transcended genes, the lowest in recorded history. Listening to this, Assistant Dean makes it clear that a person with 1% genes is the same as the normal person, adding that it would be a waste of their resources to enroll him in the institution. As the guy on the phone responds, the headmaster has this rule that as long as one has the genes, they can enroll. Assistant Fan gets pissed and asks if his words mean nothing, manipulating the guy to agree to his commands. Hanging up the phone call, he assures his nephew Shizai that he doesn't need to worry about that obstacle. Shin-kun and his nephew appreciate him for knowing his stuff. Later, in the nursing room, Jiu gets to know that Shin-kun needs to constantly feed his hunger to stop the monster gene from rampaging, which is the effect of his mutated left hand. While our guy adds that it will make him crave human flesh sometimes, the girl doesn't seem surprised, and with a sneaky grin, she tells Shin-kun that there are plenty of bad guys around here, so it's nothing to worry about. Flustered, our boy calms her down and says that sort of thinking of hers is too dangerous. At that moment, Xiaolu enters the room and informs Jiu that her parents are here at the reception. Jiu immediately whispers to him that she's good at catching people so they won't get caught easily, while Shin-kun doesn't think that's the problem here, as he is kinda creeped out by her. After that, she leaves to give the good news to her parents and turns back to Shin-kun, saying that she's glad to be in the same school as him. Leaving after thanking the big sis Xiao, our guy notices that the senior sister seems down and asks her if something happened. That's when Xiaolu reveals that his enrollment has declined, as according to them, a person with 1% transcendent genes is no different than a normal human. Shin-kun reminds her that she told him anyone with any amount would be able to enroll. Xiaolu loses her cool and blames the higher-ups for this. Getting angry, the senior sister gets determined to help him enroll again, even if it means applying for the 800th time. Meanwhile, Shin-kun calms her down and thanks her for the effort, saying that she would get in trouble if she tried to help him. Worse comes to worse. Our guy ponders that he has no choice but to use his monster's gene to get into that institute, as Nanyue Institute has all the resources he needs to be stronger, getting adamant to get in at all cost. At that moment, Xiaolu's phone rings, and she receives the message about giving Shin-kun another chance for enrollment, considering that he has the required gene. Enraged, he wonders why the institute is letting someone who isn't a student, supposing that those who are unable to awaken their powers within a year at Nanyue are encouraged to drop out, and so the last test was created as a chance for them to remain in the institute. Burning the moths to ashes with his fire, Shizai thinks that no matter how much he tries, that guy is still no better than a moth. Shortly, he is called by his uncle, who informs him that the last test was Qingche's idea. Knowing that Qingche is the dean of the Genetic Research Institute, Shizai questions him why that is. That's when his uncle unveils that was his warning to him to not cross the line, as he's already pissed that they broke the rules. He adds if that brat Shin-kun passes the test, it'll be a slap on their faces, but if he doesn't pass, he will be seen as protecting the honor as the actual dean. While Shizai gives the idea of just preventing Shin-kun from passing, or else their family's reputation will be on the line, the uncle is certain and assures him that he won't pass. Having an evil plan in mind, Uncle Fan is determined that 1% of the gene of his won't allow him to enter their world, and they won't either, adding that Chingche's actions will only prove that he's wasting resources and not worthy of the title of the dean. The next scene takes us to the testing area, where the workers fulfill their duty of testing and making sure all the equipment is safe within these 5 days. One of the workers asks worker Lee if he's alright as he's not acting himself. It turns out that worker Lee seems to have hit the jackpot as he drops his phone after getting a 1 million deposit, thinking that it's more than worth it if he loses his job. It appears that Lee helps one of the researchers by doing a full background check on Shin-kun, ensuring that he doesn't have any strong backing. The researcher looks at Shin-kun's data and wonders if he's the one who stabs the butt of the Fan family, given that he possesses only 1% of the gene, and being a participant, he hasn't even entered the institute. Nonetheless, he gets 10 million for the deposit and a total of 20 million if they succeed in failing him in the test. Seeing a lot of the money, they decide to get this job done successfully. 5 days later, the bribed researcher notices the participant Shin-kun, who looks sucked to the bone as if he hasn't eaten for days. Peeking at that unlucky bastard, the researcher smirks and thinks if this guy faces the monsters like this, it only results in his death, feeling relieved as it looks like he doesn't even need to do anything for him to fail the test. Meanwhile, our guy Shin-kun is starving to death, acting like a zombie. All of his stored energy is completely depleted. Getting out of his mind, the guy feels hungry, as it feels like his chest could touch his back, and he literally wants to eat all the people here. Wanting to eat them all, Shin-kun thinks their bodies still have some unawakened genes lying dormant within them. Later, Lee announces that there will be 3 hours for the test, and they have to collect 3 tickets for continuation in the study. He then intentionally points out Shin-kun and lets out that the dean has specially allowed 1 extra participant. Clearing that he's not a student, Lee says that it's a fair competition. 3 tickets are still 3 tickets. However, this doesn't settle with the other participants as they begin to Shin-kun, assuming that his rich family bribed their way through. While all of them are intimidated by Shin-kun, they think that he has a special privilege, and this test is definitely rigged. As they plan to use him as bait later, our boy just made some enemies. Drooling, he thinks now there's more food, but he snaps out his intrusive thoughts as he can't just simply eat people. After that, worker Lee takes Shin-kun to his testing chamber. Entering the chamber, our guy asks Lee if he did that on purpose and tells him to cut it out as he can sense that sarcasm all the way from here. Noticing the blood on this gate, Shin-kun realizes that this blood's from a high-ranking transcender, so it'll definitely attract the monster's attraction. That's when Lee cuts to the chase and tells him that he's offended the Fan family. He adds that when the test begins, all the monsters will be rushing to his chamber. With a devilish look on his face, Lee spills that the metal lock of the 18th chamber is broken, and reminds Shin-kun that those monsters are 5 times stronger than humans. Not to mention, the monsters released this time are tough as metal, so it'll be bad if they come rushing in. They will shred him to pieces and turn him into a meat delicacy. Lee clarifies that his only chance of survival is the gate behind him. If Shin-kun goes through it, he'll be safe, but it will also mean that he gave up on the test. He asks Shin-kun to just give up, he'll be safe, and the Fan family will get what they want, so this way everyone wins. Lee leaves the chamber and gives him 10 seconds to forfeit. Getting into the control room, he knocks on the door of the bribed researcher and reports to him that everything is going smoothly, assuming that Shin-kun is scared shitless, hearing that he'll only survive if he gives up. Given that the time taken from the monster's release to them reaching his chamber should only take 10 seconds, the guy bets $100 that Shin-kun will give up by 5 seconds. While they're busy betting, at that moment, the last test begins as the monsters start appearing in the chamber. As they begin the countdown of Shin-kun leaving, to their surprise, our boy bursts the gate open of his chamber and walks into the sea of monsters. Freaked out, Lee and director Chen wonder if he's trying to die, but they don't seem to care as the monsters will rip him apart, and it will be a good thing since he can't blame anyone if he dies. On the other hand, Shin-kun is delighted to see his food, however, they get past him. A realization hits them that the monsters still see him as one of them. Witnessing this, Lee is left in disbelief to see the monsters ignoring him, while the researcher concludes that the blood on the gate is more attractive to them compared to him. Panicked, the worker thinks that he unintentionally helped Shin-kun by smearing blood, but he wonders how bad his genes have to be, that even the monsters don't want him. With that, Shin-kun picks up the first ticket, but the researcher smirks and lets out that there's more than just monsters in there. He reveals that there's a guy among the participants, Wu Yin from Class 2, who got lucky and awakened his genes during the panic, and his powers are mainly focused on the mental state of his targets, concluding that he will be the strongest competitor this round. As soon as Shin-kun is about to take that ticket, that guy Wu Yin appears from behind and snatches the ticket from him. Just then, the guy uses his powers of mental intimidation to see if his powers scare Shin-kun shitless. However, Wu Yin himself is freaked out when he witnesses Shin-kun's mental state that is a terrifying monster. Nearly shitting his pants, Wu Yin is scared to death and wonders what's wrong with his mind. Freaked out by Shinkun's abnormal mental state, Wooyin's nose starts bleeding as Shinkun's mental fortitude is actually stronger than him and he can't handle the backlash of his powers. Thinking about what the hell he is, Wooyin feels like he looks more like a monster than a human. Just then, the monsters divert their attention towards Winyu as they don't consider Shinkun as a human. Our guy speaks to the monsters in their language, affirming that he knows they want to eat that person behind him, but he's getting really hungry here, begging the monster to let him feed on him first. Looking all gaunt and absolutely deprived, Shinkun assures his fellow monster that he will be careful and transforms his left hand a little. Inserting the tentacle from his mutated hand into the monster, he cleverly consumes the monster's blood, and relief runs through his body after finally receiving a good meal of the monster's gene. As he thanks his brother for the meal, the monsters instantly attack him, and Shinkun is kinda upset as they already see him as an enemy, even though he just ate a little bit. Meanwhile, the two of them watch Shinkun from the control room and find that Wooyin kid useless, but they still believe that this brat Shinkun is going to get killed by the monsters anyways. On the other hand, Wooyin screams at Shinkun and warns him that he can't kill a monster like that, but he stops when he sees our boy fighting the monster with his bare hands. While our guy is actually fighting with his left mutated hand, Wooyin notices him and reckons that he's strong and moving as if the attacks mean nothing to him, making it look like he's playing with them. Watching him with such astonishment, Shinkun effortlessly attacks them based on his instincts like he knew them at the back of his mind. Wooyin analyzes that one hit from the monster and he's done for, yet our guy still had the mind to attack every weak spot of the monsters. Wondering if he's really able to kill them, to his surprise, the guy gets his answer when Shinkun strikes one down and goes on to kill another one. Witnessing him incredibly killing monsters, the guy realizes the reason why his mental fortitude is so strong, which leads him to think that Shinkun must have killed a lot of monsters in the past. The bribed guy, Lee, watches him with his jaw dropped, disbelieved as he didn't know one could kill monsters like and seemed to be losing their mission, but the bribed director, putting on a smirk, tells him not to worry. In the testing chamber, a guy Zhaosheng approaches Shinkun and says that it's normal to be a little aggressive since this is the last test for some of them. However, he makes it clear to our fella that he won't let him go that easily as he bribed his way in here. When that guy Zhaosheng asks him to hand over the ticket, Wooyin interrupts and warns him not to anger Shinkun as he's a dangerous guy. But Zhaosheng calls him useless trash and thinks that Wooyin is surrendering even before he attacks him, adding that it's humiliating that he even considered him as his strongest rival before this. As that poor guy tries to make him understand, Zhaosheng cuts him off and commands the other participants to surround Shinkun as they'll be taking the ticket off his hands. But Wooyin reminds him that he said to fight evenly for the tickets, but that guy doesn't give a damn and instructs his baldy member to halt the monsters. Zhaosheng clarifies not to let the monsters disturb them while they take care of the one who bribed his way here. One of the participants suggests they just need to lure away the monsters. However, the baldy confidently confronts them and lets out that there's no need because if Shinkun can kill two monsters easily, that means someone had rigged the test to be easier, thinking that they probably starved the poor fellows before releasing them in here. Being cocky, the baldy guy stops the monster's punch with his bare hands, but his hand gets crushed, and with that, he gets smashed by the monster in the most gruesome way. Looking at Baldy getting his ass kicked, Zhaosheng calls him a stupid fool and asks if his muscles grew into his brains. While he assumes that the two monsters Shinkun killed had something wrong with them, during this, our guy leaps toward him to strike a punch with his left hand. As he's moving in for the punch, Shinkun realizes that it's the wrong hand as he could kill him if he uses his left hand for the punch. With his left hand being completely mutated and after devouring the rank 2 monsters, Shinkun's hand also evolved to rank 2 as well. Now he can release a tentacle that is around 8 meters long with which he sucked the monster's blood earlier, and his strength is 10 times stronger than a normal human. Given that, even if he's not in a monster state right now, it has at least the strength of a rank 1 monster. His one punch could free his brain from his skull, and he can't really kill someone right now, deciding that he should be gentle. With that, our boy forcefully punches Zhaosheng, and he instantly regrets his decision as he overestimated himself. While the other people freak out watching Zhaosheng getting beaten, Xingchun panics and immediately checks on him after beating the crap out of him, pleading not to die on him. After being relieved that Zhaosheng is still breathing, our guy asks everyone if they still want that ticket from him. In the meantime, the guy carrying Baldy in his arm rushes to Brother Zhao, who's already in a weak shape, and asks for help, saying that Baldy has been broken by that monster and he can't hold it back much longer. Watching his mates in trouble, Zhao pleads with Xingkun to help them and gets ready to pay 50,000 for it, apologizing to him for saying that he bribed his way in here. As Zhao gives up on the ticket as well and our guy agrees to help him, the real bribed guys in the control room realize that all the participants have backed down, calling them useless. The researcher guy immediately calls the control center and asks them to pressure the participants a little bit more, commanding them to throw in monsters 21 to 23. Listening to this, the guy on the phone hesitates, but the researcher commands him to release them. Knowing that the monsters above number 20 are peak rank 1 monsters and stronger than regular rank 1, Lee shows his concerns about that brat Shin-kun that won't survive the encounter with them. But the director Chen assures him that he's not going to die, deducing that Shin-kun probably awakened his powers, or is maybe halfway there, so putting in the strong monster now will only aid his awakening. That's when the director discloses his ultimate evil backup plan. He goes on to explain that the M monsters numbered above 20 are in the experimental zone of this facility, and the door separating the experimental and release zone has already opened. Coming to the point, he instructs worker Lee to open the release gate on level 2, then destroy the main and backup power supplies of the participants' testing ground. Meanwhile, Lee processes the information. The director tells him that without power, these electric doors will be useless, and if the release gate is opened, there will be a total of 15 rank 1 monsters in the release zone within the upper levels, and 18 peak monsters in the experimental zone. Summing it all up, he anticipates that all of the monsters will rush into the testing ground in no time, and the people won't be able to quit by using the emergency button, as all of them would have been devoured by the monsters. He tries to make Lee understand that all the participants had already prepared for their death the moment they entered in this test, so it's normal for them to expect death. However, this plan strikes terror into worker Lee as he imagines a huge massacre it's going to create and back out of the plan, refusing to carry it out as he'd get a death sentence if they get exposed. Suggesting that they should give up on the task, with a death glare, Director Chen clarifies that this task is assigned by the infamous fan family and warns him about the consequences if they don't succeed in this task after taking all that money. He assures Lee that he will make sure he won't get a death sentence and plans to give him 10 million for the trouble, even offering to send him out of the city if he'd like. Not having a way to escape, Lee unwillingly agrees to do the job. On the contrary, in the testing ground, Shin-kun annihilates the monsters while Win-yu cheers for him and promises to pay 50,000 even if he and his sister have to work their butts off to pay his money. At that moment, Zhao's sister smacks him from behind and asks him why he's bringing her into this, breaking the poor guy's neck that was half hanging. She then apologizes to Shin-kun for the trouble they caused them and thanks him for saving them. Meanwhile, Broken Zhao treats them to supper together later. Suddenly, our guy yells at them to watch out. It appears that a monster unexpectedly lands on them from the upper zone, and to save his sister, Zhao pushes her and gets crushed by the monster himself. As his sister witnesses Zhao being killed, the guy Wu Yin gets confused as it hasn't even been half an hour and they're releasing the second round already. The participants complain that they would have given a heads up if they changed the rule, and the loads of monsters keep bursting into the testing ground that seem like rank 2 monsters. That's when a realization hits Shin-kun that they're going all out to prevent him from passing the test. The monster grabs Zhao Sheng from the leg while his sister Xiao Tao can't seem to leave his brother. The other guy tells her to get it together, or else they will be in the same shape as him. Apologizing, the guy has no other choice but to run away, leaving Xiao Tao alone, and she rushes to the monster to release his brother. Weeping, she gets hit by the monster and loses hope. Xiao confesses that she thought they would always be together, but they could still die together. However, her moment of emotional suicidal speech is interrupted by Shin-kun, who pulls her out at the right time and asks her to at least die with someone good-looking if that's what she wants, as her brother doesn't fit the bill. He assures her that he won't let her brother get eaten and throws her like a sling, asking Wu Yin to catch her. While poor Wu Yin is busy escaping and wonders if he's talking to him, Xiao Tao falls right onto him. Given that the monsters will evolve to rank 2 once they eat Zhao Sheng, our guy feels the need to mutate his left arm in order to kill them, but it's troublesome to use it in front of everyone. He then jumps in to just take Zhao from them while Xiao Tao is surprised yet flattered by Shin-kun as he takes on 3 monsters at once to save her brother. Surrounded by 3 monsters, our boy greets his comrades and notices that they don't see him as their enemy as long as he doesn't eat them. Using the tentacle, he tries to release Zhao from the monster's grip and succeeds. While the poor guy Zhao is hanging like a thread and just a second away from being ripped apart, Shin-kun makes the monsters angry by snatching their food. But to save Zhao, he flings him away from the monsters and offers his hand to them, saying they won't be hungry after they've taken a bite out of him. During this, Zhao is luckily alive as he opens his eyes and witnesses Shin-kun saving him from the monsters. But then pain starts to kick in as the guy rolls on the floor as he's dying from the pain, and just then, Xiao Tao rushes to him out of joy. As Xiao tells him that Shin-kun saved them, Zhao decides to pay this huge debt of favor and asks Xiao that they should pay it together, but again he gets smacked by his sister. On a serious note, Zhao Sheng instructs participants to get out of the training ground immediately, and while they run, they spot the ticket left on the ground and try to get it. But Zhao warns them that they need to stop participating in this test as the situation is getting weird, leaving the ground along with his sister. On the other side, Xing-kun fights off the rank 1 monsters, and is aware that if he uses the Lord's Flames, he can every one of them every 10 seconds, but the cost is a bit too much for him, plus he'll need to devour around hundreds of them if he wants to evolve to rank 3. Thinking about why it's hard to evolve, he requests the monster to let him eat them all. Abruptly, he notices that the release hatch is opening again to advance the test further. Meanwhile, Zhao and the others reach the chamber's gate and are about to escape as the risk is a lot greater this time. Suddenly there's a blackout and Xiao Tao gets panic-stiffed when she witnesses the endless monsters being released into the testing ground, where the other participants are present as well. In the testing grounds, the participants create a ruckus over the ticket as they snatch it from one another, desperate to go back to the academy. While some of them want to be awakened and some of them want to be rich to take revenge on those bastards who look down on them, the mayhem comes to an end when they are overwhelmed by the load of monsters released from the hatch. The monsters grab the participants and the blood spills everywhere as the monsters rip them apart. In the meantime, Xing-kun comes to the area, and Li, standing on the upper level after doing the blackout by destroying the backup electrical source and releasing the monsters, utters that there's no going back now, and all of them can blame Xing-kun for this. Thinking that he wouldn't have risked the death sentence for releasing all the monsters if it wasn't for him, Li catches Xing-kun smiling as their eyes meet, and being on the upper level, he tells him that it's the safest place right now. Showing him the middle finger, Li thanks our guy as he was able to earn 10 million to get rid of him, and spills that he will be leaving the country and living his carefree life. But his sweet plans are crushed in a second when Xing-kun tosses a monster on him. Thinking that he missed the shot, Li bashes him for not throwing it properly. However, the monster's arm returns like a frisbee and hits Li in the back, making him fall into the sea of monsters. Freaking, the guy begs for help as he stumbles right in front of the monsters and begs Xing-kun to help him, offering him a share of his money. But our guy refuses as there are too many monsters, and he couldn't even save the other participants, so there's no way he can save him. As one of the monsters comes at Xing-kun, he tells Li that he'll be lucky if don't accidentally toss one of them at him, and just then, he sarcastically pushes the monsters towards him. While our guy smiles like a weirdo as it looks like Li will be turning into one of their delicacies soon, the monster devours the guy and evolves to rank 2. Ranking up, the monsters smell a traitor who's Xing-kun, and all of the monsters around him are known of the traitor, saying that traitors should be perished. As expected of rank 2 monsters, our guy knows that they are smart enough to sniff out that he's devoured their kind before, and asks them not to gang up on them. Meanwhile, Director Chen watches Li being murdered in the process and realizes that the task given by the Fan family wasn't truly easy to accomplish. Putting things to an end, Chen ascertains that those monsters who are able to evolve have already eaten more than 30 participants, and is certain that not even a 3-star transcender would make it out alive. Getting out of the control room, he decides to close the final door connecting the second level and bring his plan to an end. He then enters the entrance to the second level control room and peeks at the operators lying unconscious. Creating a fuss, he wakes them up and puts on an act. Yelling, he asks what the hell happened and why there's a blackout in the testing ground, not to mention the power source being cut. While the 2 operators in the second control room are clueless and reveal that it's not their fault as worker Li knocked them out earlier, they justify that he's the one to destroy all the main and back power sources. Smashing his hand on the table, Chen lashes out at him and tells them to stop shifting the blame to someone else, ordering them to restore the power, otherwise they won't be able to save the participants if something were to happen. Panicked, the guy lets out that it'll take at least half an hour to restore it. Meanwhile, Chen, still putting on the act, wonders what the hell worker Li was doing just now. A girl researcher anticipates that Li might have released some monsters into the training grounds. She insists on notifying this matter to the headquarters of the extermination department to clean the grounds first by force. But the director interrupts and says that they'll need to pay at least 100 million, referring that they take it from her pocket. Not taking her idea into account, he tells her to stop fooling around and quickly restore the power. Smirking, Chen is delighted as he ponders that half an hour will be enough, as by then all that will be left will be the monsters. On the contrary, with no operable surveillance and all the doors locked, Xing-kun can finally transform without any worries, and says goodbye to his comrades after seeing them all off one final time. Sincerely praying that they won't be born with monster genes in the next life, he uses the Flame's Lord to kill the monsters. Suddenly he feels like throwing up as he burps and thinks that he ate too much of the monsters, as the energy is a lot more than he expected. Wondering if it's because the monsters ate a lot of unawakened participants, our guy indirectly consumes those transcendent genes from carriers. Deciding not to feel bad for those people now, Xing-kun gets determined to cultivate enough strength to enter hell and defeat the demon god, regardless of monster or transcender genes. They are still human genes to him, so he plans to eat it even if it tastes like shit. While the monsters call him a traitor, our boy tells them to shut up, as when he mentioned comrades, he was referring to the original owner of their bodies. Calling them foreign intruders who stole the bodies of his comrades, our guy smirks and utters that he will destroy them and their demon god. At that moment, his left hand starts evolving again, and realizes that he does have enough energy from all the monsters and transcendent genes. From his past life experiences, evolving into rank 3 involves the brain first. Every single monster is connected like the internet. Evolving into rank 3 now is like upgrading a 100 yuan phone to a 1000 yuan phone and being able to control all the 100 yuan phones. Evolving, Shinkun needs to cut off the connections to the other monsters, because being able to search them only means that they will also be able to find them. Losing control, our guy thinks that he needs to sever the connections now, but it's too late. On the other hand, the survivors fight for the ticket, and while Zhao Sheng tries to protect Xingchun's ticket, one of the guys, Tian, lets out that they only got together because they shared a common interest and kicks Zhao in the gut. Tian cajoles the other members to take this chance, as there are only 3 tickets for the continuation of study, and in the end, they would just kill each other for it. Meanwhile, Zhao is bleeding. Tian makes it clear that he wasn't the one who asked Xingkun to kill those monsters, and he got hurt because he thought he could handle it all by himself, telling Zhao to blame him for wanting to be a hero. Approaching Xingkun, who's numbed by the pain, Tian calls him a kid and asks him to hand over the ticket if he doesn't want to get killed, accusing him that he must have taken all 3 tickets. Gravely injured, Zhao tells Xiao Tao not to move and goes to deal with them, as he can't let them hurt their savior. As he is about to go, Wu Yin, with a fearful look on his face, warns him not to go near him, or else he'll definitely die, while Zhao asks him if his senses pick something. Just as Tian asks Xingkun to hand over the ticket and proceeds to smack him to take it himself, suddenly, a colossal tail emerges from the ground and shreds Tian to pieces, leaving the other member traumatized as the blood splatters everywhere. Thinking that something is wrong with his eyes, the guy witnesses an earth dragon, and at that moment, the dragon lets out a deafening roar that makes all of them bleed, and Zhao, Xiao Tao, and Wu Yin lie unconscious. The participant standing near the dragon, the roar makes his nose and ears bleed, making him remember this dragon appearing in a town in the south that he once saw on the news. It is then revealed to us that this earth dragon caused massive destruction. Along with the Extermination Bureau, everything was annihilated by the dragon when the local 4-star transcendents were out of town. When the local transcenders from other regions arrived for support, they could only just barely manage to drive the dragon away. Coming to the present scene, the guy thinks they're screwed, regretting why they even cared about those tickets. Knowing that everyone is going to die, that guy is crushed to death by the dragon's tail. Witnessing the Earth Dragon, Shinkun realizes that he caught the attention of something formidable after connecting to the monster's network. His desire to take out their leader seems like a truly daunting task with a long road ahead. As the dragon comes towards him to attack him, Shinkun stops it with his mutated hand. However, his hand is damaged due to the vast difference in the level of muscle strength that he can't withstand. He tries to figure out a way to gain something of advantage, and notices that this earth dragon is just a tentacle. 2 minutes ago, at the Guardian's waiting area, Xiao Tao's mother prays for her to pass the trial. A father seems to be regretting their son letting him retake the exam, as this trial has a mortality trait. Knowing that it's not the same era as 20 years ago when they didn't have monsters roaming around, the father concludes that the people will be in danger if they don't have supernatural abilities nowadays. Meanwhile, Jiu also seems to be in the waiting area. She immediately senses something, aware that the power inside suddenly went out, and it's been more than 10 minutes, but the power hasn't returned. Feeling dubious, she approaches the guards standing at the gate of the testing ground, and lets out that she's an upcoming student at the academy for the Transcended, expressing that she's sensed there's something abnormal with the power inside the trial ground. Panicked, the guard wonders how she knows, while a wave of terror strikes among the parents as they get to know about this. While the guards assure her that everything is operating as usual and threaten her to be removed from the waiting area if she doesn't get seated, Jiu reveals that electricity is her transcended ability, so she can sense something is wrong there. As the guards suspect her if she even is a family member, suddenly, a roar reverberates through the place, making everyone tremble with pain except Jiu. Witnessing everyone around her feeling uneasy, that's when Jiu gets certain that there's definitely something wrong in there, so she takes the chance and enters the gate. While the guards struggle with the terrifying energy and try to stop her, she immediately searches for entrance to the trial grounds. On the other side, the workers are working to restore the power as the kids inside them are waiting for them to open the gate. One of the workers ponders that everyone could feel that overwhelming pressure coming through the door, a door that not even a missile could penetrate. He assumes that a terrifying monster must have appeared in there, but they're a bit safe with this door as a barrier. Thinking that the extermination department must have been notified with this much ruckus going on, he decides to take enough time to restore the power until the exterminators arrive. Just then, Jiu barges in and declares that she'll handle this. She introduces herself as a freshman with 95% transcended genes, and confesses that she has the electricity attribute so she can restore the power. Listening to this, the worker freaks out and tells her to get the hell out of here as she hasn't reached the first level transcendent status, so there's no way she has enough electrical energy stored. Agreeing that she doesn't have enough stored, she clarifies that as long as she is in the city, then she'll have an unlimited supply of it, and with that, she gathers the electricity using her attribute. Witnessing the visible electric particle, the worker tries to touch it and gets hurt. He reckons that the electricity is exposed directly into her body, and she can't even feel any of it. At that moment, he remembers the rumors circulating about an upcoming prodigy with 95% transcended genes, and realizes that it's Jiu. Worried, the worker panics as Jiu with her powers will be able to recover the power in this facility, and she manages to do so. She'll try to open the entrance gate, and the thought scares the hell out of him to think what kind of dangerous monsters must have appeared in the trial ground. Not risking his life, the worker asks her to stop this immediately, coming up with an excuse that her power is unstable, and she will destroy the equipment here that is the government's property, and refuses to accept her recklessness. Accusing her of hindering their work and trying to damage the equipment, the worker commands the maintenance team to remove this pest instantly, and makes it clear to Jiu that she won't get away with this just because she's some kind of prodigy. The team aims the guns at her and threatens to shoot her if she takes one step ahead. The scene then switches to Shin-kun, who's fighting the Earth Dragon, and it seems those teeth of the dragon aren't even weak against the Lord's flame. While the teeth damage his hand, Shin-kun realizes that the teeth are so sharp, which makes him wonder what kind of black tooth is that has high offense and high defense. What surprises our boy is the fact that it didn't even hit him once just now, and yet the dragon can still devour some of my genetic power. If this continues, Shin-kun deduces that his evolution to rank 3 will be halted, and feeling the instant need to find the way to evade those black teeth. With that, our boy stretches out his tentacle from the left arm. Even though it can't pierce its skin, he manages to catch a hold of it. Gliding near the dragon, he utilizes the Lord's flame to scorch away its outer covering, and thinks of extracting some of its flesh to consume. However, during that moment, Shin-kun ascertains that the dragon can even grow those black teeth on its body, but the realization hits him too late as the teeth pierce through his body. With the teeth stuck in his body, he uses the maximum power output of the Lord's flame to burn it. On the contrary, the worker grasps that Jiu has the most powerful genes recorded in history, and every eye will be on her. Thinking that she's just a little girl who entered college, he decides to make her off by harming her but gets scared of the consequences. Suddenly, a roar again reverberates across the place, making the guards unintentionally shoot the bullets as they were already aimed at the girl. As the bullets strike towards Jiu, the worker calls the guards idiots for not having self-control and firing their guns because they got scared. He thinks that he's done for, as he will be held accountable for this. Lucky enough, all the bullets get past her and none of them hits her, but the worker realizes that it's not a stroke of luck. It appears that Jiu created a magnetic field with circulating electricity, which helps her dodge the bullets, while the guy is astonished to see her creating an immensely strong magnetic field around her that deflected all the bullets. He understands that it's the ability of 95% transcender genes. She's anything but human. While the electricity is still being absorbed, the guy freaks out at the thought that the electricity can be controlled in this manner, and the most irrational part for him is Jiu doesn't flinch and withstands the terrifying aura coming from the testing grounds. At that moment, he recalls what he learned at the academy, that people with extraordinary genes can better withstand the terrifying pressure emanating from the monsters. Absorbing all the electricity, the girl restores all their power and instructs them to get that door open. In the control room, the operators along with Director Chen are suffering from pain from the horrendous energy of the dragon. Chen immediately asks his members to restore the power already as something has gone wrong inside. Just then, the operator informs the director that the power has been restored already, which makes him even more shocked, and wonders what's this sudden boost of efficiency in the maintenance team that they not only fixed the first floor's line, but they also connected the wires to the second floor. While he thinks that the surveillance was able to see if any monsters had been let loose inside, the operator opens the gate to let everyone out first, while the director is panic-stiffened, wondering if she's trying to fucking die. The gate to the testing ground finally opens, and Jiu along with the terrified workers stands in front of the gate. Witnessing the giant monster inside makes them scared shitless. Recognizing that it's an earth dragon, the girl shortly spots Shin-kun being trapped by the monster's teeth and immediately uses her electricity power. While the blackout occurs, Director Chen peeks from the second floor and wonders why there's electricity flow on the ground. On the contrary, at the headquarters of the extermination department, they are reported of the large amount of electricity shown to be surging along the wires with the testing grounds as the center. With all the high voltage lines being overloaded, they assume that it's the newcomer Jiu who probably lost control again, this time at the testing ground. In the testing grounds, Shin-kun notices Jiu's electricity surrounding the Earth Dragon and thinks that it's a great help. Before he does anything else, he takes a bite of the dragon first, jabbing his monster's hand, forcefully ripping a piece out of it. Releasing himself, he rushes to Jiu, who seems to have blacked out after losing control of her powers, while Chen, watching from above, ponders that the task from the Fan family was not as straightforward as they thought, suspecting that this boy Xing-kun is hiding something. However, he presumes that things finally come to an end here, as the appearance of the Earth Dragon is a lucky stroke for him. Now he doesn't need to figure out how to shift the blame, as the sudden appearance of this monster has erased all the evidence he has against this student for him. Taking that the scene is chaotic enough, he estimates that the exterminators will take another 3 minutes to arrive at the scene, and in that time, he plans to kill Xing-kun so that no one will know a thing. With that, Chen, trying to be a hero, calls out all the individuals with transcended abilities and asks them to block the Earth Dragon for him before the exterminators arrive to prevent the harm the dragon might cause to the outsiders, also giving a chance of survival for the remaining students. With an evil plot in mind, the director jumps into the ground. Meanwhile, our guy carrying Jiu hides for a while due to his mutated hand, as the Earth Dragon has blocked everyone here from view. Suddenly, his hand begins to evolve again, and the evolution becomes more intense, with the flow of energy getting abnormal, making it hard for him to maintain his human form. Abruptly, someone tries to attack him with debris, but our guy reflexes work just in time as he catches it. While it turns out to be Director Chen who attacks him, he is stunned to see Xing-kun's mutated monster hand, as he doesn't appear like a human to him. Recalling the 5 major attributes, metal, wood, fire, earth, and metal, he becomes certain that none of the transcended powers from these attributes wouldn't cause such a transformation of the arm. Asking if he's really a transcender, Chen doesn't give a damn, and with his powers, he strikes the metal rods at him to kill him. However, the metal rods pierces through Xing-kun's mutated hand, making Chen deduce that a human arm cannot do something like this. Flabbergasted, he looks at the metal rods he flung at him, getting melted by the blue flames erupting from Xing-kun's hand. He analyzes that maybe our fella is a fire-based transcender, but then thinks of a possibility where a monster possesses an attribute, concluding that it only applies to monsters ranked 4 or above. While he's stuck in the thought, our boy attacks him with his colossal mutated hand that cracks up the ground, but Chen manages to get back. Unable to identify if he's a monster or a human, Chen realizes that he can't kill him quickly, and it doesn't matter because he's a monster through and through with that appearance. Rampaging, Xing-kun seems to be going wild, while the director waits for the exterminator to arrive so that they can kill him when they see him in this form. Meanwhile, our guy tries to return to his human form, but evolving into a 3rd rank is harder than he thought, as he even ate the part of the Earth Dragon. Abruptly, the power of the black tooth similar to the dragon emerges from his hand, and going berserk, Xing-kun reckons if he doesn't tame it now, he will never return to his human form. On the other hand, Chen does not seem to be backing down as he strikes his golden shield, which is not vulnerable when it comes to defense. However, his golden shield is shattered to pieces as our boy's black tooth powder pierces through it and even hurts Chen. Thinking that he was just scratched by the black spikes earlier, to his surprise, the blood begins to drip as it also manages to rip his skin. Wondering what kind of monster he is that can do that much damage, his shield is not enough to block those black spikes, and Chen can't even seem to hold for a minute, thinking he'll die here. After that, he gives Xing-kun heart-to-heart advice and asks him to stay here given his current condition. If he goes out now, everyone will hunt him since he's a monster, not to mention the exterminators arriving soon. Manipulating him, he goes on to blabber that he's still a monster, an enemy to the race, and no one will help him out here, adding every human out there will be pleased to kill him. As Chen is about to eliminate him, Jiu appears at the right time and strikes her electric powers at him. While the director tells her to take a closer look at Xing-kun, Jiu clarifies that he's not a monster and attacks him. Screaming, Chen utters that she's betraying her own species. At that moment, Xing-kun smashes him with his mutated arm, saying if this world doesn't tolerate the existence of monsters, then he will carve a bloody path himself. Finally, he devours that guy, but shortly the exterminators arrive and Xing-kun instantly instructs Jiu to stay further away from him and pretend not to know him, as he doesn't know if he will be able to revert his left arm. However, the girl holds his monster arm and lets out that she's going to stay by his side while our boy smiles at her and realizes that in the end, she's the one who's by his side. While they wonder if he's going to get exposed, the exterminators rescue all the survivors they can find. The next scene takes us to the workers who are using 3-star Earth attribute transcenders as shields to buy them time. Following the instruction of the director who told them to protect the civilians outside, the lead worker decides to escape as soon as the shields are destroyed. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon is annihilating the maintenance chief, and the other guys, the researchers from the control room, are scared stiff, witnessing that the defense formed by a 3-star rank transcender couldn't even withstand a single blow. With no way of being able to stand a chance against the dragon, they decide to get out of here immediately, as even the director has disappeared. As they all are about to die with the dragon's terrifying aura with no way to escape, at that moment, the exterminators arrive. The girl researcher notices a pipe in the exterminator's hand, and Loki begs to come save them. The exterminator, a blue-haired girl, is annoyed to see the earth monster interrupting her blind date and attacks with a pipe as water bursts out of it. While the girl thinks she's planning to kill them, the water blade goes through them, and the exterminator's power manages to sever the earth dragon just like that. The girl researcher is shocked to the core as she witnesses the water power element that dances like spirits but rages like devils, but her eyes are still stuck on the strongest guardian of the institution of transcenders, a 4-star with 91% transcended genes, Shang Guankui. Facing the earth dragon by herself, Shang asks all the people to evacuate and provide the details of this facility and the situation inside to the incoming exterminators. Meanwhile, inside the testing ground, Jiu asks Shinkan if he's able to revert his arm. Needing some time to go back to normal, Jiu helps buy him some time and tells him to hide. Just as our boy goes inside the chamber to hide, the exterminators show up and Jiu distracts them, saying that she heard some panting noise over there. In the chamber, Shinkan's mutated hand is getting berserk, making him ponder that the power of the 3rd rank is 10 times stronger than the power of the 2nd rank. The main reason the size of a 3rd-ranked monster is exceptionally large is to accommodate the raging monster genes, and our guy tries hard to compress his power to regain his full human form. As he lets his bones evolve even stronger, suddenly, he peaks at the 1% transcended genes he received on the first day of his reincarnation. Wondering if they are absorbing transcended genes from that guy he devoured earlier and they're both of the metal element, our guy plans to stabilize the monster gene with the help of those transcended genes and direct their development in a controlled manner. Evolving his bones, suddenly, the Earth Dragon's black tooth loses control as it penetrates across the roof. As the exterminators find 3 survivors, Wu Yin, Xiao Tao, and Zhao Shen, they thank Jiu, who seems to be trying too hard to distract them, but then they hear a noise from the chamber and think that it's a monster. Panicked, Jiu becomes certain that Shinkan is about to be discovered now. She makes a noise as the exterminators make their way to the chamber and tells her to keep quiet as any sound will attract the monster's attention. While the girl is determined to accompany Shinkan even if he's discovered and forced out of the society, the exterminators reach the chamber from where they heard the noise and find Shinkan. Fortunately, our guy appears to be in his full human form and lets out that he just woke up after being knocked out. The exterminators are relieved to see a human and inform their team that they have found a total of 5 survivors. Our guy, who seems to be fine, reckons that he managed to evolve all the bones in his body to be similar to the black tooth of that Earth Dragon, but it's still a real deal. After that, the rescue team gets to know that the Earth Dragon has retreated, and this makes Shinkan think how weak humans are, because what they don't know is that this Earth Dragon that only a 4-star transcendent would be able to deal with is just a small piece of tentacle protruding from the main body of the demon god. After connecting with the network of monsters through his evolution, he knows that the monsters hidden deep underground are beyond what humans can comprehend. That's when our guy gets adamant about acquiring more strength as soon as possible, but he must save himself before saving others. Planning to get into the institution for the resources and gene power, he decides to be invincible in this world first, along with Jiu, but before that, he must hide amongst the transcenders. The next scene takes us to Shinkan's past life, where he is completely transformed as a monster and causing destruction in the city. Snapping out of his thoughts, our guy realizes that only a year is left until his monster gene discovery, which is not much time. Interrupting his moment of contemplation, Jiu asks him how long is he going to think, as he's been staring at people ever since he stepped onto school grounds, referring that he's staring at girls. But our guy clearly tells her that he has repented for his sins long before, and that's not what he meant when he said there's not much time left. Making an annoyed face, the girl believes him while Shinkan reveals that this world will go under tremendous change a year from now, and before that, he stresses on Jiu to evolve herself into a 5-star transcender before all of that goes down. Hearing this, she is surprised to know that there's only a year left, and from what she knows, a 4-star pinnacle rank is the highest and strongest in the world, and Shinkan assures her that he'll help her with that, making her blush. Jiu trusts him for this, except that he has repented for his promiscuous ways. Nonetheless, our guy states that she first has to evolve herself into a 3-star transcender within a month, and Jiu kinda gets cocky as she currently has 95% of transcended genes within her. But Shinkan reminds her that the more transcended genes she has, she will need more resources during the initial stages, which makes him wonder where they are going to find many resources when they don't even have a strong background. In the meantime, Zhao Sheng, along with his sister Xiao Tao and Wu Yin, approaches Shinkan, calling him Big Brother. With so much enthusiasm, Zhao expresses his gratitude to him, saying the 3 of them managed to survive the final test because of his aid, and even got a chance to continue their studies at the institution, as the school made an exception and rewarded everyone who survived as if they had passed the trial itself. Owing him a great debt, he calls Shinkan their leader from now on until death does them apart, making Xiao and Wu Yin forcibly bow their heads. After that, Zhao asks his Shinkan about who this girl is as he never got the chance. That's when our guy tells her that she's Jiu, making everyone's jaw drop as they instantly recognize her as the strongest freshman of their academy, and a transcender with 95% genes, still left in disbelief to think that she's the prodigy Jiu. As our fella thinks that they're overreacting a bit, Zhao couldn't expect any less from him as he's with the legendary prodigy Jiu and asks Shinkun if they're a couple. Getting hella awkward, our guy clarifies that this brat over here is just his childhood friend, thinking that's a hassle to explain such things. But Zhao and the others have a hard time believing that, given that they both even share the same luggage. Since they both are childhood friends, Wuyan seems to have a suggestion and asks them if they're forming. He goes on to explain that the institution will conduct a resources competition for each new batch of students after they successfully enroll. In addition, each new student will be given a new set of resources, and they will compete against each other for the next 3 hours using their own abilities. Wuyan suggests that they form a team temporarily, and with his spiritual sense he can help them avoid the top talent among new students. This way they might avoid having their resources taken away by others, or they might be able to grab resources from other classmates. However, Zhao doesn't like this idea at all and asks Wuyan to shut up, yelling if he's trying to harm the big brother. He scolds Wuyan and reminds him that the students who are currently on the continuation list, and also those new students with low transcended genes, are likely to be targeted, especially for this generation. Zhao further reveals that the prodigy who was tested to have 88% of the transcended genes during this high school graduation is already the leader of the newcomers, and they aim to steal all the resources from those who have less than 50% of genes. That's because it's hard for those who have less than 50% transcended genes to become awakened. They are certain that they hold no chance because Zhao himself has 39% transcended genes, Xiao Tao has 41%, and Wuyan passed the bar with 50%. Coming to a conclusion, he decides not to burden big brother Shinkun. On the other hand, Jiu and Shinkun seem to love the idea of their first batch of resources that even comes with little cuties, referring to Zhao, Xiao, and Wu Yin. While the girl thinks that they can nurture them into capable assistants which will save them a lot of effort, our boy agrees to help them become powerhouses. That way, they can also reach the pinnacle of their lives and be also willing to help them remove any obstacles. Using them for their cause, Jiu calls this motive as binding them using the chains of friendship, while Shinkun asks him to team up with them. Shocked, Zhao clarifies that he doesn't need to pity them like this, but our guy clarifies that he's willing to team up with them because they're loyal. He says that they are all top-notch and mistakenly spills how useful they are, immediately covering it up by calling them reliable partners. Meanwhile, Zhao cries tears of joy, and Shinkun informs them that their goals have changed a bit since they joined them. Thrilled, Zhao promises that he won't let him down and they'll follow their lead in everything. Suddenly, Shinkun and Jiu, with a cunning look on their faces, think of a possibility as he asks them if someone accidentally obtains all the resources from everyone, the resources would belong to them only. Getting dubious? This doesn't feel right to Wu Yin as he responds to them. Laughing it off, our guy justifies that they were just curious and tells them to head to the dorm as their first class is tonight. As they're going, Wu Yin curiously asks Shinkun about how many transcended genes he has, and our guy affirms that he's going to find out soon, adding that it might just surprise him. Meanwhile, this doesn't settle with Wu Yin. Zhao excitedly predicts that Big Brother's transcended gene percentage must be really high. The next scene takes us to class, where the teacher introduces himself as Bo Liang, the foundational teacher. Getting straight to the point, he announces that if the students can't awaken their transcendent powers within this year, then they should get out of the Transcendence Institution. He further points out the students who are back from the final trial and calls out Wu Yin by his transcended percentage. He asks if he awakened his mental attribute transcended powers, and thinks that it's well matched for his weak-assed 50% genes. He then calls out Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao by their percentage. While Xiao Tao seems embarrassed, Zhao energetically greets Teacher Bo, and the teacher clarifies to him if he fails to awaken his abilities within this year, he should get out of here and live as ordinary people for the rest of their lives. Confused, Shinkun asks Zhao what is wrong with Teacher Bo, and he responds that as long as student is unawakened and transcended genes are less than 50%, he would only call them by their percentage. After that, Bo proceeds to speak about their generation being quite special, and discloses that the individual with the highest amount of transcended genes in human history is among their batch, referring to Jiu. He lets out that her future is unimaginable for all of them here, including himself as the teacher. However, what surprises him the most is the fact that there's someone in this class with the transcended gene percentage of only 1%. Elaborating, Teacher Bo declares that students are no different from ordinary people and asks that person to stand up. Meanwhile, the students are curious who it might be with that low percentage, and Zhao gets worried about that person bound to be targeted by all the students. At that moment, our guy, confident as ever, stands up and informs Teacher Bo that he has already awakened with the transcendent power of the metal element. Upon hearing this, Zhao is left in disbelief to think that Big Brother is the one with the 1% gene, while the teacher is amazed, as he wonders if even a 1% transcended gene holder awakens. In that case, the teacher calls Shinkun to come up on stage and assist him in a lesson. Getting to the stage, our guy confirms if there are rewards for assisting the teacher, and Bo assures him that he'll get an extra share of resources during the post-class resource competition. After that, Shinkun begins explaining about the transcended powers that refer to elemental abilities, and as long as they are awakened, they can harness the power of the elements through their transcended genes. While one of the students lets out these elements temporarily reside within their transcended genes, Teacher Bo elucidates that they just need to control their extraordinary genes and store elements that are external from their body within them. When they can prevent elements from dissipating and mold their transcended genes into a perfect battery, they'll successfully become a one-star transcender. Showing a demonstration, Bo pulls out a big metal block and reveals that the elements that the transcended genes can accommodate are limited. Giving an example of someone with 1% genes, he breaks out a metal piece from the block and elaborates that in this lifetime, they can only control a small amount of metal. Throwing the metal piece towards Shinkun, Bo tells him to play with this for a while, and our guy drowns in the thought about transcended and elemental power, which is also strange, yet so familiar to him. He reckons that these are the things that a high-level monster gradually acquires after a while, making him wonder if the peak of the evolution is to become a transcender. After that, Teacher Bo explains how each of them has a mysterious genetic chain. Whether they become a monster or a transcender depends on whether the genetic chain mutates into a monster chain or a transcended chain. Believing all of the students have transcended genetic chains, he reveals that the content of their genes within their transcended genetic chain determines your future achievements. Hence, the more the transcended genes one has, the more sensitive their elemental perception becomes, making it easier for them to cultivate. Knowing how unfair this world is, he lets out that starting at 90% genes, every additional 1% of transcended genes brings significant enhancements for their carriers. For instance, Shang Guankui herself can breathe underwater with her 90% transcended gene, and Jiyu can withstand 3,000 volts of electricity without a problem. He declares that if a person with a 100% gene carrier were to appear, they might as well be called God. On the contrary, he elucidates about the lower transcended gene percentage, and it becomes harder for them to cultivate. Bo is surprised that there are no records of individuals who have less than 20% genes awakening before the appearance of Shinkun. Just then, Shinkun, using his metal attribute, shocks the teacher as he gets the energy in and out of his body like it's no problem. Astonished, Bo peeks at him succeeding with such proficiency and realizes that his awakening wasn't just an accidental miracle. Assuming that Shinkun has the wisdom that is 1 in a million or once in a lifetime stroke of love, Bo asks him to unleash the iron again, saying this teacher will teach him all another truth, the difference between 1% and 80% transcended genes. It's like 80 people ganging on one. Teacher Bo unleashes his powers as many iron tentacles strike towards Shinkun. He seems pretty confident as his powers are like a crowd of transcended individuals, which makes our guy's power crushed easily. Striking his power, Bo warns the people with fewer genes to hide behind the strong ones. Meanwhile, our guy smirks and recalls how Bo was killed by his hands in his past life. And at that critical moment of life and death, he really did sacrifice his life for the students, buying them enough time to escape, concluding that he's indeed an admirable teacher. Suddenly, Bo begins to sweat profusely, and Shinkun feels a bit of pressure, noticing that he's trying to pressure him into submission with his transcended genes. Having no effect, our guy reckons that his transcended genes that devoured that dead fatty's genes before have already become the big fatty now, not to mention that it also has his 99% Big Brother monster genes behind it. Certain that Bo can't pressure him into submission, our guy decides to go low-key, and being a dramatic ass, he starts acting as if he loses on purpose and tells the teacher he can't hold it any longer. As he acts a bit too much, the teacher himself is flabbergasted, knowing that Shinkun lost on purpose as he couldn't pressure him. At that moment, the students cheer for Teacher Bo and call Shinkun a weakling, while Bo dodges a bullet with him for nearly loses his reputation. Concluding that this child has some secrets and it's interesting that he knows what he's doing, he thanks Shinkun for demonstrating, and the lesson ends. Abruptly, a blue-haired guy speaks up about survival of the fittest, revealing the philosophy of the school that the winner takes it all. Commencing the freshman resource competition, the blue-haired guy, looking cocky, gets curious about where that 1% carrier gene guy got his confidence from, as he says he wants to knock them all down and seize all their resources, thinking it's truly audacious. What surprises him even more is that Shinkun managed to awaken with only 1% of genes, and it appears that he has put in tremendous effort. Just then, the blue-haired guy introduces himself as Yu Xiong and reveals that he has 85% genes, a water attribute transcender. Mocking Shinkun, Yu utters that he truly admires his persistence to bear the burden of carrying such inferior genes, but still being able to break through and awaken. He makes an exception and invites him to join his team, adding that they're currently gathering students with 60% gene levels or above and forming an alliance of the strong. However, Yu seems to have something else in mind as he presumes that if he makes Shin-kun join their team, his girlfriend Jiu, with the most transcended genes in history, will surely join them. Stretching out his hand to ally, Yu lets out that they can fulfill an insane plan and seize all the resources from the weak to make the most of the resources instead of wasting them on them. To his surprise, Shin-kun giggles and thinks that it's hilarious how he only dares to bully the weak with his strength. Pissed, Yu asks who the fuck he thinks he is, and calls him trash with only % genes, mocking him that he doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the Transcendence Institution to begin with. He goes on to expose Shin-kun that he was only able to pass the final test because Jiu saved him, and confesses his true intentions of inviting him solely so that he could bring Jiu along with her, calling him trash, who doesn't know his place. Chilling out, our guy seems to have hit the sore spot, which makes Yu even more pissed. Losing his nerve, Yu makes it clear that their alliance will seize all the resources from the weaklings, and our guy wishes him luck. Pissed off, Yu stomps back to his seat while Teacher Bo asks Shin-kun if it was aimed to trigger him, but our guy ensures that he was just sincerely encouraging him. After that, the freshman resource competition begins, and Teacher Bo calls the students to receive their resource exchange tokens, and instructs them to gather in the forest outside school for further instructions. Shin-kun gets 2 tokens as he assists in the lesson. The scene then takes us to the forest outside the school, where the teacher informs them that they have 1 hour to do whatever they'd like, and everything will be up to their abilities from here. Later, Zhao waits to meet with big brother Xing-chun, but Wu Yin refuses to go with them, saying that he still has to think for himself. While Zhao Sheng lashes out at him, Wu Yin expresses his concerns and lets out that even with his 49% of genes, they made an exception and let him into the alliance since he's awakened. Furious, Zhao tries to convince him that Big Brother will bring them further in life, but Wu Yin still refuses, given that Shin-kun is indeed very strong, but he's only at 1% plus. He's up against the entire alliance and provoked them right from the start, which makes him even more scared. As Zhao calls him a traitor, Xiao Tao calms him down and tells him not to force him as everyone has their own ambitions. Being watched by 10 transcended powerhouses, Xiao gets why Wu Yin backed down. On the other side, Zhu and Shin-kun arrive in the forest when one of the guys approaches them and tells them to laugh for now. Keeping a close eye on him, the guy threatens Shin-kun that there's nowhere he can go, adding that brother Xiong will be back soon to turn his laugh into a cry. Smiling, our guy responds that bullying weak people doesn't take much time after all, and the guy gets pissed, justifying bullying by saying that it's utilizing resources efficiently. On the other hand, we see a girl running into the forest and hiding under a tree, thinking that she ran far enough to be safe. It turns out that Yu Xiong seems to be chasing her, and is certain that no one can escape his detection skills since about 70% of the human body consists of water. He finds the girl and threatens to hand over her token. Trapping her with his water attribute, the girl refuses and clarifies that the token belongs to her, but Yu tells her to blame herself for not having genes strong enough to join their alliance. Eventually, the girl gives up and hands her token to him. With that, Yu goes on to snatch the token from all the weak students, and the people from his alliance do the same, bullying the weak into handing over their token. Later, Yu Xiong encounters Fan Shizai, who asks him if he has gathered all the tokens he thinks he deserves. Getting his hopes up high, Yu assumes that Shizai came looking for him, and challenges him to test whether the young master of the Fan family who didn't go through any genetic testing and enrolled in the school through the back door has the qualifications to join their alliance. Calling it a coincidence, Shizai seems to have the same thought and accepts the challenge to see Yu have the qualifications to be his underling. While Shizai uses his fire attribute, Yu, hopping mad, strikes his water power and asks him how dare he waive his position as the young master wherever he goes. As the fire and water clash, Yu is left in disbelief, thinking that the water is supposed to be able to counter fire. Even if Shizai is strong, the guy is shocked to see his black marsh getting evaporated this easily. On the contrary, the students seem to be protesting to give their resources back, calling them vile scoundrels while Shin-kun thinks that they are done harvesting now. The alliance of strong students mocks the weaklings and makes it clear that it's a dog-eat-dog world, so if they can't accept it, they should become stronger. After that, the guy from the alliance waits for the big brother Yu Xiong to harvest the remaining tokens, and approaches Shin-kun to make fun of him again. Just as he is speaking, the guy notices electricity and thinks that Jiu must have done something. To stop her immediately, he rushes towards her, but his punch is blocked by Shin-kun's hand. As our boy sarcastically tells Jiu that they have been found out, and she needs to control her power, the guy is unable to move and wonders if Shin-kun's arm is made out of metal, but he seems to be more concerned about Jiu uttering that she needs 1 more minute to prepare. Waiting outside, Teacher Bo thinks that the institution's electricity bill significantly exceeds its budget, referring to Jiu's powers, but he lets the finance department take care of that. On the other hand, Shin-kun asks Jiu to electrocute them all since they already have been exposed. While the blonde-haired guy is freaking out, he yells at everyone to stop Jiu as she is going to electrocute them all to death. Another guy scampers to stop him and asks the blondie what he's even doing, kneeling and making a fool out of himself like this. Meanwhile, Shin-kun questions why she's not releasing it, and Ji-yu lets out that she's waiting for one more person. The guys who dare to stop the duo are screaming in pain, being held by Shin-kun, who seems to be breaking their bones, wondering how he's that strong. The blondie shouts at everyone to attack Shin-kun and warns them that the brat is seriously strong, asking all the awakened to use all their transcended abilities. In the meantime, our boy asks Ji-yu who she is waiting for, and she reveals that it's Yu Xiong, telling him not to worry as she has already spread out her electrical particles through the wind. Finding Yu through the particles, she senses a water attribute fighting the fire attribute transcender. After that, Shin-kun, after beating the crap out of the Alliance gang, calls out those who have less than 60% transcended genes and tells them not to eat their bullshit as he'll help them avenge all of them. He assures them that he has taken all the resource tokens from their hands and that all of their starting points will be the same as before. Getting terrified, as all of them try to run away, Shin-kun ensures that they already have Ji-yu's signature static electricity on their body, and they're going to get electrocuted in the end no matter what. That's when we get to know that it's not really electrocution, it's a technique that Ji-yu had developed during the previous timeline back then, targeted Thunderstrike. On the contrary, Yu seems to be struggling with Shizai's flames as he forms a layer to block it. Sounding confident, Yu utters that he can't beat him with those flames, and Shizai strikes a flaming palm that looks 10 times stronger than Yu's power. With the flaming palm grabbing him, Yu can't seem to wiggle his way out even with his water elemental powers. Watching him all helpless, Shizai asks him if he can withstand the flame for a minute, and Yu can't seem to do anything as their power gap is too wide as he's from the Fan family, thinking it's not fair. Eventually, Yu Xiong gets smashed on the ground and Shizai informs him that he's passed the test, making him and his alliance qualified to come under him. While Yu doesn't even consider this a fight as he can't even fight back, Shizai unveils that he's already reached a 3-star transcender and could easily graduate from the Institute in terms of strength. He praises Yu that he could use his water attribute abilities under his flame hands without getting disfigured, which is a pretty impressive thing. Listening to this, the guy asks him why he's here if he's a 3-star already. That's when the young master approaches Yu and spills that what they are all fighting over now are resources, but these things are already within his grasp. Approaching his hand, Shizai reveals that he's here to recruit young talents like him to help the Fan family, convincing him that they will enable his growth quicker than on his own, and hits the spot by saying that such fairness is not easy to come by in this unjust world. Yu then accepts his offer as he shakes his hand. As everyone seems to be having electric shocks due to Ji-yu's targeting Thunderstrike, the electricity travels to Yu and strikes the poor guy. Witnessing him trembling in shock, Shizai gets the hint that it's Ji-yu while Yu can't even move as he struggles on the ground, screaming that the electricity is too strong. In the meantime, Ji-yu and Shin-kun, along with their team, arrive at the stop while our guy greets Fan Shizai and tells him that he's not easy to disarm, as expected. After that, Ji-yu approaches him and clarifies that they don't need to talk as she is never going to join his group. But Shizai seems to have something to say and affirms that he respects her decision and decides to wait until she makes the correct decision herself. With that, he strikes his flaming palm towards them, and Shin-kun asks Ji-yu to rest for a while as he's not an opponent she can defeat right now. Our guy plans to test out his transcended abilities while they are at it. In the blink of an eye, Shin-kun emerges from the flames and asks the young master if he's feeling nervous, guessing that no one has ever had the chance to get this close to him. While Shizai calls him an arrogant fool and creates another flaming palm, our boy witnesses him conjuring 2 massive and energy-consuming flames, and it doesn't surprise him as he expected this from someone who possesses 90% of genes. Blocking him with 2 flaming palms, he makes sure that Shin-kun has nowhere to run as he merges the flame, trapping him into a palm of flames. Meanwhile, Yu, who's still in shock after the electric current, witnesses the young master's true powers and gets concerned that Shin-kun is going to get killed. But Shizai seems certain that he won't be killed because deep down he knows that our boy managed to survive in that final test. However, his flaming palms fail to capture Shin-kun, and at that moment, Shizai scatters 1,000 flaming palms, but our guy doesn't get intimidated, given that they're smaller. Using a transcended gold blade, he incredibly slashes the flames, and even Shizai is utterly astounded, as it appears that Shin-kun is extremely familiar with real-life combat, to the point that it doesn't seem like he just awakened. Looking at moving like a shadow, the young master wonders who the hell is he, as the golden blades he's controlling are extremely sharp. But still, Shizai decides to keep it low, as it's not a good idea to cause casualties at school, and his one wrong move can result in irreparable damage. As Shin-kun's golden blades strike his flames, Shizai sees the clash between the 2 transcended powers, and plans to use his power to directly attack him to overpower his transcended genes, thus destroying Shin-kun's genes from within. Planning all in his head, he manifests that once Shin-kun's transcended genes are ruptured within, it'll take a year or more to recover, then he won't be a thorn in his path. Thinking to destroy him, Shizai halts for a second as he senses that his genes are unbelievably strong, and he even resembles his 4-star ranked transcender uncle. Meanwhile, our guy gives a weird-ass look to Shizai and kind of reads his expressions. Abruptly, he trips to the ground on purpose, muttering that Fan Shizai is so strong. Acting at its peak, Shin-kun decides to back off and praises Shizai, saying that he's truly the strongest among them in this generation, and the guy gets the gist that he should not continue this anymore. In the meantime, Teacher Bo arrives and announces that the competition is over, asking students to hand over their tokens, and he'll have the resource department allocate these resources to them. The guys from the Alliance seem annoyed as tickets were taken by someone else, and Shin-kun moves forward, informing the teacher that he accidentally got a hold of all the tokens, which are 78 in total. While Bo thinks he's quite audacious for this, he also tells Shin-kun that his group has officially become the target of many, and our guy assures him to get along harmoniously with his classmates. Soon after, the teacher assumes that Shizai's token is still with him, and Shizai looks for his ticket, wondering where'd go. That's when our fella, making a freaky face, lets out that when Shizai defeated him just now, he saw a resource token left on the ground and picked it up. Giving him a death stare, Shizai asks him to shut up and gets mad, presuming that he'll get back at him for this. Returning to the resource department, Shin-kun and Jiu carry the resources they have and decide to give 6 portions to Sheng and Tao. Bawling, Zhao Sheng is already overwhelmed by the 6 portions, which is a total of 42 vials of life essence fluid. He promises to cherish it and strive to awaken. Just then, Xiao Tao seems to have a question for Shin-kun and asks him why he didn't defeat Fan Shizai when he could actually do it. To this, our guy answers that he's the young master of the formidable Fan family, and since they already got the resources they needed, he just let it go. As Zhao praises his amazing big brother, they shortly arrive at the dorms, and Zhao tells Shin-kun that he's going the wrong way, informing him it's the women's dormitory, and his dorm is the same as his. But our guy insists on going into the women's dormitory along with Jiu, as the school provides specially designed individual dorms for people with exceptionally high transcended genes to prevent them from accidentally harming their classmates. Still clueless, Zhao lets out that it's Jiu's dorm, and that's when Xiao Tao smacks his head, uttering how he can be so slow. Zhao then grasps the situation and finally gets it that he's going into Big Sister's dorm, referring to the girlfriend of Big Brother. While they excitedly wave them goodbye, Shin-kun seems to be done, as he already told them they're just childhood friends. Nonetheless, it appears that our guy is going into the same room as her to teach Jiu how to quickly absorb these resources, which might take the whole night. Come to think of it, Shin-kun hasn't spent a whole night in the same room with her since high school, and Jiu, calling him a womanizer, reminds him that he was always so chaotic in his relationships, so who would have wanted to stay with him? But our boy justifies that he has turned over a new leaf and he's doing better now, which kinda makes Jiu think that he really does seem a bit different than before. In the dorm, Shin-kun explains after large numbers of transcenders started to appear in this world, the humans began to study their powers and attempt to replicate them. But as humans are still unable to artificially create those powers, they use biological sources, such as animals, and extract a substance called life essence from them. The substance life essence is used to replace the consumption of elemental power in superhumans. While it sounds like man-eating monsters, Shin-kun lets out when they drink this essence, it's totally useless and does not satisfy the hunger at all. According to people from the resource department, it's better to have 1 vial a day as it aligns with the body natural's absorption and repair rate, offering the best usage. However, our guy assures Jiu to take multiple vials and go all out. Assuring her not to worry about saving electricity bills, he asked her to drink them all and advance herself to 1-star rank as quickly as possible. Just then, Shin-kun creeps closer to her and asks her to give him a jolt to know if there's any trace of electricity from back then being processed in her body. Making her flustered, Jiu couldn't help but think that he's really changed a lot and has stopped seeing those girls anymore, assuming he even deleted their contact information. She feels that Shin-kun hasn't been this focused on her like that since high school. Her contemplation gets interrupted when Shin-kun asks her to jolt him and pinches her cheeks, telling how violent she usually is. Meanwhile, the girl moves back and our guy kinda leans onto her, asking what she's daydreaming about. Leaning closer, Shin-kun bends over, and as their lips are about to meet, Jiu immediately turns her face away and wonders what this bastard is doing, making her think that the reason he doesn't see other girls is because he has found a closer target. She asks Shin-kun to get up already as she's feeling weird. Instead, the guy tells her that she smells good, and he just wants to eat her up. Suddenly, he begins transforming into a monster, and at that moment, Jiu attacks him with electricity, saying she will send him to hell for trying to eat her. As the electricity jolt even moves out of the dorm, Xiao Tao understands that it's necessary to give people with high transcended genes their own rooms. Coming back to his human form, Shin-kun is impressed to see that her abundance of transcended genes is truly overwhelming, and the scent she's emitting is a deadly temptation for a mutant like him. While Jiu finally gets it that he was trying to trigger her powers, our guy could sense that her electricity is showing signs of being processed, ensuring that she's right back on track. After that, Shin-kun seems to be leaving and Jiu tosses him a mask, telling him it's essential to wear when he's doing something wrong. She tells him to take and our guy assures her that he's just going out for some snack and will buy some supper for her, leaving Jiu blushing. Heading outside, Shin-kun goes into the forest, and now that he's currently a 3-rank monster, he thinks of using Lord's Flame to take on even a peaked rank 3 monster. Being careful to hide the monster's transformed left hand, he makes sure that the others think that he's a fire element transcender. Suddenly, he feels something underground and quickly hides his flames. At that moment, his monster genes detect that it's the Earth Dragon, the same one he encountered on the training grounds. Even though he's come far into the Transcendence Institution, he realizes that the school is not far enough from the testing grounds, so the dragon must have sensed him and is still looking for him within this area. He feels threatened to even use his Lord's Flame too much, or else that thing will come knocking on his door. As he returns, it appears that Shin-kun won't be getting a tasty supper. We also get to know that there are not only earth dragons beneath the ground, but many undiscovered monsters that humans have yet to find. Apparently, humans don't know that the monsters that were once human are still alive. Moreover, the death of these monsters will release their genetic energy in the form of smoke, which will flow continuously into the bodies of these underground monsters. After a year, when the monsters gather enough power, it will trigger an apocalypse. That's when we are revealed that Shin-kun in his previous life happened to stumble upon a clue about one of those underground monsters. The scene then takes us to a place where we see a masked man kidnapping a guy and tying him inside the car. Along with that guy, these masked people seem to have kidnapped many other people who are freaking inside the car as to what they are planning to do with them. The masked man driving the car asks his partner Falcon if he used less medicine, as it looks like he did not control the dosage well this time. While the guy, tied down by ropes, is panicking to let him go and tells them that kidnapping is illegal, Falcon assures his partner that's not possible as he administered the medicine with precision, assuming that the guy is different from the rest, perhaps stronger than others. Believing that they got a big one this time, the masked guy deduces that the guy has more monster genes in his body, that's why he woke up earlier, and asks Falcon how much more valuable he is compared to the regular stock. Well, it looks like these guys are kidnapping people with monster genes in order to get something out of them. Meanwhile, the poor guy is bawling his eyes out. Falcon guesses that his monster's gene is 80%, which means he's a grade A stock that's 7 times the amount of life essence fluid compared to a normal D grade, concluding it's a huge profit. The guy mutters that it will be troublesome if that guy turns into a monster and asks Falcon to shut him down, when abruptly, someone blocks their way, punching their car screen. Smashing the car from the front, the guy disappears after making the vehicle stop. The masked guys begin to panic, wondering who the hell is that guy, and now even the engine's busted. Just as the masked driver asks Falcon to keep an eye on the kidnapped people and not let them transform prematurely, while he goes to find the guy. Panicked, Falcon informs him that the guy is standing behind him, and that's when he pulls the masked guy out of the car, shattering the window. The guy smashes the driver away, and while he guesses that the information has been leaked, he asks the guy who the hell he is. While that guy appears to be Shin-kun, the masked guy doesn't seem to care who he is and is determined to kill him as must not be left alive. In the car, one of the kidnapped guys wakes up everyone and Falcon panics as their monster genes are waking up. Having no choice, he pulls out the medicine while the poor guy asks Falcon if they're human traffickers and assures him that he's safe, as with the help of Redemption Association, his mental state has been very stable, making him believe that he won't turn into a monster. The guy cries his eyes out and begs to let him go as his wife left him and their child behind who's waiting for him to come back. But Falcon doesn't give a damn and tells him his son is also on the list next as he's also a carrier, making that guy inhale the medicine and put him back to sleep. He releases the medicine inside the car, not caring about the dosage. On the other hand, the masked guy brags that he's a 3-star ranked transcendent and alerts him to get ready to be turned into ashes by his point-blank lightning. The masked guy strikes his lightning and notices Shin-kun emitting blue flames, which makes him realize that electricity and fire won't cancel out each other, so both of them will be affected in the end. But he believes that since that blue fire is just a small spark, he'll be fine, but the guy is proved wrong in the other instant, as Shin-kun's blue flames burn his hands, low-key screaming what the fuck power that is. Burning his hands, the guy wonders why it hurts so much when it is just a blue spark, and witnesses Shin-kun who doesn't even get a scratch. As our guy seems to be walking towards him, the masked guy asks if he's trying to save all of them, and warns him that those people carry monster genes, which means they could turn into monsters at any moment, adding they're going to cause chaos in the world. He justifies that killing them is an act of justice, and using them for good is a service to the public, suggesting Shin-kun leave quickly as he has no idea who he's dealing with. Kicking that scum right in the face, Shin-kun clarifies that it's human trafficking while the guy tries to reason with him, uttering that someone has to do the dirty work. While the guy asks him how he knows about human trafficking, our boy lets out that he'll help figure out the ins and outs of their Redemption Association. Listening to this, The guy keeps denying that he's not from any association, while Shin-kun elaborates that these guys find the right time to modify the location trackers implanted in the neck of the carriers, and make them appear as if they were legally killed by their people after they were monsterized. He goes on to expose that these guys will secretly sell them to the fans' family experimental base, and the masked guy is left flabbergasted as to how he knows that much information. As Shin-kun's foot breaks his mask, he exposes how many innocent lives he've ended, but that bastard doesn't seem to care about them, and asserts that they're eliminating potential threats to society. He reveals that soothing them will only slow down their transformation, so killing them is the only way to eliminate the problem. Hearing this, Shin-kun contemplates that the Redemption Society was founded years ago, presenting itself as an organization where monster gene carriers could confide in and find comfort with each other. However, 6 months later, they organized hundreds of large monster gene carriers' confession gatherings across the country, and they used some sort of method to force all the carriers to mutate into their monster form and kill them all. It is also revealed that it was only exposed when people discovered that they had been recording all the writers' personal info and selling it. They sold them to the fan family for various experiments to obtain the life essence and research data, but by that time the fan family had destroyed all the evidence and no leads were to be found. Shin-kun only seems to know a delivery route mentioned by a captured high-ranking Redemption Association member in the news, and besides experiments, the fan family has another purpose for the captured monster gene carriers, which is to feed the underground monsters. Snapping out his thoughts, our guy asks him how many secret experimental bases the fan family has, and the guy unveils that there's only one. Crushing his face, the guy pleads no to smash him that hard, and mutters that there's only a secret base that he knows of. That's when Shin-kun smashes his face even harder and begs that his head is about to explode, agreeing to confess it all. After that, the guy confesses that there are multiple Monster Factory experimental bases all over the country. Our guy then questions how many there are near Chingchu City, and the masked guy, scared for his life, reveals that there's only one, and even insists on taking him there. Asking if he knows something about monsters underground, the guy seems to be clueless about this, and Shin-kun thinks that he is not high-ranked enough to receive the confidential information, ordering that guy to take them to that location. With that, Shin-kun moves forward and the guy agrees to lead him on the way to meet those dead carriers. Not learning his lesson, the guy uses his lightning powers, assuming that Shin-kun believes that he is unable to use his hands. Planning to blow his head right off, he leaps towards him to attack him with the lighting as he can't let him live after seeing his face. Our guy holds his lightning hand like it's no big deal, and since their car is not far from them, he believes that his screams would be loud enough that his companion can hear it. Scared shitless, the guy is shocked to the core, questioning how he could possibly grab his palm grenade with his left hand directly, the fact that he hasn't even used that blue flame transcended ability of his. Suddenly, he witnesses something wrong with Shin-kun's hand, and our guy transforms his left arm, making that guy realize that he was a monster after all. And now he can't make it out alive from a monster who has a hide of copper and bones of iron, as even his electricity not nearly enough to deal with a monster like him. Meanwhile, that guy has been taken care of. The scene flips to the car where Falcon is struggling to put that guy to sleep due to his high-value monster genes. At that moment, he watches Shin-kun approaching the car and gets the hunch that his partner, the electricity eel, has been taken down. Knowing that there's danger, Falcon immediately scampers out of the car to save his life, and refuses to take the blame in the future if the cargo gets exposed. After that, the guy in the car coughs after being exposed to fresh air and thanks Shin-kun for saving them. However, our boy informs us that they are all already dead. The location trackers have been maliciously altered to register as monsterized and killed. Shin-kun then reveals that the Redemption Association is the one to set them up, and advises him not to let anyone know that they're still alive and warns them not to go back to the city. The guy gets worried for his son and asks what he should do, but our boy has some other things to take care of. Our boy then narrates that the Transcendence Institution is located on an island just outside the Nanhua city. But 20 years ago, monsters and transcenders first appeared in a world where the transcenders were weak, and monsters were mercilessly destructive. 5 years later, humans paid a tremendous price to finally exterminate all the monsters and restore stability to society. However, Nansha City had already died by then, and later Nanhua City's exterminators established various facilities here, including the Transcendence Institution, the Genetics Research Institution, the training grounds, and all the other things related to transcenders. Coming to the present, our guy who seems to be following Falcon arrives at the ruins of Nansha City, which is yet to be rebuilt, and gets to know this is where the fan family secretly builds the Monster Factory. At the monster factory, the monsters are tied with chains as Falcon makes his way through the first line of defense and gets detected by the camera. Assuring that he's not an intruder, he lets out that the factory's first line of defense is troublesome, as every time they have to come here they have to listen to these eerie monster noises. The voice comes from the surveillance camera and notifies him if someone intrudes, they will be able to detect it immediately, because even the transcenders with the ability of invisibility won't be able to escape the monster's sense of smell. Just then, the voice gets concerned as he sees Falcon alone and asks what happened to the electric eel in the shipment, supposing something has happened. That's when the guy asks if there was an information leak, revealing someone came and caused trouble, plus the electric eel is most likely dead. Fortunately, Falcon sensed something was dubious and abandoned the shipment to hurry back, insisting on opening the door as he needed to talk with Director Song about the situation. The voice from the camera panics and asks if he's sure no one followed him here, while Falcon says that it's bullshit as he's a 3-star ranked wind elemental transcender, so no one can keep up with him unless that guy has a really good nose. Being certain that no one can get past this defense line even if that guy followed him, as he'll be food for the monsters, the gate opens for Falcon. The guard watching the surveillance camera suddenly witnesses a shadow flashing by at the first defense line and finds that impossible as the monster didn't even make a sound. Checking the other monitors, he doesn't pay much attention and thinks if there's an intruder, they're most likely to appear at the ventilation shaft position. On the contrary, our guy Shin-kun seems to be passing the first defense line like a walk in a park, and as expected, even with a monster network, other rank 1 monsters can't recognize him. As long as there are no monster genes in his stomach, the monsters will consider him as one of their own. Seeing that there are blind spots from the surveillance here, our guy decides to make a hole in the wall and gets inside. Meanwhile, in the quarantine room, the doctors seem to be waiting for the batch of shipment as they seem to be running out of supplies. A guy probably with a monster gene seems to be laid on the machine with his lower body chopped off. Suddenly that guy screams out of utter pain and the doctors immediately ask to remove this specimen's vocal cords, calling the other doctor unprofessional. The doctor then elucidates that if they extract the monster gene directly, those monsters will turn into smoke in a short time, so if they want to send these monster genes to the level 2 laboratory intact, they must handle them first. Furthermore, they must remove the monster's genes while these people are still alive, as their bodies are containers for them, and even if they lose their limbs, they won't mutate into monsters, but having them make noise is still a hassle. The doctor then proceeds to cut off the vocal cords while that helpless guy begs him, saying that he could do anything to him but pleads to spare his wife as the amount of monster gene in her body is extremely low. The poor guy screams to spare his wife, and that's when we witness numerous bodies brutally kept inside the containers, all containing monster genes. With tears streaming down that guy's face, he shouts in despair and wishes that they never find peace in the afterlife, calling them wicked bastards. The heartless researcher teaches his fellow mate that if other researchers face such a distracting situation, it will increase the likelihood of research failure, and if this happens to the most critical experiment, then they're essentially obstructing human progress, referring to the fact that it's important to cut the vocal cord of person who's alive. As the doctor is about to cut the vocal cord, suddenly, a blackout occurs which hinders their work, and it turns out that the entire factory has lost its power. At that moment, Falcon emerges in the room and asks the doctor, addressing him as Supervisor Song, if they had an information leak, alerting them that they've been ambushed. Furious, the supervisor calls him a troublemaker and immediately concludes that Falcon is being tracked and the people who ambushed them cut out the power. While Song commands the security to initiate a level 1 alert, he immediately makes a phone call, presuming that the monster factory has been infiltrated by a mysterious individual, so he must notify the higher-ups immediately. Just as he notifies the higher-ups who are the Fan family about the Factory 3 ambush, abruptly, they hear a loud noise of someone crashing in. Falcon panics, as he is aware that the guy who followed is already here, and the guards ask the supervisor to give the instructions. Meanwhile, Song orders them to find the intruders, and our boy makes the entry and smashes all of the guards on the floor, uttering that their body, mind, and even soul smells like crap. Calling his late-night snack disgusting, Shin-kun barges into the quarantine room, and Supervisor Song calls him ignorant for saving these monster gene carriers. Calling them a threat to society, Song justifies that they make them useful. Since Shin-kun barged in to obstruct them, he suggests him to stay and be their subject. Saying the security guards don't serve much purpose, he lets out that the real security is here, and that's when 2 powerful transcenders leap to attack Shin-kun, with one being Falcon, who comes to avenge his partner Electric Eel. During this, the supervisor gets curious about this intruder, assuming that he's an exterminator or Dean Ching-che's people. He reckons that this guy is too arrogant to dare to come alone and wreak havoc in his monster factory, but he gets a bit relieved as they have a 3-star ranked wind elemental transcender and 2 3-star ranked special security personnel, plus they even possess that secret medicine. He believes that even if the intruder is a 4-star transcender, he will have to stay here for him to extract his transcended gene chain. In the meantime, the transcender strikes with flaming staff, and Falcon attacks with a lighting whirlwind. Our guy uses his blue flames to block it. They notice that Shinkun's blue flames are absorbing their powers. The transcenders freak out as the guy seems to be absorbing their abilities and assume that he must have learned some kind of self-destructive elemental star chart. Witnessing the power of his self-destructive ability, Falcon, who's been crashed into the wall, lets out that he's too familiar with this type of move as it's in the transcended genes, provoking Shinkun by saying this power is similar to showing off by sacrificing his life. Shinkun responds that he'll admit if he can use it twice in a row, and Falcon shows him the middle finger. The guy gets a powerful punch that even the blood splatters all over the wall. As the two transcenders witness that wind elemental guy being taken down, they are scared to death as it looks like half of his body got struck by a truck. Looking as if the monster is beating up a human, the security transcender guy assumes that he must be at least a rank 3 monster, and thinks that he has some tricks up his sleeves to be able to use such intense moves in succession. Pointing out his weakness, they notice that Shinkun can only explode in a small area, and as long as they keep their distance, they will be able to beat him. While they proceed to strike the flaming staff from a distance, Supervisor Song is flabbergasted, contemplating that those transcenders are wrong as only those who successfully cultivate an elemental star chart are able to evolve into a 3-star transcender. But that doesn't mean that all 3-star transcenders can use the power of elemental star charts. Studying the fan family's abilities for years, Song is way too familiarized with the fire elemental transcendence abilities, so he immediately grasps that what Shinkun used were just pure fire elemental abilities and pure physical strength. On the other hand, the transcender's flames are overwhelmed by our boy's blue flames again, and as they realize that he's stronger than they thought, and that even ranged attacks won't hurt him, they are only left with one option. At that moment, the two transcenders eat the crimson fire seed and utter that they have to bedridden for half a month again, referring to the side effects of this special medicine. Knowing that they are eating crimson seeds, the supervisor presumes that it's the Monster Factory's trump card. That's when we get to know that crimson seed is a drug developed by the fan family using the eternal flame found deep underground, which can temporarily boost the power of flames of fire, elemental transcenders, to break through into a level of a 4-star. While the transcenders are bursting with power and challenge Shinkun to take on the flaming staff power of a 4-star transcender, the supervisor surmises that dealing with that intruder should be a walk in the park now. However, if he's not mistaken, that intruder seems to possess a flame that's very much likely what the fan family has been seeking. After continuous research of the fan family in an attempt to fully master it, they hope to use it to break through the power of the 90% transcended gene, the eternal flame that exists underground. At that moment, our guy annihilates the two transcenders even after increasing their powers, and Song watches all of this from inside the room. Soon after, Shinkun makes his way into the quarantine room where Supervisor Song analyzes that his transcended gene amount must be extremely high to the point where his flames changed quality, even showing enhanced physical properties like that of a 90% transcended gene. Given that his flames also underwent evolution similar to the underground eternal flame, the guy calls it a devouring property. Curious, our guy asks the supervisor about the underground eternal flame and tells him to take him where it is. Not seeing a problem in taking him, Song keeps one condition and asks him to join them, assuring that with his powerful transcended genes, he'll be highly valued by them, adding that they could even use him to unlock the secrets of the eternal flame to make a significant contribution to the world. As Song insists on joining them, Shinkun lets out that he already has his people. Not giving a damn about security personnel, Song affirms as long as the researchers are fine, there is no problem, and the fan family wouldn't mind losing a few low-rank grunts. However, our guy interrupts him and confesses that all of them are dead, including the researchers, revealing that he just released all the monsters from their captivity and sealed all the doors leading out so the monsters could only hunt within. Approaching the doctor, our boy thinks that it's equal retribution, as all of them forced these people to mutate into monsters, so it's only fair that they are devoured by monsters here. Frightened to death, Supervisor Song utters that he's a human too, and justifies that those monster gene carriers are the scum of society, and that what they do by researching them is recycling. Quivering with fear, the doctor asks Shinkun how helping these carriers will benefit him, and our guy says that it's only right to seek revenge for his fellow companions. Closing the eyes of that guy who died begging to spare the life of her wife, Shinkun tells him to rest well and promises that he will get revenge for them against the fan family. Calling him fucking crazy, the supervisor reminds him that the transcenders are his companions, while our boy grabs him by the neck and asks him the location of the eternal flame, warning otherwise he will regret being alive. Being choked, the researcher agrees to spill the location and discloses that the underground eternal flame is at Nansha Scarp Cotton Factory. Knowing that he's spinning lies, Shin-kun seems to have hit the nail on the head as he spills some truth and clarifies that his knowledge of Qingchu City is deeper than he'd thought. Assuming that after weakening havoc in this place the Fan family couldn't possibly be in the dark, our guy grasps that he's stalling time for the reinforcements to come, and he himself seems to be elated for his reinforcements. Coming to a place as inconspicuous as this factory for reinforcements, Shin-kun grasps that it's best not to make a fuss about it, and guesses the person coming is a 4-star ranked transcender for sure. Sobbing, the supervisor asks what he wants and gets mad about what element chart he's cultivated, so that even the monsters are not devouring him. With that, our guy utters that it looks like he's seen the monster and instantly annihilates Song into bits, agreeing that the supervisor was right as he doesn't know any elemental charts. After that, Shin-kun heads upwards as he can smell the scent of powerful transcended genes wafting from above, after all the monsters have eaten the people in the factory. He reckons that now that the monster factory is filled with monsters, no party would come in so rashly. Thinking if he exits, he won't be able to avoid the 4-star transcender who's on the way, so he just needs to wait for his prey to come to him. Therefore, in that span of time, our guy finally has enough to search around freely and find what can be used. Roaming around, he finds a whole fridge of life essence fluid and wonders how even the Fan family got hold of this, given that it's much purer than what the school provides. Since the Fan family is really a big shot, Shin-kun thinks he picked the right partner and picks out the essence bottles for Jiu, since she will finish that stash from back then within 3 days. As he is confiscating the fluids, his eyes land on exactly what he needs, the Crimson Fire Seed, and grabs them all. Finally, he comes to his last task and asks his fellow monsters if they filled up themselves. Looking at those monsters, he gets a déjà vu from a monster attack on the city from the past and feels a bit eerie. Nonetheless, Shin-kun asks all of them to enter his stomach and eventually, he digs into a feast, devouring all of them. With a full belly and well hydrated, our guy decides to head back home with the supplies he has accumulated from the factory, and that's when he sniffs, realizing that the reinforcement is there. Encountering him, the Transcender seems to be waiting for him, and calls him ruthless for letting the monsters devour the entire research institute in the monster factory. Envying Shin-kun for getting to witness such a massive feast with his own eyes, he decides to reward him and strikes his powers as the ground beneath our guy starts to break. Meanwhile, our fella is surprised to see a 4-star Transcender as someone he's seen in the news before, a deceased one at that. He recognizes that he's an Earth Elemental Transcender who awakened his gravitational ability after evolving into the 4-star rank. Shin-kun proceeds to reveal that he used his transcended powers to brutally murder 13 women, and an S-class exterminator team ambushed him, eliminating him in the bar back then. While he lets out the Fan family really plays dirty recruiting someone like him, the 4-star ranked guy warns him that his nightmare has just begun, and in the next few hours he's going to crush him with his gravity. Planning to snap his tendons and ligaments just like those women, that guy seems certain that Shin-kun will be crying to let him have a quick death. That's when the Transcender traps him under that rock with his gravity powers, and asks Shin-kun to scream louder as he can't hear him through the rocks. At that moment, he notices the blue flames emerging out of the rock, and the guy is impressed to see that those flames manage to block his earth blades. Given that he blocked the attack even in the condition of first-level heavy earth, the Transcender realizes that he's a strong one among the 3-star ranked Transcenders, as he even dared to infiltrate the factory all by himself. Looking forward to more fun, the guy activates Elemental Life, a heavy Earth star chart, and a second level of heavy gravity to crush Shin-kun under the ground. Trapped under the rocks, our guy can't seem to break through his transcended abilities, even with his blue flames, as 4-star ranks are much stronger than 3-star ranks. As he wonders how many levels of gravity he has yet to use, the 4-star rank peeks through the rocks. Calling him a pervert, Shin-kun advises him to save some strength so that he can run faster later, otherwise dying too quickly is too easy for him. Liking his spirit, just as the guy is about to activate his powers, abruptly, Shin-kun breaks through the rocks and immediately releases his aura of a 3-rank monster with extreme mutation of this left hand. In a flash, he pierces out a tendril from his mutated hand towards the guy, and it gets attached to his back. While the 4-star rank guy tries to process what just happened behind him, that guy feels a little scratch and emerges. Thinking that Shin-kun is trying to escape while he's not looking, he clarifies that our fella doesn't even stand a chance of escaping from his gravitational pressure. Suddenly, our guy withdraws all of his aura, making the 4-rank Transcender think that he's giving up already. As Shin-kun nods, deep down he knows there's more to it. It turns out that our guy is enveloping his whole body with 1% of metal elemental transcended power, and making every effort to prevent any trace of monster genetic power from leaking out. At that moment, the 4-star guy feels like there's an earthquake, panicked if something is coming up from underground, while our boy, Loki, freaking out, hopes that the Earth Dragon doesn't see him, and sets his eyes on the 4-star Transcender, given that he attached his tendrils on him and has Shin-kun smell all around him. Sensing something underground, the guy activates his powers, and as he tries to hold the rocks, a giant Earth Dragon bursts out of the rocks. Despising his luck, the guy is appalled to see the dragon here and gets to know why his defenses failed. At that moment, he notices that the Earth Dragon seems to be staring at him and will attack him any minute. In a flash, the Earth Dragon attacks him with its tail, and the Transcender runs for his life, wondering why that thing is after him. Just then, he recalls that Brat Shinkun told him to hold back so he could run faster and speculates that it's his doing. A loud rumble reverberates as the dragon attacks its target. Meanwhile, our boy waves that poor guy goodbye after putting him into that mess. Leaving his supplies, Shinkun leaves the rest to the exterminators, as it appears that he gradually revealed the rumor of the apocalypse from the future 1 year earlier before all of them, and had the exterminators remove it. On the other hand, the exterminators arrive at the scene and they ask Sister Kui for more information. Shang Guangquai then notifies that in order to restrain the Earth Dragon, having their team is already sufficient. She then instructs them to prepare for the binding formation, and informs her fellow member that he will achieve the honor of being the first in Huaxia to defeat the Earth Dragon. Team Song prepares as they activate their powers and keep getting closer to the Earth Dragon. Meanwhile, Shang recalls there were too many people last time at the training grounds, too many obstacles, and the dragon even escaped. Infuriated, she has received orders from the higher-ups to guard the Qingchu city properly, so as long as the Earth Dragon doesn't die, she can't find a partner properly. Determined to cut it off this time, her team member interrupts and notifies her that there's someone in front of the Earth Dragon. Using sonic wave modeling, Song gets to know that he's the executed death row inmate who murdered 13 women. As soon as Shang hears this, she decides to kill both of them, and striking her water dragon, she leaps to slash both of them. As the 4-star Transcender is happy to see that someone is here to save him, he is hit by the sudden realization that these exterminators are here to kill him. Using 5th level heavy defense, the Transcender bursts out of the rocks while Shang leaps towards the dragon and incredibly slashes it with her water dragon ability. Feeling lucky, the Transcender is lucky to meet who wants his life here, otherwise he wouldn't even know how to ditch this dragon. Escaping, he is baffled as to what is happening tonight, and he even fails to complete the mission to kill the intruder. He knows that dealing with old dog Fan John Wei won't be easy. Just as he is running, unexpectedly, another Earth Dragon emerges out of the ground. Witnessing another one, Shang is left in utter shock, wondering what even they are consuming underground. Believing that it's a few abnormal evolution creatures, she speculates why 2 of them are here and how long the tail is, not knowing if anyone has ever seen its tail. While her mind is bombarded with questions, Shang commands her team to control the other dragon and not to let it escape. As she glides to slice it till the end, her team member panics and shouts not to jump into the Earth Dragon's mouth as its teeth are incredibly strong. But Shang Guangquai seems unaffected and makes it clear that it will have to bite her first. With that, Guangquai's jaw-dropping dragonized slash hits the Earth Dragon directly into its mouth, which leaves her team awestruck as they conclude that her water dragon has come to life as it's getting closer to a 5 rank now, and they anticipate they might have their first 5-star ranked Transcender in Huaxia. Slashing the Earth Dragon, Shang seems to have severed its life force and hopes that it doesn't regenerate like the last time. She excitedly measures the length of the dragon with her powers that seem to be deeper than 100 meters underground. Astonished, she wonders if monster genes even cause animals to mutate into monsters as large as 100 meters. With her insufficient power, she is unable to explore further and decides not to go with this, aware that going down personally can be dangerous. Meanwhile, her crew is booming with happiness as Shang kills the Earth Dragon and asks if she has become a 5-star yet. But the girl seems kinda suspicious about killing that Earth Dragon, speculating if that Earth Dragon is really just a monster. The next scene takes us to the Fan family residence, at the research base for the Eternal Blue Flame. There, the old man, uncle of Fan Shizai, asks for a report on the situation at the Monster Factory from his worker, who reports to him that the Monster Factory facilities in the ruins have been completely destroyed, no researchers survived, and the Redemption Association members who were responsible for transporting the goods have also been reported dead. He further reports that their assassin, the 4-star ranked Transcender, is currently missing in action, but according to the information provided, he is eaten by the Earth Dragon. Although the existence of the Monster Factory has been exposed, the researcher affirms that their emergency measures have been activated as the critical data within the facility has been destroyed automatically, and as per his instructions, they have reported to the Extermination Department headquarters, covering that it was just an ordinary monster research institute. While half of the higher-ups in the Exterminators Department will be speaking for them, currently they are discussing the punishment for their unauthorized construction of a monster laboratory, but he assures the old man that it will be a verbal reprimand. After that, Uncle Fan asks the researcher about who's behind all of this, and the guy opens up about the last message sent by the director of the Monster Factory before he was killed, which said he possesses blue flames, has a devouring characteristic, and suspected to be Transcender, with an extremely high-powered fire-attributed transcended gene, to the point of approaching the level of eternal flame. Releasing his flames toward the big everlasting blossom extracted with its root instilled in the underground laboratory, Shizai grasps that the blue flame guy is the key that would open the everlasting bloom and allow them to obtain the key to the eternal blue flames. Feeling betrayed by the heavens, the fire-attributed transcended powers has been in their family for generations, and the Fan family worked hard to research and obtain the most powerful fire element star chart. They even excavated the everlasting blossom containing the eternal flame, yet none of them have transcended above the 90% threshold, and for that reason, the Fan family has to strive for it themselves. Assuming that the research on artificial transcended genes has been completed, Shizai plans to isolate the transcended genes of this blue flame guy, and being pretty confident use this key himself, the legitimate son with the largest amount of transcended genes in the Fan family, to open the everlasting blossom and enable their family to become the absolute dynasty of flames. While Shizai dreams of creating a flame dynasty, the researcher lets out that their key is to find that blue flame guy and gets concerned about how they even begin the investigation. That's when Uncle Fan utters that he's just a transcendent, so they should seek from the exterminators. He commands the researcher to report everything about that blue flame guy to the extermination headquarters, including their monster laboratory being destroyed by that guy that they were pursuing with their valuable materials and resources being stolen. Plus, he might be the mastermind behind the appearance of the Earth Dragon. After that, Shizai touches the everlasting blossom, nurturing it. He becomes adamant to open it one day and retrieve the eternal flames. At that very moment, we are taken below the research base for the eternal flames where the roots of the blossom seem to be extending 5,000 meters under the ground. To our surprise, those roots seem to be connected by a terrifying monster that seems like an Earth Dragon. And just then the mouth of that Earth Dragon expels the 4-star rank transcender. Wondering where the hell he is, that guy is panic-stiffened when he realizes that there's blood everywhere, and that's when he witnesses the horrendous sight of the Earth Dragon, panicking about how there could be such a gigantic monster in this world. With that, the dragon bursts open its mouth and large blue flames erupt, burning that guy to death, and all that's left is that tendril that Shin-kun attached to him. It appears that the monster was searching for that tendril after all as it consumed it. The scene then flips to the dorm, where Shin-kun returns after creating a mess. He presumes that they should hide some of the resources or else it would be conspicuous. He then assumes that the owner of the tail should have realized now that the one it pursued wasn't him, and probably got hold of the broken tip of his tendril. Meanwhile, he hands Zhu the high-quality life essence. Our guy is bothered by the thought that the Earth Dragon can still trace him with his aura, and wonders if it will send powerful monsters to find him. Our guy anticipates that it might also initiate a preemptive strike and prevent him from having time to grow stronger. This also means that it will surely attract the attention of all exterminators, and it will definitely alert the enemy after all. Shin-kun then concludes that if the world-ending apocalypse is a terminal cancer, then the tumor should manifest as early as possible. We are then taken to the research base for Eternal Flames, where the everlasting blossom begins to break apart like a flower blooming. As the researchers are shocked to see this, they immediately call Director Fan and inform him of this huge breakthrough. However, before they could do that, all the researchers there were annihilated by a blue flame. The next scene takes us to the research base where a guy stabs on his captain's neck, but he remains unaffected as he can activate the elemental life automatically and instantly unlock the golden armor, protecting him from any harm. Alerting that the intruders are here, the captain thanks the Fan family for gathering them all, the dead criminals from all over the country, and they are now a team that even the exterminators are terrified of. Gathering numerous 4-star rank transcenders and 3-star rank transcenders, they all move for the mission the Fan family has given him and plan whoever the intruder may be, they will leave a single survivor even if they're exterminators. He commands Team A to take charge of blocking attacks, Team B to beeline for the enemy's armed forces and slice them, and Team C to keep those personnel in check and prevent them from escaping. Lastly, he orders a guy Achu who looks not so skilled like them to conceal himself and scavenge anything he can find. He warns Aku not to get careless as anyone who can infiltrate the top-secret research facility is no small fry. Just then, the criminal transcenders enter the base and tell everyone to ignite their adrenaline. As soon as they enter the base, the most unexpected thing happens, and in a blink of an eye, all of those transgenders are shredded to pieces, or maybe evaporated in thin air with the blue flames emitting from the awakened blossom. Aku seems to be the sole survivor, and being traumatized, he immediately covers his mouth. After this incident, the poor guy Q explains everything to Director Fan how everyone was gone in an instant, but he managed to survive as he concealed his aura in advance. Trembling with fear, Achu reveals that there weren't any intruders in the base but monsters formed from the petals of the everlasting blossom. Finding it strange, he lets out that it was not people turning into monsters, it was all that unopened flowers, 4 in total, and the most surprising thing is that they can go invisible and use the eternal flames too. He feels sad for how they took down the annihilated who had the golden armor in seconds, concluding that they're stronger than a fucking earth dragon. Calling out Master Fan, Ah-Q panics and tells him that they're in deep trouble this time as these monsters are going to kill a lot of people, requesting to report this incident to the exterminators as no one can handle this. However, Master Fan makes it clear that anyone who tries to leak what's happening here dies, and with that, he snaps his fingers to create flames, killing Ah-Q as he burns him to death. Well, it looks like Master Fan sent those transcenders on purpose, knowing that there were no intruders, just to calm down the everlasting blossom. Master Fan seems to have no sympathy for a death row inmate who's worried about too many people dying and asks to strip him of his transcended genes. After that, Shizai was impressed as the everlasting blossom calmed down just as his uncle said. Its ability to stimulate one's transcended genes is even stronger now as just touching it causes significant changes in one's transcended genes. Manifesting that he'll be able to advance his elemental to 4-star rank soon, Shizai plans to gain the eternal flames. But Uncle warns him to be cautious, and not to touch that thing for now, until they strengthen their security measures for this location. We then get to know that the everlasting blossom is a flower that underwent a genetic mutation, and Director Fan had some suspicions earlier, but he didn't expect the blossom into mobile monsters. Nonetheless, he doesn't care about that, because what matters to him the most is that the monsters are able to stimulate transcended genes, and in the meantime, he predicts that the number of powerful transcendent members in the Fan family will be able to crush the entire world. He also concludes that this everlasting blossom is a treasure exclusive to their family. The scene then switches to the dorm, where Zhiyu asks Shin-kun if he wants to eat her again, as he's staring at her like a weirdo. Our guy refuses and affirms that he ate his fill for the day. Not to mention it'll take about 10 days to digest everything, and by then, the monster genes in his body will reach the peak of rank 3. Before evolving to rank 4, Shin-kun plans to advance his transcended genes, rank to 3 stars first, and then stabilize the monster genes with his transcended genes that will allow him to control his size within the human range. Knowing that he has fewer transcended genes, our guy believes that to reach the 3-star rank requires some special means. Just then, Shin-kun touches Zhiyu's face and transforms his left hand. Giving it a shot, a small tentacle emerges from his hand and Zhiyu asks him to be gentle. Alerting that it will hurt momentarily, the tentacle hits her neck and abruptly, her transcended genes become very active. Impressed to see the results real quick, based on Shin-kun's experience, refining electricity gathers energy, absorbs all the power from the transcended genes, and then refines them all. He asks Zhiyu to keep absorbing and assures that the cost associated with a breakthrough from students in terms of energy sources is covered by the institution. He insists she keeps absorbing the electricity and affirms the institution will cover tonight electricity's bill. On the contrary, the assistant runs to Principal Ching-che and informs him that the institution's circuits are malfunctioning, adding that there's a power outage everywhere. Sipping the tea, the principal seems to be calm as ever, and after an awkward silence, the assistant again asks him to give instructions. But Ching-che asks her to stay calm as they've got a most talented transcended genius in history within the institution, and is aware that she's likely undergoing a breakthrough. Impressed, the principal is amazed by the speed of her breakthrough, which is a bit beyond his expectations, concluding that Zhiyu is more of a genius than he imagined. Concerned, the assistant lets out that the electricity bill will be quite high, but Principal Ching-che laughs it off, saying even if the electric bill costs a few million or more, talent is priceless after all. He believes that the exterminator headquarters will reimburse them later if the expenses are high, and at that moment, the phone rings despite the situation as the phone lines are separated. It turns out to be the exterminator headquarters on the phone, and as Ching-che answers it, he gets informed of the power outage in the city, and all the electricity is surging toward the institution. The principal then assures them that it's just their student Zhiyu undergoing a breakthrough and requests for the electricity expense reimbursement. It is revealed to us that Nanyue Transcendence Institution, located in Qingchu City, which is in a special clearing zone of Nanyue City, spanning both sides of the main river. Qingchu City is the third largest city in Huaxia with an electricity consumption of 200 million kilowatts per hour. Now, with the Nanyue Transcendence Institute as the epicenter, extending to the entire city center, there's a major power outage as all the electricity flowed into Zhiyu's body. Although the power plant is supplying at full capacity, 3 hours of that intense absorption is equivalent to half a day's electricity consumption in the city center of Nanyue City, and it's all equivalent to the energy reserves of a 4-star rank transcendent. The scene then switches to the exterminator headquarters, where the girl on the phone with Principal Ching-che is impressed by Zhiyu's ability to store such terrifying elemental energy within her body, even though she hasn't awakened yet. The principal responds that Zhiyu's elemental reserves are high as they are natural energy containers, and the higher the amount of one's transcended genes, the purer they are within the body. To sum it up, he affirms that there's nothing to be surprised about, because the more energy she has, the greater her genes' probability of undergoing a qualitative change, adding there will be fewer bottlenecks she encounters in her future cultivation. The transcendence organizations worldwide are trying to artificially decipher the secret of these genes and try their best to break through the individual limits of transcended genes, a seemingly visible yet unattainable path to ascension. After that, he asks for the electricity bill for these 3 hours, and the girl informs him that it's 56 million. Upon hearing this, Dean Ching nearly chokes on his tea, and the girl from the headquarters gets concerned. She agrees that Jiu's cultivation won't encounter any bottlenecks, but there might be an unexpected situation that she encounters and is unable to store the elemental power in her body, as she's not even a 1-star rank transcender yet, concluding that it'd be like throwing 50 million into water. But the dean seems pretty confident and thinks that it's impossible, as Jiu even took all the life essence fluid from the entire class, anticipating that advancing to a 1-star rank transcender will be a piece of cake. While he goes on to utter that if she hasn't transcended yet, she wouldn't let all of it go to waste and instead be in a hurry to find help. At that moment, Jiu arrives at the principal's door. Jiu, along with Shinkun, greets the dean and apologizes for consuming enormous amounts of electricity, justifying that she only realized after finishing her cultivation practice. Laughing it off, Qingqi ensures that they're just nurturing talent and proceeds to ask her if she has become a 1-star rank transgender yet. As the girl refuses, the dean seems to be questioning his life decisions right now and yet still believes in her. That's when Jiu reveals that she's a 2-star ranked transcender, making the principal stand from his seat as he is astonished to hear this. Based on his estimation, she should have advanced to 2 stars in a couple of weeks. He gets worried even though she might not encounter any bottlenecks. Having too many transcendent genes requires time for elemental refinement. Checking her elemental refinement, Qingqi uses his powers, and suddenly several branches appear around them. Surprised, Jiu presumes these branches must be formidable, given that they were wholly invisible, not even a wisp of movement let out as if they posed no threat. With that, the principal ascertains that her transcended genes are exceptionally active, thus greatly accelerating the speed of her elemental refinement. While the branches retreat, the dean lets out that there are 2 reasons for heightened transcended gene activity, the first one being battling monsters, and the second one being intense emotions. Making a weird-ass face, Jiu confirms that her emotions are intense right now, and Shinkun backs up the situation, uttering she has a mug stiff as ice but her chest houses a hearth. Nonetheless, our guy clarifies that they just came here to express gratitude to him and the Institute, requesting a cultivation method star chart, and revealing their aim to advance Jiu to a 3-star transcender. As the principal guesses that Shinkun is already thinking about graduation just after he enrolled, he informs them that for Jiu, the Institute has already prepared the most suitable star chart. However, as for Shinkun, it's different, and elucidates that achieving 3-star transcendence is about scientifically constructing an elemental star chart using those genes, much like the fan family's flaming palms. After completion, he'll be able to develop more powerful uses for basic elements. However, the principal unveils that Shinkun's genes have a defect, elaborating that they're too little to construct a star chart. Trying to act calm, our guy reminds the dean that the Institute has robotic exoskeletons for artificial transcendent enhancement assistance. Deep down, Shinkun seems to know that this technology has never been completely successful, and it wasn't until the impending apocalypse that these exterminators brought it out for other people to use. He thinks that it was of no help to prevent the apocalypse, but it did aid him in breaking through to 2-star transcendence. Shocked as to how Shinkun seems to know about this, the principal assumes that it's reasonable to keep tabs on news about transcenders, and reveals that there was brief news about artificial robotic transcendence research being a success, but it was quickly removed. Not because they wanted to hide it from the public, but because the technology was fundamentally immature. The dean unravels that the exterminators could have replaced transcended genes with machinery, but it only worked for those with less than 40% genes, and the effect was marginal at best. Moreover, the thing is that it requires enormous energy consumption, which means that enhancing even a bit of strength for those with few transcendent genes requires a massive amount of life essence fluid. Listening to this, Shinkun concludes that it's perfect for him as massive amounts of life essence fluid are easy to come by, covering it by saying that all of his classmates are helpful and generous. Clearing his throat, Qingqi tells him not to make stealing sound so elegant, and clarifies that the robotic thingy is not much cheaper than the electricity Jiu consumed tonight. Meanwhile, the principal busts their hopes, and Jiu plays along with Shinkun to strong-arm the old man. Jiu threatens the principal by saying that she can't contain the electricity in her body anymore, and decides to release it later so she can absorb it again tomorrow. As both play along surprisingly, they succeed in their drama as Qingqi calls them back and tells Shinkun that he'll give him a chance. He informs them that the institution is about to hold selection for supernovas, so if Shinkun's team can make it, he'll provide him with a robotic transcendent enhancement armor allocated to their academy by the exterminators. Exhilarated, our guy praises the headmaster and makes sure to lead his team to become supernovas, while the headmaster reminds them that there are only 3 days left until the registration. After they both leave, the assistant expresses her concerns and lets out that they can't achieve the supernova status as the National Transcendent Championship selects the strongest team from institutions across the country, and Shinkun's team consists of first-year freshmen, and even with the talented Jiyu, they can't compete with other students. Not to mention, the 2 other members of this team have not even awakened yet, and they can't possibly win just because of Jiyu's unparalleled talent. But Principal Qingche affirms that Shinkun can make it possible. He reminds her assistant when old man Fan Jianwei wanted to stop him from enrolling, citing his 1% almost negligible transcended genes. The assistant recalls that he still gave him a chance to participate in the last trial, and everyone was puzzled due to his genes being practically indistinguishable from naught. Reminding her that Shinkun passed the last trial, he agrees that his transcended genes are on the verge of existence. Yet there were anomalies when he checked his high school physical data, believing that kid has secrets, and according to Dean's year of experience, he can tell that Shinkun is not that simple. That's when the assistant recalls that the principal is researching monster genes, and is aware that he could always seek to address the issues related to abnormalities in those carrying monster genes. Changing the subject, Qingche concludes whatsoever. He gave Shinkun an impossible task, and if he succeeds, it is a win-win situation for them. After he sends off the assistant, he dials a phone to Director Zhu of the Extermination Bureau, and the director is quite shocked to hear such a polite tone. The old man Ching cuts to chase and asks Zhu to consider Zhu's electricity bill as done by him, or else he'll resign from his position. The next day, at the Nanyue Transcendence Institution, the exterminators team seems to have arrived along with Shang Guangkui, and they assume that there's a 90% chance the Blue Flame guy is this year's freshman. The team is instructed to investigate all the students and find out the Blue Flame who not only implicated them, but also stole important data from the fans' laboratory. In the dean's office, the exterminators Nie Yang and Lin Qi come to visit him for business reasons. While the headmaster is happy to see Nie Yang in quite a while, and acknowledges Lin Qi's first return after graduation, Lin Qi makes a nice remark about the institution, saying that it hasn't changed in the past 10 years, but the headmaster is probably running low on funds. He is shocked to see how that's even possible, as the headmaster himself mentioned that if the institution were led by Fan Jianwei, it'd be rolling in riches. Slamming Lin's face, Nie Yang laughs it off and clarifies that he must have heard it wrong, calling him a tactless idiot. Affirming that they don't need to act nice, Qingche tells them to get down to business, as that's the truth anyway. The atmosphere gets serious when Nie Yang informs him that besides serving as a judge for the supernova selection, they also bear the responsibility of investigating the Blue Flame. The headmaster questions what made the Extermination Bureau think that the Blue Flame is at their installation, and Nie points at Lin to explain the rest. Standing up, Lin Qi reveals that on the night of the 25th of June around 10:30, while he was clearing monsters at the Shen Market, he encountered the Blue Flame. Due to a sudden situation, his arm was bitten off by a monster, and it was then that Guy appeared out of nowhere and helped him. But for some reason, he knocked him unconscious, and when he woke up, all the monsters were already dead. Surprisingly, in his haze, he saw the Blue Flame absorbing the black smoke left by the monsters, and as the lighting was dim, he couldn't see his face clearly, but based on his overall judgment, he's certain that Guy is a young male. Li Qi further adds the captain's speculations about the Blue Flame that he's a teenager who suddenly awakened a strong transcended power, someone mentally immature, impulsive, and seeking excitement. After that, Nie Yang asserts that they wouldn't be in a hurry if the situation hadn't worsened, and spills the Blue Flame's recent pursuit of excitement that escalated significantly. According to fan family reports, the Blue Flame appeared and attacked one of their crucial laboratories, even stealing its vital fluids, and resulting in the death of all personnel within. Nie Yang speculates that he's getting more dangerous, so they must haste and apprehend him. Moreover, considering his age, he first appeared when the institution opened, and coincidentally the institution was in Qingchu City at that time, so it's possible he might be a newly enrolled student. Pissed off, Lin Qi is determined to catch him and won't hesitate to knock him out himself. Judging by Lin's expression, the headmaster assumes that he's pretty certain that the Blue Flame is from this institution, and that's when Lin opens up. Ever since the day he knocked him unconscious, he felt a strange connection between them. Confused if it's some bizarre transcendence resonating from the bump on his forehead he has his remains to be seen, Lin Qi is confident in what he's feeling and sensed it the moment he entered the school that Blue Flame is here, curious to find what connection they have. Soon after, Nie Yang sums it up that they must apprehend Blue Flame, clearing that the Extermination Bureau isn't just investigating the institution, but also all the new students will be checked thoroughly. Seeming to have no problem with it, the headmaster informs them that it's the best time for them to check the students, as they're all currently training in the elemental field. On the contrary, in the elemental field, Teacher Bo elucidates the different courses on element training, and the installation below here that establishes the cycle of the 5 elements. Under this installation, the students' transcended genes will become more active for those who have already awakened. It can accelerate their training progress, and for those who have not awakened, it can increase their probability of awakening. After that, the teacher instructs them to find suitable opponents for sparring, as combat is always the best way to enhance one's transcended genes. Giving the instruction, Bo then asks Shinkun and Jiu to come with him. Taking the chance as their leader Shinkun is gone, the other guy comes to bully Zhao Sheng, calling him non-awakened rabble and asking to be their practice partners. But Zhao refuses and says he'll spar with Xiao Tao instead, since these guys are a bit lacking, so he might accidentally hurt them. Hearing this, the guy bursts into laughter. He calls his other member to make fun of him, admitting the rabble do have stubborn mouths. Planning to teach them a lesson in a friendly match, the guy, hopping mad, asks Zhao how dare he snatch their resources and warns him to spit it out obediently, wondering if their leader can protect them. On the other hand, Teacher Bo clutches his head in concern about the dean agreeing to their outrageous demands, and they take on the dean's absurd mission. He informs Shinkun and Jiu that the headmaster has instructed him to help them as much as possible, so he's currently the mentor of their team. Considering himself unlucky, Bo shares his honest opinion, and lets out that their team doesn't even meet the minimum requirements for registering in the supernova selection. With the lowest criterion for the leader being 3-star rank transcendence power, Bo expresses that it's all thanks to Shang Guankui, otherwise the standard would have been the same, and they wouldn't even have stood a chance. He then reveals that back in the day, Shang joined a team of second-year students during her first year, and with her 2-star transcendence, she successfully overturned a 3-star examiner, and since then, the standard changed. While the teacher suggests they can join a second-year team like Guankui and clarifies that a low amount of transcended genes might lead them to be excluded, Shinkun refuses and affirms that he's fine with his current team. The teacher kinda makes fun of the team with 3 burdens, 2 non-awakeners, and 1 with 1% transcended genes. Suddenly our boy feels a strange sensation, and in an instant, he identifies that the exterminator whose arm he indirectly bit off is here. Low-key freaking out, he presumes that it's a complete resonance between identical transcended genes, which means the exterminator can also sense him. Not letting him discover Shinkun by any chance, our guy decides to wrap the transcended genes with his monster genes to block the connection between him and that exterminator. After that, the teacher is aware that the headmaster gave Shinkun the Starry Sword Star chart, a technique that can be used even with small amounts of transcended genes. However, Bo Liang makes it clear that as his aptitude remains low, he can't practice the Starry Sword technique without the armor first, and without the chart, he can't manipulate elements based on it, thus he can't perform the technique. Saying that it's like trying to make screws without a lathe, the teacher concludes that it can happen unless he can sense someone else's element and imitate them. In any case, he asks Jiu to be the captain and instructs her to show her powers with all she has. Making a cute face, Jiu asks the teacher if she can use her full force, telling him to hold on as activation might take a while. Panicked, the teacher gets scared to see her dangerous expression and asks her to shoot the electricity towards the sky first. Meanwhile, the bullies are still troubling Zhaosheng and blabbering that their leader can't protect them. Suddenly, a huge strike of lightning erupts from Jiu towards the sky, making everyone shit their pants, and the bully immediately bows down in admiration, respecting Zhaosheng, and preparing their resources to be favored by their leader at any time, referring to Sheng. Xiao Tao and Zhaosheng are truly mesmerized by their sister-in-law Jiu's power. Letting out that big energy, Jiu asks the teacher if it is acceptable while Bo is lost for words, pondering she's a demoness, and it's crazy she can achieve this much by relying solely on her elemental outbursts, which leads him to a concern if she practices the star chart given by the dean, she will become a human nuclear power plant at that point. At that moment, Secretary Yang calls out Bo Liang and Jiu asks Shinkun if he's alright, to which our guy responds that the exterminators are here. Gathering everyone in the ground, Nie Yang asks Lin Chi if he sensed that person yet, but Lin, certain that he's in the elemental ground, lets out that resonance disappeared just now. However, Lin is adamant about finding him no matter what, and plans to smoke him out using his metal transcendent abilities. The next scene takes us 2 months ago, when Lin Chi arrives at a place that seems to be in ruins, and asks the guy from the exterminators team about the situation. Seeing Lin's uniform, which looks like a captain from another district, the guy, mistaking him for the captain, reports to him that the vice captain successfully lured the monster into this rundown building, ensuring that it won't pose a threat to civilians. Just then, Lin Chi asks him to order his vice captain to evacuate, and the guy informs the vice captain through the radio that there are orders to evacuate immediately. As soon as he informs, Lin Chi, using his metal transcended abilities, draws in iron around him, leaving that guy's jaw drop as even the building rebars are being drawn, given that he didn't seem to use much elemental power. Manipulating 1,000 pounds of iron with just 30 grams of force, the guy from the exterminator team realizes that it's the highest realm of the Myriad Sword Star chart, Myriad Sword Strike. Making that building collapse in an instant, Vice Captain Ni Yang comes rushing out of the building, asking who the hell bombed him. Freaking out, he shouts that even stabilized the monsters and was giving rookies real-world practice. Lashing out at Lin, Ni, not caring district captain he is, decides to make him pay for his actions. That's when Lin Chi salutes the vice captain and introduces himself as a freshman and 25th graduate of the Nanyue Transcendence Institute, reporting for duty. While the two exterminators are left speechless, Nie shouts in disbelief that he's a newcomer assigned to their branch. Coming to the present scene, as Lin Chi seems to be using his destructive powers again, Nie Yang gets pissed and advises him not to mess around because if he destroys this 5-element formation plaza, they'll have to work their butts off for the next 20,000 years to repay the debt. Calling the vice captain stubborn, Lin lets out there are more than enough metals hidden inside the 5 elements formation. That's when he says the phrase, "Metal, come forth," and several metal swords appear over the students' heads, making them scared. While the students panic and think that this exterminator takes them as monsters, Shin-kun realizes immediately that Lin can sense the metal element in his body, embedding his own metal elemental power in them. Trying to sense him out forcefully, suddenly, our guy's transcended genes, which is the metal ability, start getting stirred up. Although his monster genes can suppress them, he wonders if we'll not be able to use the transcended genes as long as that shorty Lin is around, concluding that it's unavoidable. But then Shin-kun thinks there's a possibility he might have sensed someone else, and not him. He then warns Jiu not to act recklessly and maintain distance from him. Shortly, his confusion evaporates when Lin finds the blue flame and the metal sword glides towards Shin-kun. Trying to panic, our guy decides to test his acting skills to act as an ordinary freshman who knows nothing. With several metal swords soaring in his direction, Lin leaps towards him, muttering that he attacked an exterminator at the cinema in Yuepiao Commercial District and sabotaged the Fan family laboratory. He then puts Blue Flame under arrest by orders of exterminators. Upon hearing this, all the students are shocked to hear that the Blue Flame is Shin-kun, assuming the wanted Blue Flame is a fire attribute transcendent, but Shin-kun is a metal attribute. Meanwhile, our guy keeps panicking as the metal swords get closer, and he tries to reason that he has metal ability. Abruptly, our guy drops his act and discovers that he can clearly sense the movements of these elements, even see their structure, and surmises that he can imitate it with ease as he recalls what Bo said about him using the sword technique if he can sense and imitate someone's elements. Just then, Shin-kun uses a bit of metal element and says the phrase Lin was saying earlier, making fun of his silly phrase and calling it an 8th grader syndrome who has grandiose delusions. Using the Celestial Star Strike sword technique, our guy stabilizes that metal sword in no time, while Bo Liang witnesses this and realizes it's a technique from the Myriad Star Chart that can be used with small amounts of elements. He analyzes that Shin-kun was able to learn it after seeing Lin use it, just like that, and speculates that it's not something he can learn by simply spectating. He doesn't even have a star chart. On the other hand, Nie Yang reminds Lin Chi that the blue flame guy has a fire attribute and this guy Shin-kun has a metal attribute. But this guy Lin clung to his senses, certain that it couldn't be wrong, gets determined to prove that using fire doesn't mean he has a fire attribute. He elaborates that even a bit of skill, even one from the metal attribute, can create fire just like him who uses extreme velocity and his burning star ability, making the metal sword soar with high velocity that it ignites fire. Witnessing this, Bo Liang is amazed to see Lin ignite a single sword while mastering the essence of the Myriad Sword Star Chart, believing that Lin's control has become even stronger after graduation. Getting suspicious, the teacher also ascertains that someone with metal attributes can indeed generate fire, suspecting that Shin-kun is really the wanted blue flame, and wonders if his identity as a new transcender is just a guise. On the other hand, our guy is truly mesmerized by the Thunderbolt Ignition Sword and dreams of learning it. Just as Lin is about to vanquish the blue flame, suddenly, all the metal swords are shattered by the strong water elemental power that even instantly makes the essence of the Myriad Sword Strike neutralized, and on top of that, all the students present within the Myriad Swords, including Shin-kun, were left unharmed. It turns out to be Shang Guangkui, who unintentionally comes to Shin-kun's rescue and lets out that she thought they came just for supernova selection. She then reminds the exterminators that Nanyue's Transcendence Institution is under her protection, and with a fierce look in her eyes, she asks how dare they bully her students, clearing she won't let them off easily. Shang instructs the exterminators to be the judges and inspect the field set up by the academy, making it clear not to cause trouble here. But Lin Chi loses his cool as he asks Shang to step aside, cause the blue flame is here, while Ni Yang reminds him that it's best to be polite when talking to Sister Shang. Smirking, the girl utters if he's asking a lady to step aside and scares the shit out of him when she creates a water dragon with her powers to teach Lin some manners, calling him an insolent brat. Knowing he can't win against her, Lin lets out that he wants to go back to the headquarters, and Ni is quite surprised to see him backing down quickly. Well, Ni himself freaks out when he sees Shang's elemental life and the dragon that looks as if it's alive. Feeling envious, he wonders if she is about to step into the legendary 5-star transcendence, believing that a slap could smack him, a 3-star peak rank senior, to death. While Yang agrees with him to get back to the headquarters, Lin, looking pissed, lets her know that he'll request 18 colleagues from the headquarters to deal with her, which makes Shanghai go stark, raving mad as her water dragon nearly bites off Lin. Just in time, she gets reminded of the headmaster who requests to tone down her overly flamboyant personality, adding that it will save her from interpersonal setbacks, and including matters of the heart. Calming her nerves, Shang asks Lin if the blue flame guy was actually a metal attribute and why he didn't see it back then. Providing evidence, she mentions that she even monitored the campus when the Fan family laboratory was destroyed, and that night no student left the school. As Xing-kun seems to be hearing everything, he gets a sudden shock. Meanwhile, Ni drags Lin and agrees they might have made a mistake, proceeding to prepare for the supernova selection. After that, Xing-kun calls out Senior Shang and acknowledges that monitoring students must be exhausting for her since the institute is vast. Yawn, she responds, who has the time to monitor all day, and tells Xing-kun that judging by her ability to read men, he seems like he's not a bad person, hitting him sarcastically. Meanwhile, Zhu lets out a cough when sees them close. Shang moves on to junior sister Zhu and holds her hands out of joy, saying that she has high hopes for her, and hopes that she cultivates to 4-5 stars, so together they can eliminate all the scumbags in the world. As Shangui leaves, Zhaosheng spills that according to a rumor, Sister Shang has only encountered scumbags in her relationships, concluding her judgment of men is terrible. While Zhu thinks that it is pretty accurate, our guy seems low-key ticked off as he puts on a sinister smile and asks Zhaosheng to bring Xiao Tao to Zhu's dorm as he has a special treat for them both. Soon after, Bo Liang watches Xing-kun's team joking around and reckons that they weren't joking when they said they wanted to participate in the supernova selection. Apart from Xiao Tao and Sheng who haven't awakened yet, with Zhu's talent and that dark horse Xinggun, Liang believes that there's a real chance they would advance in the first round. However, winning the final victory is unlikely. He thinks of winning some money from his colleagues. The scene then switches to the group of teachers who are registering for the supernova selection and seem to be talking about leading them. One of the teachers gossips about the news that Bo Liang was personally requested by the principal to lead a first-year team to compete against them. While they wonder if the first years even qualify to register, Bo bursts open the door and asks them if they would like to make a bet. The scene then takes us to Zhao's dorm, where his roommate, the bully guy, is praising him for his luck. Well, it looks like the Fan family wants to recruit him and his sister Xiao Tao into the 4th team of the Fan family. The guy goes on to reveal the benefits they offer, like 1,000 vials of life essence per year. That's twice as much as that bandit Xing-kun stole from them combined. Feeling jealous, it seems like that guy is cajoling Zhaosheng into accepting that offer as he opens up about the amazing benefactor, something beyond his wildest dreams. He lets out that young Master Fan has a method of initiating awakening, and this is what Sheng needs the most. Saying that it's good fortune earned by his ancestors over generations, his roommate tries to point out every weak spot and knows that her sister Xiao Tao is repeating the grade for the first time, meanwhile Sheng himself is repeating it twice. He feels bad for Zhao and makes him believe that with his aptitude, awakening is precarious, and persuades him to go with the Fan family's offer so both of the siblings can awaken. Placing his hand on Sheng's shoulder, the guy asks if he's excited to rewrite the fate of the Zhao family, but he doesn't seem to care about it, and asks to remove his dirty hands off him. Laughing it off, the roommate tells him not to act superior now that he's allied himself with a powerful alliance, but Zhao Sheng tells him to listen up, making it very clear that he won't leave Big Brother's side as long as he lives, and even in death. He angrily jerks his hands away and his roommate gets pissed as he grabs Zhao by his collar and asks if he can't see the bigger picture. Calling him a fool, he warns him of the consequences of going against the Fan family and believes that Xing-kun will be forced to grovel before the Fan family when he loses everything. Trying to shake Zhao's faith, he scares him by telling him that he'll be the most pitiful one as he's losing the only chance to awaken, concluding that he will take the collateral damage and suffer retaliation. But Sheng doesn't back off as he believes that the big brother is not as weak as he imagined, and clarifies that even if he is not an easy bully, so if he has the guts to mess with him, he'll admit defeat if the guy manages to get him to say anything. He then hits his roommate right in the guts as he smashes right on his bed and the guy gets pissed, warning Zhao not to be obstinate or else no one can guarantee what might happen while he's sound asleep, asking if he's prepared himself for a year without a peaceful night's sleep. Calling him a mad dog, his roommate punches him as he activates his powers and mocks him by saying he's trash with such aptitude, yet acting all protective. Getting that fiery punch, Zhao smiles and lets out that without his big brother, he would have died a long time ago, so he'll spend the rest of his life repaying him. Informing that he has urgent matters tonight, Zhao utters that he'll be on his way if he can't beat him to death while his roommate calls him a coward for running away. Calling him a soft, worthless piece of garbage, the bully blabbers that he'll die along with his sister. On the other hand, Shizai, who seems to be walking with Yu Xiong, gets to know that Zhao Sheng didn't accept the offer. Yu tells the young master that guy Zhao Sheng is a waste who's nothing more than Xing-kun's loyal dog, and it seems trying to approach anyone around Xing-kun is not feasible. but Shizai responds that he has countless ways to deal with people and will have to use a ruthless method as the lenient approach is not working. Later, Xiao Tao and Sheng knock on Jiu's door when suddenly Xingkun drags them inside, and our guy with a freaky look on his face asks little Sheng if little Tao is ready for the hellish special training. Preparing a special training from hell, our boy asks them to close their eyes, and suddenly Zhao takes off his stinky socks, making Xiao Tao question why he's doing that. Moving that stinky sock towards Tao's face, our guy Zhao takes his big brother's orders seriously. For this reason, he seems to be covering Xiao Tao's face while the poor girl freaks out and asks if he's trying to murder his little sister. Meanwhile, Xingkun is kinda confused. He tells them to forget it for now, because what's more important is their complete trust in him. Asking to entrust their lives to him, it seems to be no problem for Zhao as he asks Tao to do the same. But Xiao Tao abruptly questions Xingkun if he's the blue flame and our guy agrees to her. While Zhao is totally in awe to hear this, he asks Tao how she knows, making her grasp her head as she looks done with his brother. Anyways, Tao was aware that the exterminators wouldn't come for Xingkun without any reason. Plus, when the senior Lin Qi called him Blue Flame, she paid close attention to Xingkun's reaction and noticed that exaggerated expression of his. Based on her past observations, she instantly grasps that he was faking it, given that she's never truly seen him panic in crisis. As for Jiu, her acting was subtle and delicate, but given their relationship, she speculated that they wouldn't be that restrained. Plus, she had never seen Jiu that detached before. Impressed than ever, Brother Zhao questions Tao if she's really his sister, and Xiao Tao gives an even more impressive answer, uttering that if both the kids from the same family are idiots, then the family is doomed. After that, Xingkun lets out that she can call her Blue Flame, but not that he lacks acting skills because he's the one who took down the villains at the Fan Family Lab, the Blue Flame, questioning if she's still willing to trust him. That's when Xiao Tao repeats her brother's words that they would have died by now if it weren't for Xingkun. Though with hindsight, she ascertains that the final time from back then was special because of the target the Fan family placed on his back. As this all makes sense to Zhao, Tao believes that this proves that the Fan family had something to hide, and that what they were researching in the lab was definitely not something ethical. Not having any other choice, since her idiot brother chose to follow Xingkun, his decision will never change. She proceeds to say that even if his opponent is a family as cunning as the Fans, they will do everything in their power to help them. Zhao seems to be proud of his sister, and Xiao seems prepared for the special training. Just then, Xingkun hands them big bottles of life essence fluid for each of them, and asks them to drink this. Eventually, Sheng and Tao finish up their bottles, and Tao feels like her stomach is going to explode soon. Assuring that it will be absorbed soon enough, Xiao Tao questions if this was all the life essence fluid, and Xingkun with an evil smirk confesses that he snatched it from the fan lab and all the high-grade stuff, informing that they'd drink the half of what their classmates generously gifted to them before. Crying tears of joy, Sheng can't seem to get over the fact how extravagant the big brother is, thinking what they could possibly do to deserve this. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao reckons and grasps the reason why Xingkun asked to entrust their lives to him. Lost in the thought, she deduces that for those who haven't awakened, consuming such a large amount of fluid at once like his, and all of it will accumulate in their bodies. Realizing that's a risk to their lives, she wonders if this is some high-risk way to trigger their transcendent powers, assuming that Xingkun learned such a method by stealing from the lab, which leads her to speculate that there might even be some sort of device involved. Xingkun suddenly approaches them to knock them out. While Xiao Tao saw this coming and can't seem to believe they're being knocked out, she falls to the floor, thinking that this way is more effective compared to his foolish brother's method of covering her head with a stinky sock so that she won't open her eyes. Our guy, after knocking them out, utters that it was necessary because he has to keep his monster gene a secret from them for now, and guesses that the only way to stimulate their transcended genes now is from their dreams. At that moment, his left monster hand turns into many branches, and one of them is like an earth dragon's black teeth, wishing them a good dream from hell, piercing the tentacle in Xiao Tao and Sheng's neck. Knowing that he can't be reckless with Jiu as her transcended genes go berserk with just a little stimulation, but it's not the case with the siblings, so Xingkun can be a bit more aggressive on them since they have fewer transcended genes. Meanwhile, our guy's monster genes attack their transcended genes. He plans to directly weave the monster gene into their transcendent gene chain. As for now, they both should be experiencing nightmares and fear from the depths of the soul. At the same time, their transcended genes will try to self-preserve and become active like never before. After that, we are taken to Xiao Tao's nightmare where she wakes up with her hand covered in blood and encounters a monster bear with big fangs, making her think that her dream has changed, and it's even more revolting. On the other side, outside the door, Lin Qi senses something off and becomes certain that something's off with Xingkun. However, Lin is interrupted by his fellow mate who decides to follow the vice captain's orders to stick with him. Joking, his team member asks if he was not planning to peek into their junior sister's shower. Intimated, Lin lets out that Xingkun's room is emitting a strange aura, believing that he's the blue flame, While his mate asks him if he's a dog, Lin Chi gets determined to expose Shinkun's true colors during the supernova selection. Suddenly, their radio device beeps, and both exterminators are informed of the emergency notice, reporting that the North District supply station has been attacked, and calling all nearby exterminators for relief. The 4 beauty squad of exterminators seem to be at the location, and inform the other exterminators that most floors of the building are gone, and the smell of blood is strong. However, there's no trace of survivors. From the traces, they've inferred a monster outbreak, but shockingly, there are no signs of the monsters themselves. Reporting to the headquarters, the team seems to be immediately launching an investigation to find survivors, and the headquarters warns them to stay vigilant, concluding that they haven't detected any major movement of monsters in the vicinity. After that, Captain Song assures the team that they're the super team who assisted Shang Guangquei in killing the Earth Dragon, so they can at least defend themselves no matter how strong the monster is. Assuring there are no monsters here, he gets confident in his transcendent hearing abilities, when in a flash, he hears a strange sound emitting in the distance. Shocked, the guy wonders if the monster sensed something's return, and they seem to be coming closer too fast. Unable to keep up with the speed, the Transcender orders his team to get ready for battle, but the team gets baffled as they couldn't spot any monsters on the field. Frightened to death, the guy panics as he can hear the monsters just 10 meters away, and that's when an explosion occurs, and a blue flame emerges from underground, attacking the 4 beauty squad. With his headphones falling to the ground, it cuts off the connection from the headquarters as they ask for the situation. But the situation seems to worsen, and the headphones get crushed under the monster's feet. With some of the squad members being killed, they come to realize that the monster is invisible, and Captain Song instructs them all to unleash the dragon sealing formations in all directions to block the monster and prioritize their safety. While unleashing the seal, one of the member hands accidentally touches that blue flame. As soon as it touches, her arm is completely ripped as she is unable to block it. Terrified, she assumes that this invisible monster is at least the 4th stage. With her arm gone and blood dripping like crazy, the girl Ame activates a mercury dragon trap eruption with blood as a sacrifice, forming a blood prison cage. Witnessing this, the captain asks her to stop this, and affirms they just need to hold a bit longer, as the headquarters have already issued the notice to all nearby exterminators that will arrive soon. At that moment, Ame calls out her team and lets out that her blood prison cage won't last long. She warns them that the invisible monster is at its 4th stage and too terrifying, adding they won't last until they're rescued, and even if someone comes to rescue, it may be a death sentence for them. Saying that she can't hold for long, Ame apologizes to her fellow sisters and requests that they accompany her in this, since they've cultivated the same star chart. She then hopes for a possibility to save Captain Song if they share the blood prison cage with her, affirming that he's the one always protecting them, but now it's their time to protect him. With that, the other members drag Captain Song out of the dragon seal and ask him to surrender, joking even in times of despair, saying he's completely powerless to their whims when the sisters join forces. But Song freaks out and resists, reminding him he's the captain, and his member lets out that's exactly why he must stay alive, otherwise they all will die here. Throwing Captain Song out of the blood prison cage, they ask him to inform the headquarters about the monsters and call in experts so that their comrades don't die in vain. Getting out, Song feels useless and thinks if we're stronger, he would have protected his squad. As he plans to reach a safe place and inform the headquarters, suddenly, he starts hearing similar sounds in the distance, which leads him to conclude that there are more invisible monsters trailing behind. Cursing, Song Loki starts panicking as he speculates where the monsters came from. With so much going on this mission, he realizes that only a little time remains, and there's no way to find a safe place now, so he must report immediately. Scampering, he dials the phone, however. To make the matter worse, there's no mobile network due to the elemental power in the air being so strong that it's affecting the signals. He then runs farther to get access to the signals, and at that moment, he is spotted by the monsters who seem to be coming their way at incredible speed. That's when Song tries to connect the network, and eventually, as he gets access, he immediately reports to the headquarters not to send anyone below 4 stars, and there are at least 3 invisible monsters, all suspected to be 4th stage or higher. Just when the invisible monster is about to attack him, it seems like Song can go all now, even if it means death, as how he made the report. And with that, he senses the opportunity for the awakening of elemental genes of the birth of life. However, to his surprise, the fastest to arrive after the report is none other than Shang Guangquei, who saves him with her water ability and apologizes for being late. He then warns Shang about the monsters, but it appears they disappear, and Shang tells him they left. She regrets saying this, but the monster's attack on him was just wanting a quick meal. Guangquei further speculates that these monsters are afraid of wasting time and revealing their whereabouts since they ignored her, adding that these terrifying monsters must have other important goals. The scene then switches to Shinkun, who's turned into half-monster. He thinks that after humans adapted to transcendent powers, they believed they had control over monsters, and once again dominated the world. Believing these years have been too comfortable, He supposes that without excitement, transcended individuals won't have time to grow, and when the sudden disaster arrives a year later, they'll be completely defenseless. After that, our guy, looking terrifying, agitates Sheng and Tao as he starts licking them. Finding it eerie, Jiu asks him to resist the urge to eat them, and Xingkun assures her that he will definitely eat her first as she is much tastier than them. Creeped out, Jiu calls him a vile scum. Just then, Xingkun lets out that he did not dare to implant any monster flesh or blood in Jiu's body last time, since her transcended genes might have gone berserk. But for these two, since they don't have much transcended genes, this extreme method of cultivation becomes viable. Curious, the girl asks what kind of dream they are even experiencing, and our guy reveals that Xiao Tao's dream is quite normal. It's a normal response when someone is afraid, however Sheng's condition is a bit strange, concluding that the guy's inner turmoil conceals immense anger. With that, Zhao Sheng's genes go berserk for a second as he wakes up uttering that he'll kill this bitch, referring to someone in his dream. Looking at them with weird expressions, our guy congratulates them, muttering that they both have awakened. Left in disbelief, Zhao Sheng begins sobbing out of sheer joy and promises to become Big Brother's shield and not forget his immense kindness. Affirming that he's a long way off from that, our fella tells him to work hard leveling himself up and informs them that he has left something in their bodies that placed their transcended genes in a berserk state, asking them to just imagine they're about to be eaten and their adrenaline surges are placing them in a crazy mode of survival. While Xiao Tao assumes that it's activating the transcended gene to a higher rate, Xingkun agrees and reminds them there's a week left until supernova selection. Within this week, he assigns the siblings that they must reach the threshold of a 3-star transcender. He assures them with their current state of the transcended genes, achieving 2 stars isn't difficult for them. Leaving the dorm along with Jiu, our guy informs them that they're going to the principal to get the star chart meant for a 3-star transcender. Zhao Sheng still couldn't believe that they awakened, and he could feel the transcended genes in his body going crazy. He is quite shocked by Xingkun's awakening method and drinks life essence fluid like it's water. Thinking that the big brother is both sentimental and righteous, he pats Xiao Tao's head and asks if his judgment of people is truly unparalleled. Just then, Xiao Tao confirms that Xingkun just mentioned the supernova selection, and gets concerned that he wants them to participate in this. But Sheng tells her to do whatever the big brother says and takes it easy as it's just a supernova. Plus, they now have the qualifications to participate as a supernova candidate. That's when Xiao Tao lets out that although he's low-key in this term's continuation of study, he should recall what he did in the last term. Hearing this, Zhao Sheng laughs and gets reminded that he beat up almost all of their classmates. The scene then takes us to 1 week later, when the supernova selection begins. In the dorm, Zhao Sheng's obnoxious roommate seems to be drinking the life essence fluid when one of the guys asks him where he got it from. It turns out that Zhao hid vials in his other pair of worn-out shoes and he took them from there. While drinking the fluid feels off to him, the other guy if he stole it from Sheng, curious if he's not afraid of offending him. Smirking, the roommate is not afraid of him as Zhao is just a lackey for the Jiu gang, assuming he got the vials by licking their boots. Plus, he boasts that their boss is the Fan family, so they're not even in the same league. Calling him a useless coward, the roommate says that he didn't even dare to come to the dorm after he beat him up last time, and no one knows where Sheng is now. Believing there's a possibility if Zhao reacts, he assumes that little bratty girl Jiu will be controlled by the Master Fan in the future, and the fact that Zhao hasn't even awakened yet, he'll beat him up to death in a one-on-one. That's when the guy Wu Yin warns him not to underestimate Zhao Sheng too much, which makes the roommate pissed. He asks Wu Yin if he regrets betraying Jiu after seeing Sheng get so many life essence fluids. Asking if he wants to lick their boots, he calls Wu Yin a fence-sitter and clarifies that he'll knock some sense into him after getting a few beatings from him. Getting scared, Wu Yin immediately changes the subject to the campus network and reminds the bully guy that's supernova selection. Knowing it's a big deal since the school installed cameras on the field, the roommate plans to head out to the auditorium to watch from the big screen. Watching it through the phone, the guys are pleased to see the host who's the captain of the champion team during the last selection. She is a trending wind attribute transcender with a 1 million followers internet sensation known for live broadcasting while floating in the air. Floating in the air, Slaughter Rabbit introduces Team 23. The Crimson Flames with all of their members being fire attribute transcenders on top of being 3-star ranked. They have the highest star chart cultivation rate of 50%. Well, it appears to be Fan Shizai's team, the highly anticipated freshman with a star chart cultivation of 83%, with a whopping 90% transcended genes, a teenage prodigy. After the overpraise, the host introduces the next team, composed of entirely female warriors, the Root Breakers. Their captain is Zhan Ying, currently recognized as the strongest in-school student, possessing 80% of transcended genes. Well, it turns out that she's the senior sister of Extinction, cultivating a myriad sword star chart with her water attribute, and infamous for shattering the pants of Team 23 Captain Zheng Yu with a single slash. Finally, the host gives a treat to her female fans as she introduces the captain of the third team, Xiao He, with his amazing figure. The team named Shield and Sword is said to possess the strongest sword below 4 ranks and the strongest shield. With that, she officially announces the start of the 3rd round, and with the stage being a forest, she elucidates that there are a total of 16 teams. If a team captain loses their ability to combat, the team will be considered disqualified, adding that the renaming 6 teams advancing to the 2nd round. After this, Zhao Sheng's roommate is impressed by the top 3 teams and wonders how badass that team could be, described as the most arrogant. He then asks Wu Yin, who's been watching the live streaming from the beginning, how exactly that arrogant team shows off. That's when Wu Yin spills the beans and tells him that it's a team of first-year students with only 4 members and enough bravado to compete for the glory of Supernova against 2nd and 3rd-year students. So for this reason, the Slaughter Rabbit dubbed them the most arrogant small dogs. Processing this info, suddenly a realization hits the roommate as he guesses that it's the Shinkun's team, wondering how in the 9 hells they even qualify. The other guy speculates that it's understandable for Zhiyu, who has 95% transcended genes, but Xiaotao and Sheng are in the team too. Giving it a thought, a strike of fear runs through the roommate when he realizes that Zhao Sheng has awakened. Wondering how he could all of a sudden, the roommate feels jealous and thinks with his 39% transcended genes, Zhao is still at his mercy, blabbering that everyone is Awakener these days. After that, Wu Yin speaks in Sheng's favor, agreeing that he does have a low amount of genes and he continued his studies for 2 years. While the roommate is left totally in shock, Wu Yin lets out that there's something he might not know, revealing that all the students from the previous years address Sheng as Brother Zhao. The scene then switches to the guy Ma Xiao, a 2nd year and captain of Team Dark Horse Shooting Star, greeting Brother Zhao and Xiaotao as they meet again. As Zhao gives an eccentric expression and Xiaotao hides her face, Ma Xiao reminds him of the day when he left school after beating the crap out of almost all of his classmates. When they all got to know that Zhao Sheng was on the Supernova selection, every team from the 24th batch, who were not grouped with the 3rd years, made their way to him. Still looking pissed, Ma Xiao supposes that Zhao has awakened since he's participating here, adding their team even took on such an arrogant name. So after careful deliberation, they all agreed to settle the score with a beating, one-on-one battles, thinking it was fair. Just then, Xing-kun, patting his shoulder, is impressed to see Sheng attracting more hatred than him. Seeing all the people who want to beat Zhao, our guy asks if this is all the people they got, as it kinda seems lacking. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Teacher Bo Liang is being questioned by his fellow teachers if he really wants to bet on his freshman team making it through the 1st round against their strongest teams. With 6 teams formed entirely by the 2nd years, the teacher with the eye patch bet 100 vials of life essence fluid on Liang's team not making it through the 1st round. While both the teachers keep betting that it reaches the amount of 300 vials, the teachers of the 2nd year ask if he can afford the consequences, and Liang assures them that he can. After that, the teacher gets curious about the meaning behind Bo's team, Doomsday Starlight, believing that it's not trendy to talk about the end in this apocalyptic world. Thinking it's some curse suggesting that the world is about to end and they're the saviors, the teacher concludes they're such arrogant youths and says that it's not entirely unjust to be labeled as the most arrogant small dogs by that Slaughter Rabbit kid. The scene flips to the forest, where Shinken Loki knows that Starlight kindles flames. He ponders that alone he cannot save the world, so before the apocalypse arrives, he must allow the sparks to ignite, and that's why he needs to add some fuel to the Starlight. Clever indeed. Soon after, our guy refuses to do the single battles, and acknowledges Ma Xiao's team and others not to undervalue themselves too much, suggesting that only by going all out together will they stand a chance against his team. Just as Shinkun planned, these words spark anger amongst the opponents, and they look even more pissed than before, losing their nerves. Calling Shinkun an arrogant bastard, Ma Xiao freaks out for expecting the 2nd years to gang up on them, thinking that it's despicable, as he's about to reveal the reason they came here. But before the guy could complete his sentence, he witnesses Zhao Sheng, who's bracing himself for the fight, and uttering that Big Brother has spoken the word already. With that, Zhao leaps towards him to see what progress Ma Xiao made since they haven't seen each other in over a month. Using martial arts, in a blink, Sheng crashes him onto the ground after a good smacking, while the poor guy pleads with Brother Zhao to listen to him. Confident than ever, our fellow Sheng challenges them to just come at them, assuring them that it's not like before, they can use their transcendent powers now. On the other hand, as the betting finally comes to an end after the teacher adds in the final bet but before he can change his mind, Bo snatches the chit, saying it's too late for that. Nonetheless, the teacher then asks Liang about Zhao Sheng's background. Given that they're only interested in the news about transcendence power, Bo Liang seems certain that if it were those martial arts teachers hired by the school, they wouldn't have betted against him. Although Zhao is a student with only 39% transcended genes, he is sedulous in his studies, having them continued twice. Studying with zeal for 2 years, Teacher Bo mentions that while he was unable to learn any transcendence, he became a genius in the eyes of their martial arts teachers, a prodigy even. The fact that Zhao is also enthusiastic about teaching others after mastering each move, Bo reveals that almost all his classmates have received his guidance. Even considering Zhao as a mentor, he's truly trusted by everyone. Even before the semester ended, since Sheng was uncertain if he'd be able to return to the institute again, he gave the whole class a final lesson, except for some, and everyone got knocked out. Laughing, the eye patch guy thinks that it's just physical combat, compared to transcendence powers. It's like hitting a rock with an egg. When Bo lets out that his student has recently awakened, the teacher becomes skeptical of Zhao's capabilities, awakening after 2 years with low potential. The eye patch teacher then asks who else can live up to their standard other than student Jiu, who won the genetic lottery, and Bo Liang, showing him a middle finger, asks if he should take this another bet. Disbelieved, the eye patch guy asks if he believes that his team will win against the second years and will secure him a place in the second round. He then makes a judgment on the students getting weak with each passing year, except for the few naturally gifted, pointing out that the weak are delicate flowers raised in the greenhouse, nothing but fuel for the strong, and concludes that Bo is simply destroying his team prematurely. The scene then switches to Ma Xiao, who clarifies that only came to welcome Zhao Sheng, and were curious to see who's worthy of being called Big Brother by him. But from what they've seen, it seems that Zhao has followed a fool who's provoking them to gang up on his team. Believing there's a limit to bravado, Ma Xiao gets furious and thinks that they are all just beginners who've recently transcended and called upon their self-destruction. Since Xing-kun insists they fight, he decides to grant his wish and apologizes to Brother Zhao in advance for giving him a crushing defeat. While all the opponents activate their transcendence abilities, and Xiao asks Zhao to be the captain, he calls Ma Xiaolong an idiot, affirming that Big Brother is stronger than him. However, suddenly, a green transcended ability appears out of thin air and knocks out Captain Xiao. That's when the host rabbit announces that Captain Ma Xiaolong has lost consciousness briefly, according to rules, so their team, the Dark Horse Meteor, is eliminated. The Transcender with Wind Elemental ability effortlessly knocks out the captains of the teams as he moves at an incredible speed, thinking these second-year rookies are cute. Having fun, the Transcender knocks out Captain Xia Xiaoran as she is as fragile as a doll. The team flying high is eliminated, and the members of the team are amazed by the Transcender's speed, supposing they don't have the ability to resist at all and assume that it's the third-year team that started mission training. During this, the host is elated and announces that the second grade was completely crushed by the opponent. Well, the opponent emerges to be Chen Xia, a fourth grader, who uses wind-based transcender power like the host. Meanwhile, the guy Chen Xia jaw-droppingly defeats the team as he glides with a light speed, knocking the captains out like a walk in a park. After being done with the second year, Chen Xia moves towards the freshman Xing-kun and lets out that he loves dealing with rookies like him the most. While our guy stands his ground as Chen is leaping toward him, the slaughter rabbit comments that team's arrogant small dogs seem to be in danger. Getting an inch close, Xing-kun moves aside without a flinch and uses his metal ability to gather metal pieces to create star swords like Lin Chi. As Chen processes that the step Xing-kun just did now was to inject his transcendence power into the ground, the guy Chen is hit right in the guts by that star sword directed towards him. With that, the wind-based transcender gets knocked out, and our boy comes up with his new movie name, calling it Kidney Ringer Star Sword. Taken aback, the host hops in excitement and lets the audience know that Captain Xing-kun wasn't defeated at all, but it was Chen Xia who lost consciousness. Just then, our guy senses another transcender and asks him to come out, clarifying that he's not the one who needs training, his team members do, agreeing with the host that the second years were really weak. Slaughter Rabbit calls the freshman team quite arrogant as Xing-kun just challenged the top 3 teams to win, the Wind and Sand team. The captain of the team, who's also a wind-based transcender, emerges from the team and is shocked by the arrogance of the first-year team, while Ma Xiao, lying on the ground, is left in awe by Brother Zhao's captain choice. The Wind and Sand team, creating a whirl, plans to work at the ultimate top speed to eliminate these freshmen arrogant fools. Making a sneaky expression, Xing-kun asks the other team to be their little punching bags, and the guy who seems to be coming to attack him presumes that this first year needs a beating, but the fact that he managed to defeat Chen Xia. Overlooking that thought, the guy believes that Chen Xia was careless and kept on trash-talking before making a move on the kid, but he conjectures that Xing-kun is not simple, given that his sword condensation is incredibly fast. With being able to see through the battle situation at a glance, the freshman kid accurately estimated the moment to attack Chen, which makes it look like his battle experience is richer than most of them on the field who have been through actual combat. Wondering if it's talent, the guy decides to take action whatsoever as ordered by the captain, and as he is about to attack Xing-kun, Zhao grabs his hand. Addressing him as Luo Yin, Zhao Sheng repeats that the big brother has said they're the one who needs the practice. Knowing that Sheng is playing instructor for the next batch of students, Luo Yin makes it clear that he's not one of those low-level rookies, so he can't stop him. With that, Zhao uses his water transcended ability to use dragon power. Smirking, Luo Yin strikes back and mocks him, saying with only 39% genes where he got the courage to challenge him, someone who has cultivated the star chart like Shang Guangkue, He belittles Zhao and clarifies no matter how much he refines his dragon, it will be a small insect compared to them. Correcting that power is not about being bigger or longer. Zhao Sheng leaps towards him as blood seems to be emerging with his water element, while Luo Yin challenges to fight him to show him the despair in the disparity of power. However, Luo gets hit by him, and his eyes are wide open in complete shock as he realizes that Zhao is using his own blood to replace the water elements needed, letting his transcended gene refine his own blood. The water dragon that should have roamed outside now lurks inside his body, all to gain a stronger power advantage over others. Being serious, Luo Yin seems to be not joking around, and tries to make him understand that using his blood can make that dragon stronger. However, he'll lose long-range combat power once that dragon is destroyed, and he will be severely injured at the same time. Smirking, Sheng utters a proverb about the importance of effort over innate talent or quantity, admitting that his genes are inferior. Thus, he decides to use his life to fight, and uses the power, Dragon Descent. On the other hand, the opponent girl Transcender confronts Xiao Tao and lets out that she's seen a list of Awakeners for her batch, but her name wasn't on it. Mentioning that Xiao Tao already cultivated into a 3-star Transcendent, the girl thinks it quite incredible, given that she just started learning the star chart, and asks her how she managed to do it. Remembering what Xing-kun taught her, Tao responds that she gets emotional easily, and the girl mocks her, saying that she must be a cultivation prodigy, but it's a pity her transcended genes do not exceed 50%. Getting cocky, she reminds Xiao Tao that she'll remain a small fry even with that talent, ever unable to step onto that stage. Just like that, the girl using the star chart strikes the vines toward Tao and she impressively dodges them. Witnessing her good reaction, the girl assumes that she paid special attention to evasive techniques the past year, when suddenly she catches a glimpse of red peach blossoms. Wondering how this could be, the girl supposes that Xiao Tao's vines should have been severed as she just cultivated her star chart, meaning a completion rate of less than 5%. As those red blossoms begin to bloom, the girl ascertains that these vines, like rootless trees, flowers shouldn't be able to bloom, and at that moment, she grasps that these are blood peach blossoms, nourished by her blood. Appalled, the girl asks her if she's crazy and deduces that if she thinks she has infinite blood, she'll soon drain herself dry. That's when Xiao Tao responds that her brother was right and she should stake her life on this since flying first isn't viable. Meanwhile, the captain of the team provokes Xing-kun, asking if he defeated Chen, then why is he hiding behind a woman? Guessing that it was a stroke of luck, the captain tells him to take the chance he's giving him to be a man. Deep down, the captain presumes that they'll get the victory because he's attracting Xing-kun's attention just to let one of his members ambush from behind. Smiling, our guy calls the captain a noob and asks how he has the nerve to say that, adding that whoever wants to be righteous can act so, but he doesn't want to. With that, he directs the star sword on number 4, who is about to ambush him from behind, leaving the captain flabbergasted as to how he disarmed his ambush without even looking. While number 4 ambush fails as she is knocked out, the captain wonders if this guy is really a freshman, as his skills are incredibly seasoned. The fact that he seems more familiar with combat than any of the third years makes him look like a monster. The captain reckons that while they're struggling their hardest for the supernova selection, this guy is casually using this competition to train his team members. He's a freshman that the captain has never heard of yet. He's aiming higher than the goals set for third-year students. During this, Xing-kun pats Jiyu's head and asks if she's prepared to activate the star chart. Finding the funny, the captain recalls there's no such star chart that needs activation. However, something strikes his mind as he gets reminded that there is a 1-star chart that needs activation, the one theoretically perfect. That's when we get to know that there's only a foreign water-attributed transcender with a 94% transcendent gene rate who successfully cultivated it in this world. It is said that once this star chart is activated successfully, it creates its realm-like domain expansion. The captain realizes that junior sister Jiyu has 95% transcendent genes, the highest record in human history indeed, which also means she's capable of cultivating this true star chart. At that moment, Jiyu activates the star chart, a magnetic star, and an immense energy is released that grasps the attention of the entire students present in the forest. It appears that Jiyu's magnetic star creates an automatic lighting circle that destroys foreign objects. The girl from the Wind and Sand team conjectures that it's just a simple barrier created and is truly impressed to see that a newly trained star chart can have such an effect is enviable. Either way, Jiyu is just a first-year student, and a newly promoted 3-star transcendent after all. Underestimating her power, the girl uses a 44% star chart and strikes feather needles, but it doesn't seem to have any effect on Jiyu's lighting circle as it destroys even the cluster of feathers. Thinking that it's an incredible passive defense, the girl confidently strikes countless clusters of feathers, believing that Jiyu cannot withstand these clusters. But once again, Jiyu's lighting circle manages to block them all as she remains unscratched inside her shield. The girl can't seem to accept her fate and decides to go on another attack, this time with the Ice Cicada, a large ice star sword. To her surprise, that lighting circle destroyed that ice cicada in a flash. The The girl is left stunned as to how much electricity she has stored within herself. Finding it absurd that Jiu has been cultivating just for a few days, the girl is left to wonder how can her transcended gene contain this much energy. Questioning herself is a difference between 95%er and the rest of them. Meanwhile, Jiu calls out Shinkun and asks him for help as she seems to have been stuck in the lighting circle. Suddenly, she leaks the energy that nearly gets past Shinkun or else has been toasted. Freaked out, our boy insists that she keep learning to control the magnetic star properly. While he saves himself from Jiu's sudden outburst, he tells her to familiarize herself with the power and take those two guys next to her as her opponents, instructing them to defeat their captain while she's at it, because that team took 6 rewards that belonged to them by defeating the team captain. After that, the girl asks the captain how they break through Jiu's defense. The captain refuses and curates a clear plan to ignore the genetically aggressive junior and focus on taking down Shinkun, the captain, to earn the reward by defeating the captain. With that, the girl spreads her wings and asks the captain to eliminate Shinkun as quickly as possible. Our boy already anticipates that they are going to be eliminated earlier if they choose him. But the captain seems pretty confident that his end won't be any different from the junior brothers who used to say the same, and at that moment, he uses his wind ability, Flying Sand, to create a whirlwind around him while the girl strikes her feather needles. While it looks like they're winning, the captain calls Shinkun a junior brother and decides to teach him a lesson by not giving him any chances to escape, warning him to be low-key in the future. As the tornado of the flying sand surrounds him, suddenly, our boy's hand emerges from the storm as he grabs the captain's face, leaving him in a state of incredulity as he witnesses Shinkun dodging all the feather needles and accurately assessing direction even in the flying sand. Asking the captain if he dislikes his triggering of fighting skills, our boy throws him away with full force as he smashes on the ground, utterly that he should not be eliminated this quickly. Surprised to see what power it is, the captain curses him and stumbles near Jiu. On the contrary, the eye patch teacher Lei Yan seems to be suspecting Shinkun for performance being too exceptional as a first year. He becomes dubious as Shinkun's transcended genes are only 1%, suggesting a thorough background check on him, and also investigating his genes. Listening to this, teacher Bo Liang strongly objects, and makes it clear that Dean Ching hasn't said much in this regard, so they shouldn't pay heed to his suggestion. Throwing shades at Lei Yan, Bo asks him if he wishes to consult Vice Dean Fan since he's closer to him, making him go hushed. Abruptly, the teachers get notified about monsters flooding into Qingchu City and ask them to activate a yellow monster alert, commanding them to contact all exterminators peak rank 3 and above for relief. In the dean's office, Secretary Yang asks the headmaster about the supernova selection if they should end it, but Qingchu responds that the headquarters had ordered not to terminate it. The headmaster affirms that despite the unexpected incidents, the situation is still under control. After taking out their 3 rank peak exterminators, the rest of them are sufficient to proceed with the competition normally. In addition, the dean lets out that supernova selection is aimed at helping students progress, so students shouldn't avoid challenges for the reason that in case a real disaster strikes one day, they shall be needed to head into the battlefield. At the tunnel, where the monsters are reported to occur, Captain Song Yin asks about the situation, and the exterminator reports that the invisible monsters have been forced into the tunnel by their 4 strongest transcenders from Nanyue. Unexpectedly, the high-level monsters that escaped and hid have come in droves to rescue the invisible monsters here, informing that all the peak transcenders in Qingchu City are en route. Frustrated, Song Yin regrets not breaking through for stars earlier, or else he would have participated in this operation. After knowing that there are 3 invisible monsters in the tunnel, Song could confirm that through his sonic wave ability, there are no more than 3 monsters since he has broken through to 4 stars. With that, he runs to the tunnel and warns everyone outside to be careful as the high-level monsters are likely summoned by the invisible monster. As Song is scampering, he can only sense 1 monster inside, and upon reaching Shangguankui, he is amazed that they have taken down 3 invisible monsters already, as expected of the top strongest in Nanyue. That's when Shang asks Yin if he's deaf, revealing that they've been grappling with 1 invisible monster as the 2 others vanished as soon as they arrived. Shocked, Song Yin is certain that there were 4 of them. With 3 disappearing without a trace, Song panics as he speculates that even that 1 monster hasn't shown up at all, wondering what these monsters really want. The other exterminators hurriedly call out Shang and ask her to lend them a hand, needing to take out 1 invisible monster while the other 2 are away. They are certain that they've got a shot at this. Although the monster is as tough as the Earth Dragon and can turn invisible, the good thing is it does not regenerate. Jumping in to help, Guankui instructs Song Yin to use his powers to locate the remaining 3 monsters, as they can't afford to be ambushed. Taking on the mission, Yin cultivates the heavenly star chart, elemental life, and the sonic waves spread out through the entire area. Through the waves, he listens to the surrounding area. Meanwhile, he ponders that Shang and the others are locked in fierce combat, and the monsters, 2nd and 3rd stages, are pouring in from all sides with mixed-in beasts, transformed into monsters of the unknown ranks, and the support forces are here too. Trying his best, Yin keeps searching for the monsters through his waves to locate the remaining 3 invisible monsters. However, after a couple of minutes, he is taken aback as he cannot find the monsters near the area and wonders where they possibly could be if they are not at this location. On the other hand, at the Nanyue Transcendence Institution, Zhao Sheng seems to be holding up pretty well, which even makes his opponent think that he's incredibly resilient, because given the amount of blood he's lost and endured numerous attacks, Zhao did not lose consciousness. He believes that defeating him is just a matter of time now. However, his opponent notices that Sheng's transcended genes are strengthening somehow. As both Xiao Tao and Sheng are fighting relentlessly, their opponents presume that even though they both are low-level transcenders with fewer genes, they seem to be progressing rapidly, leading them to think if they keep this up, there's a possibility both siblings will soon surpass them, the higher-level extraordinaires. The scene then flips to Jiu, who's still effortlessly counterattacking Captain Chusha and his members' relentless attacks. While they keep attacking Jiu's magnetic circle, half an hour seems to have passed, and they still keep striking her with all they've got. Assuming that she's a power plant, Captain Chu is curious if she has infinite electricity stored in her body because it seems never-ending. During this, Jiu seems to familiarize herself with the magnetic star and finally gets a hold of it. Watching her generate more power, the captain and his teammate are scared stiff and disappointed by the fact that they're scared to face a freshman. Just then, Jiu extends the electromagnet circle and accelerates at initial speed, soaring with a low-altitude flight as she bolts like a strike of lightning. Witnessing this, the opponents nearly shit their pants as she glides towards them like a cannonball. At that moment, Jiu halts and is about to release more electricity, but the crisis occurs as she runs out of electricity. Jiu ponders that she still has plenty of electricity inside, but it can only sustain the magnetic star, plus she cannot release it externally. With that, her magnetic star disappears and she finally lands on the ground, completely defenseless without her electricity. Well, now Captain Chusha has the perfect chance to deal with her, but the poor guy's plan ends before it even begins when our boy Shin-kun knocks him out from behind. The poor captain realizes that he's been ambushed by the brat. After this, the Slaughter Rabbit announces a surprising turn of events, revealing that Captain Chusha of the Wind and Sand team has been defeated, and Team Doomsday Starlight proceeds to the next round along with the 6 remaining teams. As all the classmates seem to be watching this, the guy tells Zhao Sheng's roommate that Zhao has become popular, reminding him how he called him a useless and timid kid before, even planning to beat him to death. Scared shitless, the roommate begs Wu Yin to help him plead to Zhao Sheng and tell him that he accidentally broke his bottle of life essence fluid and will make up for it in the future. After that, in the forest, it appears that Fan Shizai isn't happy with Shin-kun's victory, while the host announces that the second round has begun. It appears that in the second round, only one team will be victorious. The reward for the victors has been hidden somewhere in the arena, and the first team to find it will be the winners, adding they can also obtain clues by defeating their exterminators. After that, in the forest, Jiu reminds our boy that they need to secure the first place reward to get that artificial transcendent armor he wants. But Jiu's electricity seems to be so depleted completely that it will take a while to replenish naturally. Jiu then suggests that she absorbs all the electricity in the city, but still the new electricity needs to be refined again, so it will take at least 2 hours to restart the magnetic star. In the meantime, Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao, battered and bruised, approaches them. Shin-kun affirms that their battle is over and asks Jiu to bring Zhao and the others to rest, assuring that he will handle the rest himself. On the other hand, Fan Shizai presumes that this match is already over once they've reached the second round. He instructs his team members to split up and tells them to get the clues while he goes alone to try his luck. As he walks into the trees, a voice transmission pounds in his ears as someone reveals the location of the final reward to the young Master Fan. Well, it looks like he won the second round without even starting, but by cheating. The scene then takes us to 12 hours ago, where Shizai seems to be having a conversation with his uncle at the research base. His uncle gives him a clear chance to gain the honor of the supernova selection, and Shizai assures him that he'll be Nanyue's supernova and become the strongest among the youngest generation. The fact that the Fan family is about to launch the 6th generation version of the life essence fluid, Shizai conjectures that the Fan family is about to take the first step to control the world. Uncle John interrupts him and clarifies that they're taking the first step toward the top of the world, to control Nanyue. Pointing at the everlasting blossom, the uncle elucidates they don't need to wait anymore, as the everlasting blossom has accelerated their pace, and the day it drops its 4 leaves and reveals a crack, it will turn this place into a stronger cultivation land, where everyone's transcended genes will evolve like crazy. Having a dark scheme in mind, the Fan family plans to gather hundreds of 4-star transcenders. Then John himself, his older brother, and Shizai's father, after continuously gaining the eternal flame transformed by Shizai, they will also become 5-star transcenders in Huazia. After that, the uncle instructs him to become the supernova and MVP of this generation, motivating that with his abilities combined with the eternal flame, he will certainly be the strongest rising star in Huaxia, or maybe in the world. As for troublesome Jiu and Xingkun, he assures his nephew not to waste his efforts trying to win them anymore, and tells him to find an opportunity to crush them, adding that it's better to extract their genes for experiments. Coming to the present scene, Shizai knows exactly where the rewards are under the ground, just a couple of steps away. Well, it looks like a quarter of exterminators secretly pledge allegiance to the Fan family, and even the rules for the second phase were tailored for him. It's like a walk in the park for him. But being the young master of Fan family, he decides to show a bit of honesty and play along in front of everyone, pretending to carefully search for hidden clues. Being the sly fox he is, Shizai is aware that not only the host is watching, but also the cameras broadcast live throughout the forest. After that, he spreads out tiny sparks of fire, and as long as he plays like this a few more times, he can smoothly find the reward. While Shizai decides to head to the next location in a roundabout, surprisingly, he spots Xingkun going the exact same way, and assumes that he arrived here by chance. Thinking how lucky the guy is, the young master doubts that he couldn't possibly know the exact location of the reward, when suddenly Xingkun starts sprinting straight towards the location of the reward. Left in disbelief, Shizai gets certain that it's not a coincidence as the location is spot on. Annoyed, the young master loses his nerve as Xingkun disrupts his plans once again. Xingkun seems to be lucky, but that's not only because in this world, lowly people can't change their fate through luck. Smirking, Shizai ponders that there's still one guardian at the reward location, the one who also secretly sent him messages. It turns out that the Guardian is the hidden 4-star mental attribute transcender that no one knows about. Not only he discreetly transmit information, but he can also attack other transcenders' minds without them even realizing it. He is assured that the Guardian won't let Xingkun claim the reward, as he's the only one who can get it. On the other hand, our boy sniffs the exterminators, finding them enticing. Well, it appears that our boy has seen this supernova selection in his previous life, so that's how he knows the location, and recalls that in the end, 2 exterminators were guarding the reward. Drooling by such a tempting scent, our guy could easily find the exterminators, but to his disappointment, he couldn't eat them. Once he gets his hands on the reward, Xingkun will achieve his goal for this time, and it will also allow his transcended genes to advance to rank 3+. His monster genes may also begin to break through to the 4th stage at the same time. As soon as he opens the route to the underground, he is welcomed by the one and only exterminator Lin Chi, who is not so happy to encounter Blue Flame. As Lin strikes the metal star swords at him, our guy tries to clear himself that he's not the Blue Flame. Meanwhile, they're bickering. The hidden exterminator wonders why this guy is here instead of young Master Fan. Shizai, watching from afar, is surprised that the exterminator calls Xingkun Blue Flame. After that, Lin Chi makes it clear that Xingkun has to go through them if he wants the reward, determined to expose his disguise. Striking multiple star swords at once creates nearly an explosion as they stumble on the ground. However, our boy jumps into the underground place and thanks senior brother Lin for showing mercy. As our guy gets past him, Lin gets certain that he sensed him last time and can feel him. Similarly, Xingkun can feel him as well. The fact that the guy knows every move on the sword path makes Lin convinced that he's the Blue Flame, but he can't do anything to him. Meanwhile, Shizai loses his cool, thinking if the exterminator is throwing the match, he gets curious about the relationship between Xingkun and the exterminator. Just then, the young master commands his exterminator to stop Xingkun. With all the peak exterminators leaving the institution because of the yellow monster alert, the exterminator helping Shizai, his outward identity is 3-star rank, but in reality, his rank is 4 stars, making him the strongest in the institution. Planning to stun until the young master arrives, the exterminator releases psychic shock, but our guy doesn't seem to be affected by the shock and walks past the senior brother. Low-key freaking out, the exterminator couldn't stop him at all. He contemplates that this selection is crucial for the young master, so he can't absolutely fail in stopping Xingkun. Not caring even if Lin Chi discovers that he's helping the young master, he plans to take on the possibility of shattering Xingkun's mental state, but he can't worry about it too much. While Lin Chi seems to be affected by his psychic shock, the exterminator uses psychic explosion, but he is flabbergasted when he gets exposed to Xingkun's mental state, wondering why it is so strong. Looking at the horrendous mental state of a monster, the exterminator himself backs down as his mental attack backfires, while our guy gets a clear path to his reward. But our guy isn't happy about unintentionally scaring that guy to death, and wonders how he can keep a low profile. Nonetheless, he decides to take the reward, which is a golden ball, the robotic transcendent enchantment armor. Achieving his goal, Xingkun can start evolving now. However, suddenly, he senses something above him, and realizes that it's the aura of underground monsters. With the purpose of revealing the lesion being successful, our guy, using the armor, apologizes to the humans as saving the world is not his responsibility alone, concluding that their peace from today onwards ends now. Well, it appears that the invisible monsters have appeared in Nanyue Institution where all the exterminators had left. On the contrary, Song Yin tries to track the monsters, and speculates that the path from which the 3 invisible monsters left, that tunnel direction, leads to Nanyue Institution. As the realization hits him, a strike of terror runs through Yin, because they've been thinking that monsters were trapped in the tunnel, plus the invasion of monsters. This means that all the advanced forces in the institution were called in, and the fact the supernova selection is currently being held, putting all the freshmen in danger. If it's the latter, Yin, in a state of panic, concludes that it will be worse and humans really underestimate the intelligence of these monsters. After that, Song rushes into the tunnels and informs the exterminators that this is a trap, screaming that all the 3 invisible monsters likely went to the institution, concluding that students are in grave danger. While he informs them that they need to send some people back immediately, the 4-rank exterminator, struggling to fight the monster, asks Yin if he's scared out of his wits. The guy thinks that Yin is overestimating these monsters a bit too much, guessing that he's trying to take advantage and run away. Poor Yin tries to reason with him when he's attacked by the monster, but is saved by the exterminator Kong, who asks the new 4-star guy Yin to be careful not to be ambushed by those returning monsters, or he won't be able to save him if that's the case. The 4-rank exterminator lets out that monsters are just products of failed human genetic mutations losing their sanity in the process. He goes on to reveal that he participated in the battle to eliminate the world's strongest 5-stage monster back then, and one of his eyeballs was taken by it, emphasizing that the monster's intelligence can't be compared to an average human. Kong assures him not to overthink the situation, as if monsters were really as cunning as he described, humans could never win against them. Not paying much heed to what Yin said, the 4-star exterminator asks him to send more people and wipe out all the nearby monsters, as he himself finds it troublesome to fight the 4th stage monsters. Adding a transcender below 4 stars has no way to deal with it. On the other hand, in the forest, the low-rank exterminators at the tower are guarding to prevent the monster tide from being attracted by the transcender's aura in the supernova selection battles. While they are talking about how the country has such good control of monsters that it's hard to see tides again, at that moment, the invisible monsters suddenly attack them, making them vanish with the blue flames as their bodies evaporate. As the invisible monsters annihilate everyone in sight, the exterminators from the other watchtower immediately report the exterminators about the unknown invasion from the south, with no trace of the enemy in sight. They warn everyone to head south except for the exterminators protecting students at the arena. On the other hand, the Slaughter Rabbit broadcasts the results of the 2nd phase of supernova selection that is beyond their imagination, as the reward is obtained by the Team Doomsday Starlight's captain, Xing Kun. As she's announcing the supernova, she catches a glimpse of blue flames emerging from the forest, and she also gets notified to head to the south. Looking at the flames with no trace of the enemy in sight, she reckons that it's the same type of monsters the higher-level exterminators are dealing with that use invisible blue flames, speculating if it's a coincidence. With that, she sends Wind's Whisper to identify the monster while the exterminators in the forest face the invisible blue flame monster that annihilates everything in its path. Slaughter Rabbit gets dubious, as according to the previous message there were 3 4th-stage invisible monsters, and the fact their people rushed to deal with them, yet these monsters intruded the academy. Taking immediate action, she announces there's an emergency situation and instructs all the students to leave the forest immediately and return to the institution for shelter, while all the exterminators are instructed to hold the fort at all costs as they must not let the invisible forest escape the forest. Vice Captain Ni Yang commands the students to evacuate. During this, Slaughter Rabbit asks Principal Ching to seal the forest. In the headmaster's office, Secretary Yang accentuates if they block the forest, there's a high chance the exterminators won't survive, reasoning that the Slaughter Rabbit is too young and inexperienced, so her words shouldn't be taken into account. However, the headmaster agrees with the Slaughter Rabbit's decision and heads out. As an exterminator, no matter how strong or dangerous the monsters are, they will always step forward to clear them and protect the weak. Rationalizing his decision, Ching-che is aware if they allow the invisible monsters to leave the arena, this will not only put the kids in the institution, but a large number of civilians outside the institution in great danger, but also the teachers who are still in the institution. With that, the old man calls out all exterminators and commands them to hold down the arena. Using the wooden enigma assault, all the trees in the forest come back to life, and the branches grab every student, throwing them out of the forest. While the students are pulled out of the forest, Xing-kun stumbles onto Jiu. Annoyed, she calls him a bastard scum, but the poor guy justifies that he was also thrown by the principal just like her. Xing-kun calls out the old man to ask why he's throwing people around, and witnesses the forest that is now sealed by Principal Ching-che, surmising that the situation is getting intense. Somehow, our guy is unable to smell how many exterminators are inside, guessing it's because his levels aren't too high, and overhears the students conversing that the top fighters in the institution went to the tunnel, but the monsters came here instead. Upon hearing this, Shinkun speculates that the top fighters were lured away, which leads him to think the intelligence of monsters has always been underestimated, and that's fatal. He then decides to go in there as soon as possible. Calling the headmaster a bastard, Captain Chusha loses his nerves as he denies that the principal got the wrong person. Being a future exterminator, Chu has been ready to fight ever since he entered this institution, and decides to force his way to join the fight. However, he is unable to break through the strong wooden branches. One of his team members volunteers to help since she has practiced the same wooden astrological star chart as the principal, who even guided her before, believing she could crack open the pathway. After a moment, she cracks open the pathway using the star chart, and Captain Chu clarifies that he'll go in alone and tells them not to get involved in this mess, as they are not strong enough. But the girl insists and lets out that she won't clear the way for him until he lets her in. Just like that, all the team members decide to go in with the captain. Later, the team root breakers approach them, asking Chusha to let them borrow the passage, but the captain mocks the ladies, thinking they shouldn't just come along for a ride. Staring at him with killer intent, the girls' team captain is intimidated by his arrogance and threatens to cut off his roots if he's not careful. Well, we all know what she's referring to. The captain then agrees to let them in if they're not afraid, and that's when more teams arrive, asking Chusha to let them borrow the passage. Eventually, all the teams go inside the forest together, and Chusha hopes that they can all come out together in the end. As Shinkun watches them all going inside the forest, he plans to go in, but first, he needs to advance to the 3-star rank Transcendence using the artificial robotic device. He hopes that no one dies at least until he arrives, and with that, he asks his team to head back inside the dorm without asking him any questions. On the other hand, the bribed exterminator discreetly calls Shizai to the corner and reveals that the monsters in the arena are extremely dangerous, insisting the young master come with him. Abruptly, Fan Shizai grabs the exterminator by the neck, banging him against a wall, and asks why he let Shinkun take the reward. As the blue flame nearly touches his face, the exterminator, low-key feeling great trepidation, feels like he is about to be consumed just by being close to that flame, presuming that Shizai is really going to master the elemental life and ascend to 4-star Transcendence realm that quickly. Panic-stricken, the exterminator defends himself that he's innocent and explains that he really went all out, but he suffered a backlash from the mental attack to the point his head still hurts, concluding that there's something suspicious about that guy Shinkun. Well, Shizai seems to have the same doubts about him, given that the exterminator Lin Chi was calling him Blue Flame. In the dorm, our guy asks Sheng and the others to guard the door, instructing no one is allowed in. Going inside, Shinkun is running out of time and ponders that he must swiftly ascend to 3-star Transcendence rank before entering the arena. Needing to utilize the device to fill in the gaps in his transcended genes, he then plans to construct a star chart. However, after the robotic device turned into a bracelet and turned silver gray, it lost its power. Knowing that activating it once would take a vial of life essence fluid, he decides to replenish the bracelet's energy and directly drinks the fluid. Using his transcended genes to channel its energy into the bracelet, our guy is fucked up as it takes at least 30 vials of fluid to fill up the bracelet with energy. Apart from that, the main problem is that his transcended genes cannot simply grapple with his monster genes for energy. Realizing that it's a monster, our guy freaks out as he's unable to inject energy into the bracelet, panicking about what should do now. The scene then flips to the arena, where the slaughter rabbit is recording how she is going to face an extremely terrifying invisible monster and hopes that she makes it through the day alive. After that, she finds where the monster is, and as soon as she spots it, the invisible blue flame monster sneak attacks, crashing her to the ground after banging into the tree. As her hand is injured, the slaughter rabbit would have become a minced rabbit if it weren't for the headmaster summoning the wind barrier in time. While Qingche, floating in the air, captures the invisible monsters with his branches, he informs the slaughter rabbit that the one that attacked was a flying invisible monster. Mentioning that he's trapped one of them and can't hold them much longer, the principal commands her to find that one monster he still can't trace yet, telling her to find that one and contain it. Even though Qingche is a 4-star ranked transcender, he struggles to trap one while containing the other monster, and as long as the last one breaks through a wooden enigma assault, he won't be able to stop it, which will put the institution in danger. The girl then takes on the mission, and with a few broken ribs, she thinks the compensation should be enough for the old man after she dies. But the only thing she decides to do is fight, and using her wind chant, she tries to track the monsters. Unable to find it, she wonders if there are really 3 invisible monsters, and that's when her eyes land on all the students that came in. Calling them stubborn little shits, she concludes that the monsters are beyond their imagination, and now the situation has gotten much worse with them coming into the arena. She clearly instructs the students to get out of here, reminding these little brats that they were just fighting for their lives and have come to flaunt their strength. Suddenly, the invisible monster approaches right in their direction, and the rabbit is thrown into a fit of terror, wondering why it's coming their way of all places. Even if her left hand wasn't injured, she manifests that she wouldn't be able to rescue all of the students at the time, as it's nearly impossible. Just as she tries to disrupt the monster's perception, Chusha, along with another transcender, steps forward to block it with the shields. Thinking they can give the monster the utmost consideration, the monster breaks through the shield, and as soon as the blue flame touches the girl transcender, she is instantly annihilated. Flabbergasted, Chusha loses one of his arms in a flash and is shocked by the fact that the shield, acknowledged as the strongest among the students, couldn't even withstand a single blow. Slaughter Rabbit tries to knock some sense in them, clarifying it's not the opponent they can face, and forces them to retreat. She takes Chusha away from the monster. However, the guy still doesn't back down, saying he still has one hand. The fact that they didn't underestimate the monsters here, knowing they are awfully strong, the guy from the other team asks the senior sister rabbit not to force herself, as even the strongest exterminators aren't guaranteed to survive when faced with such monsters. Not caring if they die, the students take it as their duty as the strongest combat force. Just then, the leader of the Rootbreaker team asks the senior sister rabbit for her order to command them to fight till the very end. Smiling, the senior rabbit calls them ridiculous students and warns they might all die tonight. She then commands them to find a way to make the monster visible. The next scene takes us to the tunnel where blood seems to be splattered everywhere. Shang Guangqi is running inside the tunnel at crazy speed, while her fellow exterminator asks her to slow down and tries to make her understand that their strength as transcenders is far more inferior to the monsters, given that this monster is invisible. While he thinks she's heading for a certain death, Shang, with her arm covered in blood, uses the blood dragon. Freaked out, Exterminator Kong insists on retreating quickly and asks how she survived to become a 4-star transcender with such recklessness. He further deduces that they need long-range attacks with transcendental power to deal with it, but Shang, calling him Old Man Kong, insults him by saying he's becoming more cowardly and stubborn the older he gets. Finally believing in Song Yin's monster's conspiracy, Kong lets out that they can't risk the students. While Shang believes the students are their future, they can't split the group in half either otherwise. This monster might escape and devour the exterminators outside, suggesting they can only eliminate it quickly and rush back. As the monster starts to get visible, Shang reveals that she's injected blood into its body to prevent it from escaping, and once it becomes visible, it'll be just an ordinary 4-star monster. Just then, the monster becomes fully visible, and Guanquei is left stunned when she peeks at the dinosaur-looking monster, wondering what creature would have evolved into this. Seeing all the recorded monsters, they never come across a monster like this, and instead, it looks like a triceratops, making Kong how in the world it looks like this. Suddenly, the monster attacks them and Kong grabs it, getting injured and bleeding all over. As the monster reveals itself, Kong asks Shang and Song Yin to rush back to the students, assuring them he will handle it and take the monster down at all costs. On the contrary, Shinkun's monster genes seem to be consuming most of his energy, so he decides to do something about it. It is then revealed that this so-called life essence fluid of life is ultimately the life force extracted by organisms. Monsters digest human flesh into life essence for their evolution, and the monster genes already contain a large amount of life energy. To sum it up, Shinkun can't possibly stop his monster genes from seizing the life essence fluid, but he can single out one of them, and so it will stuff it into the artificial superhuman mechanical device and crush it, turning it into life energy and inject it inside. To his surprise, it works as the device gets started. Feeling a different sensation than before, our guy decides to ignore it as long as it works. With that robotic hand now activated, it can convert the familiar transcended genes and simulate them, thus assisting him in star chart cultivation. Already being familiar with the star chart, our guy will be equivalent to reach the level of a 3-star transcender if he manages to activate the artificial transcendence. Accomplishing this, Shinkun then moves on to using 3-star transcendence as the core and evolves. That's when he accelerates digestion of the last bit of genetic powers and his monster's genes get berserk as he transforms. Shinkun commands that he's the master of all his monster's genes, uttering that rebellion results in death. Using his monster gene to turn it into life energy, our boy turns into a 4th stage monster. The scene then flips back to the arena, where most of the students have sustained injuries, but it finally brings some results as the invisible monster is temporarily bound by them. Only having one chance to wipe out this invisible monster, the guy transcender uses the Divine Sword Star chart. Ignoring endurance, he decides to go all in and let this disruption be his life's strongest slash. He uses his powers to the extent that even his arm rips apart. Just then, the Rootbreaker captain uses the Myriad Sword Star chart, striking 1,000 crimson swords. Witnessing this, the Slaughter Rabbit is taken aback by the students' willingness to risk their lives for that burst of power, despite being mere students. She assumes that it would at least penetrate the monster and make it possible. This way, even if they all die, they can still pinpoint the location for the principal and help him trap it. However, to make things worse, the monster is completely unharmed by the star chart attacks. In the end, even after they gave it their all, they can't even stop its footsteps. In the state of hysteria, the senior sister rabbit realizes that there's no way they could escape, and it's terrifying to think where this monster came from, going unnoticed by humans all this time. Thinking it's absurd, just when they thought that they had stabilized the situation and didn't need to fear the monster anymore, she concludes that arrogance does come with a painful price. Presuming that it's already too late to do something now, she anticipates that the students behind her still might have a chance as long as she self-destructs before dying. Using her wind attribute, she commands to blow away the students as far as possible and give them a glimmer of hope for survival. Using her powers to a full extent, she apologizes to his little brother for going first as she prepares to die. Suddenly, her scalp feels tighter and feels like the god of fate is dragging her, trying to pull out of this dark abyss. Well, it's not God. It turns out to be our boy Shinkun who pulls the floating rabbit to the ground by grabbing her braids. Screaming in pain, the poor girl screams who the hell is pulling her braids, and to her surprise, a guy saves her, telling her to calm down as it's not the time for her to sacrifice herself yet. While Shinkun disguises himself, the girl calls him a bastard and asks what he's doing, stressing that nothing can happen as they have missed the timing and they're all done for now. As she warns him that everyone will be torn to pieces in an instant, our guy transforms his left hand and blocks the monsters. Too stunned to speak, the slaughter rabbit witnesses an unbeatable invisible monster that inflicts devastating damage every time it strikes, yet remains unscathed, and this guy managed to block it when all of them failed to even do anything. She gets curious peeking at Shinkun's powers for even a 4-star ranked transcender who refined his own bones into metal. He shouldn't be able to withstand the impact of the invisible monster as tough as him. As she wonders who the guy is, our boy uses his blue flames, which makes the rabbit realize that he's the blue flame. Meanwhile, Shinkun asks if she's going to arrest him. Slaughter Rabbit is certain that it's him, the one who destroyed the Fan family laboratory, massacred all 48 in the lab, the wanted criminal. Our guy asks her to hasten up and get her people out of here if she doesn't want to get eaten by him, making it clear not to get in his way. With that, he sends her away while she's floating and she comes to a stop where the other students are. Just then, the monster's appearance finally gets revealed with the help of Shinkun's blue flames, and the students are terrified as they've never seen a monster like this before, adding it's more terrifying in its visible form. While our guy deals with the giant triceratops-looking monster, the senior sister rabbit commands the students to leave, and they've done everything they could, so even if they stay, they'll be of no value but death. The students then carry their classmates who have lost their combat abilities and are injured. They begin gossiping about the criminal blue flame. But the slaughter rabbit lets out she doesn't need to know who this blue flame is. The fact is he saved their life and is now facing the monster alone. On the other side, at the dorm, Zhao Sheng gets concerned as he calls the big brother who's looked in the room for too long. While Jiu tells him not to ask too much as Shinkun is resting, they're approached by Fan Shizai, who asks Jiu what she's doing in her own dormitory room. Mentioning that he's looking for Shinkun, he lets out that the school needs him for something, and spills that Shinkun has never spent the night in his own dorm, revealing someone saw him following her back to her dorm. He then asks her to call him out. Jiu informs him that Shinkun is resting, asking him the matter. Dubious, Shizai wonders if he can still sleep at this hour, accentuating the Academy's objections to the method by which this supernova received the final reward. Clarifying that Shinkun needs to be questioned in person, Shizai kinda threatens that the Academy will consider canceling his qualification and securing the artificial extraordinary device. The exterminator with Shizai asks Jiu to cooperate with them as per students' obligations, assuring that they just need Shinkun to show up and answer some questions. In addition, the exterminator asks if he's sleepy because he was injured during the competition, suggesting to assign someone to treat him. As Xiaotao hides behind her brother after saying they've never seen this so-called representative of the Academy, Jiu makes it clear if there are any objections regarding the grades, the dean will explain himself and warn them if anyone dares to disturb Shinkun's sleep, she'll make them disabled. At that moment, outside the dormitory, the students create mayhem when they get to know about the people who went in the dean's wooden Enigma assault and came back with heavy casualties. They quickly go to help them, while some are gossiping about the blue flame appearing on the field, the wanted criminal. As soon as Shizai hears this, he lets out that the dean is risking his life for them, so they shouldn't trouble him with such logistical work. Giving Jiu a suspicious glare, he thinks that she insists on guarding the door and obstructing it in every possible way, assuming that it's strange. Tension rises between them when Jiu is ready to attack him with her electricity, and Shizai decides to call Shinkun by himself as he also casts his firepower, saying not to blame him if she gets hurt. On the contrary, Slaughter Rabbit, who's still inside the arena, is lost in the thought about who this blue flame really is, wondering if he was a thief who stole the Fan family's research materials, a ruthless killer who annihilated unarmed researchers, or a rascal who pulled her braid. But the thing that confuses her is why would such a wanted criminal come to fight here and would gain nothing but death? No matter what she thinks about it, it's unreasonable. Regardless of who he is, she stumbles upon a conclusion and thinks that he saved her and her students, so it's only right she assists him and gives it her all. At the very least, she can help him deflect the monster's flame. Just then, using the Wind Dragon's star chart, she releases a wind howl and witnesses Shinkun dodging the monster's flame and ripping its face. Making her go slack-jawed as she gapes with bewilderment, the rabbit becomes certain that he's a 4-star transcender, and with an impressive burst of power, he can unleash blue flames just like the monsters. With his left hand covered in a layer of black armor which is actually mutated, the girl wonders how fire elemental energy condenses into black armor. She notices that his fighting style completely differs from that of a transcender, given that he engages in close-quarters combat with the monsters, and the fact that he tore the monster's face with bare hands makes it clear that it's something else along with his physical strength. At that moment, Shinkun spots her and asks why she hasn't left yet, believing he could use her as bait if she's here to cause trouble. The slaughter rabbit mumbles that it's a given that no student is here to cause trouble, and she will handle it just fine if she only has to worry about protecting herself. Thinking he's still an uncouth rascal, she tells Shinkun not to underestimate the monster, confessing that she can make him fly. While our boy is shocked to hear this, she uses wind travel that causes Shinkun to fly upwards as she commands. She believes that they have an advantage in the wind since the monster can't fly, and Shinkun is quite impressed by her wind power, revealing that he only remembers one thing about her, reckoning she died pretty early in his past life. Upon hearing this, the girl freaks out, thinking he's cursing her to die, and that's when Shinkun asks her to find a way to send him into the monster's mouth. Our boy even spells it out for her and the girl who's already pissed at him. Loki calls him an inscrutable bastard, sends this damned wanted criminal into the monster's mouth with her wind power. Telling him to go to hell, our guy glides straight towards the monster's fang mouth, and he is satisfied as the power of Earth Dragon Black Fang has merged into the bones and nails of his left hand. Happy that the evolution is going in the right direction, Shinkun pierces through the monster's mouth, and it seems to be one of his powers to penetrate the flesh of a 4th-rank monster. The girl is astonished to see how our guy carves a hole into the monster's head, and thinks that this bastard's flying style is strange as she can't even figure out his star chart. As the blood drips like crazy from the monster's mouth, the monster lets out a powerful roar that signals the other monsters. While the headmaster guesses that it's monster rage, Exterminator Linchi and Nia Yang are unable to withstand the pressure of the 4th-rank monster. It appears that 3 invisible monsters are simultaneously exerting pressure that even the slaughter rabbit shouts in pain, and Shinkun realizes that it's no ordinary pressure as there's an aura of the king present. As it doesn't affect him much as he himself is a monster, we get to know that within these monsters lies the power of the monster king. As the pressure gets intense, the slaughter rabbit feels like a blade is splitting her skull as her head hurts. The power seems to be cutting off her entire transcendent gene chain and disrupting all her transcendent genes throughout her body. Unable to use her wind powers, she falls down while trying to stabilize her genes rapidly. As she manages to stabilize, the girl topples right into the monster's eyes. While she's certain she can't escape now, she plans to gouge out one of its eyes before being eaten, but she is trapped by a monster's tentacle. Trying to use her powers, she still can't fully control her transcended genes within her no matter how hard she tries, thinking that now she's too powerful as she draws closer to the monster's mouth. At that moment, we are then traveled back to her flashback, where she commands her brother Tu Yang to not waste his time as he can't carry her. It appears that she is stuck under a big piece of rubble, and as her brother Yang is trying to help her, the monster emerges from behind. Suddenly, the father leaps in front of the monster to save his children while the kids are shouting as their dad gets devoured. Coming to the present scene, now she is also getting eaten by the monster, and while she misses her dad for the last time, our boy comes to the rescue just in time. Calling him a bastard even though he just saved her, the girl asks what he's trying to prove and tells him to get away, or else he'll get eaten too. Our guy responds, why does she care who's trying to prove something here, and lets out that she's plump and juicy so she's going to make a good bait, throwing her away like a slingshot. As the slaughter rabbit gets discarded once again, she gets mad and calls him a scum. After that, Shinkun inserts his tentacle into the monster, mentioning that the attacking state of the tentacles is different from the feeding state. As of now, his tentacles have inserted the monster's entire esophagus, and with his tentacles being tougher, it seems to begin to intimidate the monster. The monster gets enraged, and the slaughter rabbit shouts at the scum flame to be careful while our guy is about to get eaten by it. Just as the monster chews his tentacle, Shinkun makes a clever move and uses the power of black teeth. That's when the tentacle inside the monster's mouth pierces the black teeth throughout the esophagus, charged with blue flame. Witnessing this, the slaughter rabbit is left awestruck and wonders what move even is this that his blue flames are exploding wildly inside the monster's body. Devouring the monster, our guy can't wait to taste the Lord Monster. However, his tentacle bursts open and the monster abandons the carriage to save the general. In order to absorb the monster completely, Shinkun thinks of defeating it completely, and in that case, he'll have to liberate all 4 stage abilities with mutation. but again interrupted by the annoying rabbit girl who is here to help him. Smacking her face, Shinkun asks why he is so stubborn and tells her to stop getting in his way. As he pushes her away, the girl gets reminded of his father who pats her head and tells her to go while she's crying her eyes out. Zoned out, the rabbit girl calls Shinkun daddy, saying that he must stay alive. While our guy gives a weird-ass expression and says, okay, the girl snaps out of it and realizes that she has embarrassed herself. Turning red in utter embarrassment, she gets out of there instantly. Ashamed, she asks Shinkun to stop those reckless young students if they come again. Meanwhile, our guy gets awkward and is deeply hurt as she calls him daddy. The slaughter rabbit feels like dying of embarrassment and blushing hard. She thinks that this little rabbit streamer might be in love now. After that, the scene takes us to before Shizai and Jiu scuffle, where the exterminator asks the young master to get out of the institution since Principal Ching-Che's wooden enigma assault won't hold for much longer, so if the monsters rush in, no one in the academy will survive. But Shizai waits a little longer so that he could confirm Shinkun's identity to help his uncle. He ponders that if he turns out to be the Blue Flame, then it will get much easier because the Fan family needs the transcended gene chain of Shinkun, the Blue Flame. He adds that if his uncle can decrypt his genes, he'll be able to help Shizai break through the 90% gene transcendence limit, then allowing it to undergo a qualitative change. Nonetheless, he thinks that having over 90% transcended genes is nothing since he has already obtained the Blue Flame on his own. Switching to the fight, Shizai admits that Jiu's talent is indeed exceptional, knowing that she's depleted all her powers in the competition, and she won't be able to recover it in such a short time even with that kind of talent. While he tells her not to push herself hard since her insufficient energy is her greatest weakness, Zhao Sheng comes to defend his sister-in-law and suspects that he's hiding something right now, clearing that Jiu won't fall for that. Just then, Shizai uses the Crimson Flame Palms and hits Zhao as he is smashed away. Mocking him, the exterminator is surprised when these small fries have the guts to come to him. Both Xiaotao and Sheng are banged onto the floor by that big flaming palm. After that, Shizai lets out that Jiu can absorb elements of electricity from the air and even be able to cause a major blackout in the Nanyue district. But with his flaming palm entrapping both of them here, she won't get access to the lighting element to her need for air right now, concluding that she'll be like a drowning woman, unable to breathe. Without power, she won't be able to stop him. Just like that, he blocks Jiu from the flames and warns her not to resist anymore, or else lingering near that crimson flame palms for too long will burn her. Certain that she doesn't have enough power to push away his flaming palms, Shizai is about to open the dorm room when Jiu's electricity strikes him through those crimson flames. Taken aback, the boy wonders if she can still absorb electrical elements internally, and Jiu replies, saying that even a drowning person occasionally comes in contact with air. She accentuates that as long as she touches the electricity, the elements will be able to get into her body. On the contrary, in the Extermination Bureau headquarters, where they all get to know about another massive surge of electricity being absorbed by the Transcendence Institution, leading to another blackout in Qingchu City. After that, Shizai recalls what his uncle said about breaking through the 90% genes percentage, as more transcended genes are more likely to undergo a qualitative transformation. While Jiu is flashing towards him as she unleashes the magnetic star, the words echo in Shizai's mind that this kind of qualitative change is beyond the imagination of ordinary people, because for them, no matter how strong a transcendent is, they're just defective products in their eyes. As both of them use their powers, Jiu freaks out because the amount of electricity she uses in the attack costs at least thousands of electricity bills. Planning a move that doesn't consume that much energy, she thinks of considering Shizai's flaming palms, and tries to take energy by creating a satellite of a magnetic star. Watching her use the star chart, Shizai presumes her magnetic star is the result of painstaking research by Huaxia's researchers, but she's actually modifying it so recklessly that it's not even going out of control. He then assumes that either her star chart already has a 50% completion, or she has an unimaginable affinity for electricity. Not to mention that she's doing this in the middle of the battle. The young master is kinda pissed as he realizes that Jiu never took him seriously to begin with, overlooking the one who has been hailed as a genius since childhood and being treated as a defective product. He was reminded of what his uncle said about the probability of breaking through the 90% barrier and resonating with the eternal flower to be able to communicate with it as long as the eternal flower is integrated into one's transcended genes. Shizai anticipates that if he integrates both Blue Flame and the eternal flower into his transcended genes now, he can break through the 90% threshold of gene transcendence. As he gives Jiu a death glare, suddenly the blue flame begins to emerge from the arena, and the student's heart palpitations increase due to intense energy pressure reverberating. The earth seems to be trembling as the monsters inside are in a frenzy, and the exterminator tells the young master they must leave as the principal's enigma is about to collapse, adding that these students won't live much longer, so no need to confront them directly. Meanwhile, they both leave. The slaughter rabbit comes out of the arena and stops the student from going in there, saying they'll only be a burden and hoping that Blue Flame scum stays safe. On the other hand, in the arena, the headmaster now seems to be struggling as he can't hold down the monsters anymore since those 3 invisible monsters have merged. The headmaster gets concerned as the monster is getting stronger, and the aura it's emitting is like the one monster that appeared once before, the 5-stage monster that nearly exhausted all elite transcenders just to defeat it. While Lin Chi is attacking the monster, Nia Yang informs him that the mission has been cancelled, but Lin affirms that it's too late to retreat and is determined that he might as well help him block its path since he's going to get killed by it. At that moment, Xing Kun appears and bumps his head so hard on Lin Chi's head that the poor guy gets smashed into the tree. Poor Lin Chi gets slammed so hard that his head bleeds, and he recognizes that it's the blue flame. Ni Yang is surprised to see that a wanted criminal is actually saving them while Xing Kun finally finds the monster that escaped his sight that is now undergoing a fusion evolution. He reckons that the monster is gradually evolving into the 5th stage monster that requires an immense amount of power, flesh, and blood. In other words, these 3 invisible monster bastards are consuming the power of the Lord that he entrusted to them. After that, the exterminator casts an earthly prison around the monsters, and Nia Yang pulls Xing Kun back, asserting that even if he's blue flame, they're no match for that monster. It's beyond their league as the earthly prison that they just used is like a papier-mâché to it. Ni Yang makes him understand that idiot Lin Chi has read way too many comics, so he's just being a dramatic ass by sacrificing himself to protect others. While our guy is being dragged and brainwashed at the same time, the headmaster manages to block the monster's attack with his trees. As the tree branching keeps growing to trap that monster, it gets trapped, and the exterminators are impressed that the headmaster's sword is still so sharp as if he never aged at all. But even if his sword is strong, Qing Che asserts that he can't trap it for long, and sensing Shang Guangkui's presence, he asks to stop hesitating and attack the monster already. Emerging out of the blue, Shang glides high and asks the headmaster to wait, as it's all about waiting for the right wait. With that, she strikes the monster with her iconic water dragon slash, causing some damage to it as it is wounded. The headmaster is left astonished to see Shang get stronger again, and commands to prepare for battle as with the blue flame included, they finally have the power to counterattack. He instructs Shang and Blue Flame to lead the charge, telling them to protect themselves and gather information as the enemy's abilities are unknown, while the rest of them, including the headmaster, will clear obstacles for them. The vice captain and the others take on the commands while our guy marches forward and casually grabs Shang's shoulder with his left hand. Our boy utters they all are really used to being bossy and superior, as they even decided to include him into the team without asking, and Shang gets mad at him, asking what he's doing. Suddenly, she feels that his hand has such terrifying strength that she can't break free from it. At that moment, Shinken states that they can't handle the power of the Lord, and they won't be able to keep up with its transcendent strength even if it just roars. Pushing her away, he asks Shang to step aside and clarifies not to get in his way. Well, Shinken didn't plan to showcase this just yet, but to stop the apocalypse, his strength alone won't suffice, so everyone must get stronger enough. He then demonstrates the true power of a monster and unleashes the strength of a 4th stage monster. With that, he attacks the monsters like a no big deal, and the exterminators are shocked as they sense Shinken emitting a terrifying aura. The fact that his attacks are even stronger than the monsters, they wonder what kind of transcendent he even has, believing that he's becoming more of a monster than the monster itself. In the meantime, our guy's left mutated hand takes the 4th stage transformation that emits blue flame and the black tooth. The monsters call him a traitor, and his existence a mere fluke in the monster language, but Shinken lets out that it's not up to them to decide. Just like that, he uses the Lord's flame and strikes his hand onto the monster. With the bursting flame, he strikes a skull explosion that his hand pierces through the monster's skull, and his blue flames explode the monster's head. With all of their eyes gaping at Shinken's powers, our boy manages to deeply wound the monster. However, it rapidly self-regenerates like the Earth monster, and surmises that its strength and defense are far stronger than the Earth dragon. He again attacks with blue flames when the monster heals up again and throws Shinken on the ground. While Shang asks if he's alright, our boy gets up again and reveals that even if they manage to inflict damage on the monster now, it won't matter in the end because of its high attack, high defense, and self-healing abilities. He low-key thinks if the Monster King has enough power, it'll be able to heal itself quickly. Shinken then unravels something unexpected as he lets out that there are many more monsters as powerful as this one, and their numbers are far beyond their imagination. Upon hearing this, the headmaster is appalled to think how many are there exactly, while Shang utters that it's useless to talk about it now, affirming that they can continue to cooperate and can still fight for a glimmer of hope. But Shinken clarifies that there's no need for that, and goes on to reveal how to defeat these monsters next. He makes them understand that in order to protect the future of this world, they have to become stronger than he is now. Shinken utters to contemplate well what a domain truly is when he activates his domain expansion, leaving them in utter bafflement. That's when we get to know that Shinken, burning his monster genes, with the souls of 2 lifetimes, plans to briefly utilize the strongest move of the previous lifetime's Lord of the Monsters, which is Domain, consuming Inferno Prison. Expanding his domain, Shinkun's domain envelopes them all in an instant. At that moment, Linchi feels and notices that all the metal elements in the air are being consumed, but the headmaster clears up that all the elements are being devoured by his domain. With only his fire elements remaining, Qingche notifies that they must keep control, because if the stored elemental power within them is released, it will be consumed instantly. Discovering that Shinkun is the sole ruler within the domain, the other exterminator mentions that he has no way to resist within his domain and can only flee as far as possible. However, Shang elucidates that he's overthinking it, revealing they have nowhere to run, and from the moment the domain enveloped them, they're in his mouth. While our boy gives the monster hell with his blue flames, Ni Yang is left shocked to see that the monster actually wants to escape and it can't even escape his domain. The fact that the edge of the domain is like teeth, anything approaching the edge will be bitten. Trapping in his domain, our guy warns the three little monsters not to even think of escaping. Witnessing that the monster is being caught, the exterminators come to believe that there's no escape once enveloped by this domain. With the domain gradually shrinking and the flames growing stronger, they emphasize that it's like a fiery hell that devours the monster that is so powerful. Taking their breath away, Nie Yang is filled with astonishment, wondering what blue flame named his domain and calls it the demon-devouring inferno. But the headmaster tells him to snap out of it, saying that he was unruly as a student, and now as a vice captain he's still the same, instructing him to stop being in awe and do his best to comprehend it. Qingche then ponders that the blue flame domain is incredibly formidable, and that the enemy will be gradually eaten and dragged before him. It seems that the monster's self-healing speed can't keep up with the speed of the flames. However, the headmaster then recalls that 20 years ago, at the final moment of the human elite transcender's battle against that monster, it was also a final blow from that 5th-tier monster that killed the 5 strongest transcenders at that time. At that time, the headmaster couldn't see clearly from afar. He clearly remembers that this monster's domain and the Blue Flame's domain are very similar, domineering and powerful. Well, that monster from 20 years ago was none other than Shinkun, who completely transformed into a monster before his reincarnation. On the other hand, our guy seems to be starving to death as he's sucked to the bones. It appears that the monster genes are still not strong enough, plus the consumption of the devouring inferno is too great. Panicked, Shinkun presumes if he doesn't fill his stomach, the people behind him will be in trouble. He then asks the monster to be his dinner, and while the monster is trapped in his domain, it asks Zingun how he's able to use a pinnacle 5th-tier domain as he's clearly on the 4th stage. The monster converses with him and lets out that there's no power bestowed by the king can be obtained by him. Our guy responds that it's not for him to decide, and uses flames devouring to bite the monster. Using flame devouring, his blue flames rise and kindle like a blue tornado. The flames rise so high that even the students in the institution are left astounded, and Shizai, who seems to be escaping, immediately stops when he witnesses the large blue flame erupting from the arena. The exterminator who's driving him assumes that not many students must have been left to feel this aura, and next the Nan Yue Academy will have to rely on President Fan to rebuild. He then hurries Shizai to get in the car. On the contrary, our guy who almost staves to death now ends up eating too much that he's about to throw up. He recovers and takes some to digest. However, in an unexpected turn of events, they are overwhelmed by the sudden intrusion of the Earth Dragon that bursts out of the ground. The Earth Dragon emerges, and Shinkun grasps that it's using its power so frequently, which means that it did really sense him. Showing him the middle finger, our guy lets out that he already had his fill, challenging if it got guts to make him vomit out then. Suddenly, Shang shows up and slashes the Earth Dragon with her Water Dragon, while the headmaster casts Myriad Wood Towering. Ni Yang and Lin Qi also strike with their metal attributes, letting out that they might be just 3 stars with weak abilities, but they'll do their best. Living in his comic world, Lin gets determined to get stronger than them in the future. Watching them being full of enthusiasm to help, our guy smirks and contemplates that Shang Guangque, headmaster, and his personal transcendent skills maps have already grown quite a bit. Feeling relieved, it wasn't in vain for him to demonstrate so hard after all, and now the seeds to save the world have already been planted. Suddenly, Shinkun is ambushed by a bunch of tentacles. While he slashes them, one of them bites at his neck. It turns out that these tentacles aren't from the Earth Dragon, but from the invisible monsters that are not quite dead yet. Dubious, he wonders what use can such thin little tentacles have, and then the realization hits him that it's connecting him to the monster's network. Being directly connected, Shinkun encounters the king of monsters who seems endless. Instead of panicking, our guy begins to absorb the king's power, and the king calls him a sore loser for trying to steal back the power of the king. Absorbing the power through his nostrils, Shinkun makes it clear that once it's in his mouth, there's no spitting out. That's when the enraged king reveals that the royal power is not something puny humans like him can bear, warning him to hand it over. The king decides to allow him to return to the embrace of the king if he hands over the power or dies. Realizing that it's called the royal power, Shinkun could sense the king panicking as it's losing the royal power bestowed upon him. He adds that this royal power was bestowed by one of the great demon gods under the king, the flame demon god. Upon hearing this, the king freaks out and asks how he even knows. Smirking, our boy reveals that in his previous life, he was one of the 4 great lords. Aware that the king is desperate to reclaim it, Shinkun says that he's going to digest the royal now and challenges the king to snatch it from him. Since Shinkun refuses to return to the king's embrace, the demon decides to kill him through the monster network and crush his fragile human soul, crushing it to pieces. As the embers of fire hit him, our guy swallows them all and laughs at what the king just said about the fragile soul, uttering that he possesses the souls of 2 lives. Just then, Shinkun notices that the monster network has been shattered, which means by absorbing the royal power, he's become the true individual of the monster race, just like a newborn queen ant, no longer under the control of the original group. With the monster network shattering, the earth dragons also escape and Shang looks for the blue flame, wondering where he'd go. The headmaster expresses that he's gone, and even though he's wanted by them, he indeed saved them this time, and the entire academy. While Lin Chi is kinda pissed that his enemy leaves, Nie Yang asks the president if there are still many of these monsters. Well, that's what the blue flame said. Regardless of whether it is true or false, President Ching Che accentuates that today's event along with Blue Flame's speculations, it's time to let the world know that their future is in grave danger. On the other hand, Shinkun sneaks back to his dorm, while pondering that the newborn queen ant is born after the death of the original queen within the ant colony. Similarly, he's the newborn queen before the death of original Queen Bee, who now possesses the ability to stand alone, the new king of monsters. Changing his clothes, he surmises that although the monster's power may not seem to have changed, there has been a profound transformation, concluding that now he can build his own monster legion. After that, he gets out of the dorm and meets Jiu and the others. Appearing in a state of panic, Zhao Sheng seems to be freaking out as informs Xingchun that both he and Xiao Tao felt something really strange, as if something inside them came alive like something awakened. But the big brother assures them that it's nothing, expressing that it's the awakening of the seed of hope for the world. But deep down, our guy knows that they can't rule out the possibility of another seed of despair awakening for the world, which sounds kinda scary of what's ahead to come. Reaching the research base, Shizai is ashamed to bring disgrace to his family by not passing the Super Rising Star selection, regretting that he could have found a way to kill Xingkun early on. But his uncle pats his shoulder and affirms that none of them thought Xingkun could resist the mental explosion of a 4-star spirit element user. After all, that's something a normal freshman can do. While Uncle Wei does believe that Xingkun might be the blue flame, he interrogates the exterminator who happens to be at the arena and saw the blue flame up close at the arena. He asks the blue-haired exterminator to spill something about his features. Panicked, she answers that the blue flame didn't have any distinctive features as he's completely wrapped up, hiding his appearance. Exuding immense praise, she continued to reveal how his blue flames were so powerful and talking about his domain. It was the flame that can incinerate everything. Suddenly, she stops herself from speaking further, and a strike of terror runs through her as she realizes that she's indirectly mocking the young Master Fan for leaving the academy prematurely and missing the chance to confront the blue flame. She then concludes that blue flame is so powerful that he's not even in the same dimension as them, and the aura he emits is extremely peculiar, the one she's never felt on anyone before. Scared for her life, she looks at the young master's face as he appears to be pissed. To cover it up, she thinks that it's too absurd that Blue Flame is a freshman and guesses that he may be too powerful to hide himself in some way. That's when Director Wei asks the girl exterminator to get ready, as there was just news about that Blue Flame's trail being found, and instructs her to be involved in the pursuit team. After that, Wei puts aside all the talk about Blue Flame and gets on another big mission. He asks Shizai to extract enough inextinguishable flame from the Eternal Flower as soon as possible, as they need to help his father advance to a 5-star transcender. That way, the Fan family can regain control of the situation disrupted by the appearance of the invisible monsters. Looking serious, Shizai assures his uncle that he's going to do his best. Just then, we get to know the reason why they want his father to advance to 5-star transcender as soon as possible, is to give his father the ability to confront the Eternal Flower monster, just like a Blue Flame. Shizai then contemplates that ultimately, it's because the family is afraid, as the Eternal Flower can accelerate the training speed of the transcender, but it can also transform into terrifying monsters, which means that it can grant people everlasting flame, but it also could instantly burn them to ashes. As he's touching the everlasting blossom, suddenly it closes up, and Shizai notices that the gap in the Eternal Flower that opened last time has closed. That also means that now he can't extract the inextinguishable flame. This drives him mad as the flower closes at such a crucial moment when his father, his family, and he himself need the inextinguishable flame even more. At that moment, the most surprising thing happens when the blossom communicates with Shizai, asking if it wants to get its flames. Shocked to the core, He reckons if the eternal flower is communicating with him, speculating it's because he's absorbed quite a bit of flame that makes him resonate with it. Nonetheless, the eternal flower utters that if he wants its flame, he demands Shizai to bring him a monster gene carrier. The next scene takes us to the dorm, where Jiu forgets to bring her clothes in the shower. Embarrassed, she makes Shin-kun, who's also in the dorm, realize that it isn't his dorm and our boy seems to be focused on something else, explaining that group dormitories are not very convenient, and officially informs that half of this dorm is his now. Jiu then tells him that she forgot to bring her clothes, and Shin-kun asks her to come out herself and get it, reminding her that when she used to bathe at his house, she'd always come running out like a carefree, naked little fish. Thinking it was years ago, she yells at him to get her clothes, calling him a pervert. Finding it a hassle, he tells her to wear his clothes as hers are buried under the suitcase, giving her the shirt with the help of his tentacles. Blushing, Jiu wears his shirt, which makes her feel uncomfortable, and assumes that he did that on purpose. Thinking that the big pervert didn't even care, she approaches him and asks what he's doing. That's when our guy energetically lets out that he wants to inject his genes into her. As crazy as it sounds, poor Jiu freaks out as she turns red and Shin-kun gets closer, repeating what he wants to do. With emotions flushing, Jiu warns him if he keeps babbling nonsense, she will slap him real hard. But our fella asks her to quit dawdling and assures that it'll only hurt a bit, forcing her to bear with it as it will be over soon. As he approaches his hand close to her, this drives Jiu mad, resulting in her electricity outburst as she gets mad at Shin-kun to stop his nonsense. Poor Shin-kun is thrown out of the dorm as the electricity bursts out and realizes that she probably misunderstood something as he almost got electrocuted. Well, our boy admits that his idea was too impulsive, although he clearly senses his current ability to bestow a creature with royal power to gain his monster powers. But he really doesn't know what changes this creature will undergo or if there will be any life-threatening dangers. He almost goes out of his senses and realizes that it was definitely wrong to use Jiu as an experiment. Our boy then plans to catch a little mouse for an experiment and see if it'll turn into Godzilla. After that, he receives a message from Jiu who tells him not to go out fooling around and asks him to come back as she's locking the door. That's when Shin-kun wonders if it's because of the reincarnation leading to this butterfly effect, noticing that she has become slightly different. As in his previous life, she always told him to go find some ladies, then secretly reported him disrupting his moment and enjoyed it. At that moment, she also agrees to find a mouse for his experiment, and Shin-kun just looks done for how she is acting so nice now as she nearly electrocuted him a few seconds ago. In the meantime, our guy heads to the forest in search of the mouse, and as expected, a little mouse couldn't withstand his power. Abruptly, someone sneak attacks Shin-kun and senses it immediately. As he asks who it is, someone emerges from the trees and calls Shin-kun Blue Flame. Surprisingly, it turns out to be Headmaster Ching-che, who seems to know the truth about him being the Blue Flame. While the headmaster assures him that he has no ill intentions, our guy goes into denial and acts as if he doesn't know what he's talking about. As he is about to sign off and informs the president that he needs to hurry and inject something, the old man is pissed and reminds him if it weren't for his insisting, Shin-kun might not have had the chance to enter this academy. The headmaster requests to chat with this old man even if he's not Blue Flame and offers him some life essence as a gift to consider his thanks to him. Enticed, our guy clarifies that he's not the Blue Flame, but he's extremely honored to have a conversation with him. Asking him to sit, Ching-che reveals that he noticed him during the night when Jiu's superpowers went out of control. But what really caught his eye was the routine physical examination data Shin-kun did that night at the Nanjue Genetics Institute. His muscle density was 2.45 times higher than the average person, and his metabolism speeds up 3 times that of a normal male. Hearing this, our guy is in awe at how manly he is, while Ching-che lets out that he has always had a research project despite being a president. While Shin-kun seems to be joking around, the headmaster reveals that he's been researching on monster gene carriers who are like transcenders. He adds that they are a special group of people whose mysterious genes undergo mutations, but when they awaken, they will lose their minds due to the monster genes and become monsters. According to some studies, unawakened transcenders have better spirits than ordinary people, like they're more energetic, and monster gene carriers have similar manifestations, as their muscle strength is stronger than ordinary people, metabolism speed is faster, and they tend to be stronger than ordinary people. As our boy is low-key exposed, the headmaster goes on to elucidate that more monster genes make the manifestation more obvious, and judging from Shin-kun's physical test, he's a monster gene carrier, but also happens to possess transcendent genes. This is the reason why Ching-che stopped Fan Jianwei from disqualifying him and allowed him to participate in the final trial. He concludes that although he hasn't tested his genes, he knows that there must be monster genes in his body. The old man then insists on going with him to have a gene test and seems to have blown the whistle on Shin-kun's true identity. However, our guy, who happens to have 99% of monster genes, tries to escape from the situation and lets out that it would be a waste of resources, asking the president to send the life essence as he has to go. Just as Shinkan is leaving, the old man pulls a dirty trick on our fella that makes him stiff, as Ching mentions that the life essence fluid is available now. Well, it appears that trees in the academy have evolved with his transcendent powers, so the night when Fan's secret laboratory was destroyed, he noticed that blue flame appeared twice in the area, and he also saw him burying a lot of the things in the ground. He adds that it's likely to be life essence fluid, and if they dig up, there's quite a lot. Getting caught in the act, our guy calls the old man a thief and gets exposed to his doings. At that moment, the headmaster assures him that he doesn't need to be nervous as he knows that Shinkun risked exposing himself to save the academy, believing that he has a sense of justice. The old man seems to have no ill intentions towards him, and based on his understanding, Shinkun destroying the Fan family laboratory wasn't a bad thing. He understands that Shinkun doesn't want others to know about his monster genes, because even if he controls it, he will be forced to have a locator implanted if others find out. He is well aware that monster gene carriers do have a hard time in this world, but given his special situation, he will be required to cooperate with experiments. The headmaster then confesses that he's helping him like on the day of the 5 Elements field. He asked Shang Guangqui to cover up the fact that he had left for the Fan family's laboratory that night. This time he rushed Lin Qi to the outskirts of Nanyue to act as if the blue flame appeared there, so in short terms, the Eliminators won't come to investigate their academy and find him. Doing his best to help him in the future as well, Qingche accentuates that only 5% of people are carriers of monster genes, and they cannot solve the problem of monster genes like Shinkun. Those carriers are implanted with locators and monitored because people fear that they will turn into monsters, and they fear themselves losing control, becoming monsters at any moment. They live like this under surveillance, fear, and discrimination, and are deprived of all future pain. He then asks Shinkun how he controls his monster genes as he wants to restore the normal lives of those 5% if possible. But our guy strongly denies that he's not the blue flame, and overlooks everything that the headmaster has just said. Enraged, Qingche warns him that if the problem of monster genes cannot be controlled, this world will never be at peace. Even if superpowers are strong, they cannot protect the people around them. Just then, Shinkun's footsteps come to a halt, and he utters that maybe the blue flame has a way to control them, but from a human perspective, this is not a good thing, and instead it might plunge humanity into panic. Getting onto something, the headmaster appears to be in a state of hysteria. Asking what monsters really are, our boy asserts that the Eliminators believe that monsters are simply transcendent creatures who've lost their mind, but he always thinks that the monsters may be a group that they have not been able to understand. He goes on to explain that all monsters are like an ant colony, revealing that the blue flame is coincidentally becoming the king of another ant colony. The headmaster grasps that in order to save an ant from one colony, he can only drag this ant into another colony. Simply put, one ant may not cause fear in people, but 110,000, that is the 5% of all people will. The headmaster then anticipates that the blue flame will eventually become the king of all monster carriers, and concludes that saving them will be feared and dreaded by the world, but not saving them will turn these people into mindless monsters. While he ponders that it's terrifying power and this is Shinkun's concern, he affirms that it's really difficult for him, but no matter what he chooses, he as the president decides to support him and help him. Listening to such kind words, our guy acts all sweet with the old man, and asks the dear president if he can make decisions on the Monster Gene Academy side, as the blue flame is interested in snatching underlings from the Monster King, adding that he probably wants to build a monster army. Shinkun then reckons that at this stage, he can only grant the royal power to one person to gain his power, but if only activating the monster gene carriers to let them grow freely, then there will be no limit to the number. The next scene takes us to a place where Shizai seems to have kidnapped many people as they are tied down. The exterminator along with him seems to be freaking out as he asks the young master why he asked him to bring all the monster gene carriers here, but the master tells him to shut up. It appears that Shizai, along with those people, is in the storage room on the negative 13th floor of the inextinguishable flame, also the place where he made a treaty with the eternal flower. While the exterminator nearly shits his pants witnessing the terrifying eternal flower, the blossom stretches out its tentacles and devours the monster gene carriers. But they seem too weak to withstand its power at all and demand Shizai for a body that can withstand its power in battle. As the monster is brutally shredding the humans to pieces as it consumes them, it asks Shizai to take it to find monster gene carriers who can bear its power, offering to grant him power stronger than this. Meanwhile, the young master absorbs the power given by the eternal flower. He agrees to do what it has said, calling it Lord Flame Demon God. The exterminator who witnesses this terrifying sight is even more panicked when he realizes that the young master fan is dealing with monsters. Lately, Shinkun furtively sneaks into the dorm only to be welcomed by furious Jiu, who's ready to whip him. She asks where else did he sneak off to, and our guy responds if she would believe him if he'd say he was having a heart-to-heart conversation with the president. Deep down, Shin-kun feels like that scenario where a guy stays out drinking with his friends and sneaks back home late only to be caught by his wife. After that, Jiu starts beating him to vent her anger and calls him a scoundrel while our guy is freaking out as he gets a good beating. Just as she's whipping him, Jiu lets out that she would agree to let him inject her after she's had her fill of beating him, and Shin-kun pauses for a second. She says that when they were little, no matter how perverted Shin-kun was, he wouldn't make such demands on her, and understands that his monster genes are forcing him into this. Taking the initiative as she is about to be undressed, our guy injects his tentacle into her neck. Confused about what just happened, Shin-kun affirms that he just injected her with his monster genes, and as expected she has transcendent genes, so they truly cannot coexist with his royal power monster genes. While our guy guesses that Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao won't do either as they don't have monster genes, Jiu awkwardly moves up to her bed, shying away as she says she's sleepy. Putting her head under the cover, she is utterly embarrassed as she misunderstands the situation and decides to sleep until the earth is destroyed. Despite the embarrassing situation, she ponders that Shin-kun seems to have really changed this time and is turning into a new leaf. The next day, Jiu sneaks into Shin-kun's phone and it appears that he's looking at a girl's photo. Giving a sinister stare, she asks who it is and our guy reveals that she's President Ching Che's granddaughter, a first-year student at the Monster Gene Academy, and has the most monster genes in Huaxia, except for him. The girl Gong Xiaoni turns out to be a 92% monster gene carrier. The next scene takes us to the first hospital of Eliminator City, where a boy in a wheelchair seems to be struggling to get a drink from the vending machine. Annoyed, the guy behind him, not bothering to help him, asks for how long he's going to continue this and insults him by advising him to stay home if his legs are not working. Calling him a nuisance, the guy lets out that he's just wasting resources and grabs his wheelchair, pushing it away. The rude guy takes the drink that boy bought for himself and he throws the coins on the floor to pay him back. The poor boy, who cannot even walk up to him, gets real mad and lashes out at him, calling him a bastard and saying he's going to kill him. As the boy gets too worked up, the doctor comes in just in time and calms him down, telling him not to be so sensitive since the guy returned the money. But the boy seems to be enraged and is unable to control his anger. The doctor stops him and lets out that he must escort him for the monster gene risk assessment so he can't let him get in trouble. Upon hearing this, the bully gets to know that the boy is a monster gene carrier and reveals that only 8% of gene carriers or more need to undergo the risk assessment, and those who fail the assessment will have to wear a safety collar. He realizes that the boy had a bad temper because of the genes, and it turns out he's a monster. He goes on to mock the disabled boy, blabbering that people like him are truly a waste of social resources. He decides to get out of there before getting eaten by a monster. Just as he's walking away, something gets past him in a flash that nearly hits him. The bully gets threatened by a coin as it forcefully crashes into the wall, and it turns out to be Gong Xiaoni, who scares the shit out of him as she leans closer to take out the coin from the wall. The doctor stops her and asks what she's doing, saying that as a class president, she should set a good precedent instead of deliberately causing trouble. Chilled, Gon assures the doctor not to get worked up as she did not beat his ass, adding that she's just returning the money. While the boy is pleased to see the class president, Gong returns him another coin by smashing it in the wall and asks if he wants her to return the last coin that is rolled under her friend's shoe sole, or if he's going to crawl over to pick it up. Nearly shitting his pants, the bully scaredly mutters that he's going to crawl over to pick up. Admitting that it is his fault, the guy trembles with fear and lets out that he has no shame, begging for forgiveness. Taking the drink back, Gong clarifies that it's Yang's drink and confesses that she's so strong that she might accidentally crush something of his. She then introduces herself as the person with the most monster genes in Huxia, and being curious about the taste of scumbags, she scares the bully that if she turns into a monster, he'll be in trouble, so he better behave. After that, Gong Xiao approaches Yang, the wheelchair boy, while the doctor asks them not to cause any more trouble. While Gong carries Yang's wheelchair, the boy asserts that the monster gene carriers have to maintain inner peace to reduce the likelihood of monsterization, but he gets concerned that he can't calm down no matter how much he tries, getting upset that he's certainly going to fail the assessment and will be fitted with a safety collar. Yang lets out that he won't be able to hide his identity as a monster gene carrier in the future, and wherever he goes he will be guarded against by others, adding that once his emotions get out of control, the safety collar will inject the lethal poison in time, concluding that his life has no hope anymore. But Gong cheers him up and squishes his face, convincing him that it's great as when he rides on the subway everyone will automatically make way for him. She assures him that it's liberating that he can do anything in the subway and no one will care. Meanwhile, poor Yang freaks out and asks the class monitor not to touch his head or else he'll lose his cool. Joking that he's feeling lustful, she affirms to keep a positive attitude and tells him not to be discouraged, believing that one day the scientists will one day find a way to control monster genes. On the contrary, Shin-kun seems to be heading out to meet the person with the most monster genes in Huaxia and Jiu decides to tag along with him as he's going to meet a girl. In the hospital, the temperature in the lift seems to be increasing as Gong feels it. The other classmate thinks the class monitor Gong is nervous about the assessment and hopes that this time the four of them, the monster gene carriers, don't need to wear the safety collar like last time. The next scene takes us to the bus station, where jealous Jiu feels like this girl Gong fits Shinkun's preference. While our boy seems to be busy and doesn't hear what she says, she changes the topic and lets out that Eliminator City is quite remote as they've been waiting for the shuttle for the first hospital forever. Upon this, Shinkun responds that transcenders attract monsters, and places where transcenders gather tend to have friendlier locals, but he finds it strange as the bus would have arrived half an hour ago. At that moment, our guy spots the shuttle, however. He sniffs something peculiar. The guy inside the bus seems to be wearing a mask and has spotted his target Shinkun, who's standing at the stop between the academy and the first hospital, initiating the kill mission. Jiu panics as the bus appears to be out of control while our guy activates the artificial transcender device, sniffing a 4-star rank transcender inside that bus. Using his metal abilities, Shinkun strikes the metal star sword that puts the bus on fire. The assassin inside the bus is baffled as the young master fan mentioned that he was a powerful fire-type transcender, but instead, he's a metal-type transcender. As the bus is on fire, the assassin wonders if this is even possible, as the boy just used a small amount of metal transcendent power to condense a large quantity of common titanium into a standard attack. The assassin then jumps out of the bus, and as expected, the plan to kill Shinkun with a bus crash was unrealistic to begin with. But he decides to go all out to complete the young master's special task. After all, he did intense training in front of the Eternal Flower, so his strength has skyrocketed. Now putting it to the test, the assassin using his fire attribute attacks him with a flame serpent, but to his surprise, his flames get cut by a laser light as it penetrates through his head, killing him instantly. Looking at the transcendent device, Shinkun lets out that this glove is like his external body. It stores 9% of the transcendent genes he refined. Although it can't compare to his innate transcendent genes, he's managed to gather 10% genes, enough to form a weak star map of 10,000 swords, and it's decent enough to wield the transcendent powers. After that, he informs the president that he had killed someone at the bus stop who didn't look like a good person anyway, while the president freaks out and screams through the phone that they just started working together, and he's killed someone already. He then asks Ching-Che to pick that guy up and send someone to take them to the hospital since he suspects there might be trouble over there. Giving him the idea, Jiu calls him Pervy Xing and whispers that this roadside attacker randomly assaulting innocent people can be considered a snack. But our guy seems to have plenty of genes to digest and thinks that handing this assassin over to the president might reveal something as he looks like a commando from the Fan family. Just then, our guy is worried about the hospital, contemplating that in his previous life, he was there at this time, got encouraged by that obscenity girl Gong Xiao with her dirty words to cheerfully undergo the danger assessment. He recalls that nothing major happened that day apart from failing the danger, but today he seems to have a bad feeling about it. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Gong Xiaoni is undergoing the assessment and learns that her strength is 3 times that of an ordinary person, which is highly abnormal. The woman conducting her test accentuates that Gong's monster gene has started to significantly affect her body, and even if her mental state and emotions are stable, as a safety gene inspector she must be responsible for all of humanity. Therefore, she cannot let her pass the safety inspection. Appearing to be fine, Gong walks out wearing the safety collar and gets a call from her grandpa. Sounding energetic as ever, Ching-Che asks her if she passed the assessment, but Gong tells him that she didn't. Just then, he assures Gong that she'll be fine, and reveals that someone is coming to see her soon, so she must listen to him, as he can help her break free from the shackles of monster genes. While Ching-Che lets out that there's only one spot for now, Gong asks who's that person, uttering that it's so fucking impressive. As Grandpa tells her to mind her language, Gong peeks at Tu Yang who's in the wheelchair, and feels like one spot is pretty stingy. Sensing what she's trying to do, Ching-Che lashes out at her and affirms that there will be more spots in the future. Given that there will be more spots in the future, Gong lets out that someone needs this spot more than she does. But she gets scolded again as her grandpa is aware that her current situation is dangerous, commanding her to take the spot first. As her eardrums are about to burst, Gong assures him that her self-control is stronger than anyone's, and Ching-Che warns him that she has the most monster genes, which means she can transform at any moment. If something happens to her, he won't be able to face his deceased daughter. Upon hearing this, Xiaoni responds that even her dad says she's like Grandpa, and if he was also in a situation like she is today, she's certain that he would have undoubtedly given the spot to someone who needs it more. Promising to not let her grandfather's lifelong reputation be tarnished, she turns off the phone. Concerned, Ching-Che takes a deep sigh and hopes that Xing-kun chooses Gong Xiao as she's such an angelic child. On the other hand, 2 classmates approached Tu Yang to look at his safety collar. Getting mad again, he asks them to go ahead and look, and furiously mutters that putting this safety collar on him won't strip away his humanity and label him as a monster. Calming him down, one of his classmates tells Tu Young not to act so rashly because if he breaks the collar, it will inject a lethal dose, and there will be no one to complain to. The other classmate affirms that he can't be so emotional. The matter of fact is they have monsters and they can't help it. Lashing out, Tu Young refuses to compromise with this damned world and refuses to be a monster. During his emotional breakdown, Tu Young receives a call from his sister and asks everyone to keep quiet. Lying to his sister, he informs her that he's passed the danger assessment and asks her not to come visit him as he's planning to watch a movie with his classmates. His sister turns out to be the Slaughter Rabbit, the streamer, who's already reached the hospital door, and she ends her broadcast after informing that she was talking to the person she loves the most apart from her fans. As she's floating her way up the stairs, suddenly the ground begins to crack. Witnessing the hospital falling to the ground, a strike of terror runs through her as she thinks of her brother Tu Yang. The hospital seems to be sunken several meters and the rock walls begin collapsing as well. As the rocks are about to fall on the floating Slaughter Rabbit, she realizes that the hospital will be buried if this happens, and there are still 5 people down there. Using her wind abilities, she scatters the rocks with great power to save the people. Panicked, one of the guys asks his wife to stay calm as the exterminators will come to protect them. After saving them, the Slaughter Rabbit tells them to leave this place as she has to go somewhere else. But one of the guys insists they come with her, as they are safer with her. That's when she reveals that headed to the 18th floor. Hearing this, the guy freaks out when he realizes that it's the Monster Gene Evaluation Department, and those with abnormal monster genes need to go there. He frantically warns her not to go there because in situations like this, everyone will be emotional and would have turned into monsters by now. But the rabbit is certain that her brother Yang will control himself when suddenly something starts beeping. Going into a state of hysteria, the people recognize that it's the sound of the locator on the monster gene carrier's neck, pointing out that the woman is a monster gene carrier as she's about to turn into a monster. Meanwhile, the guy tries to calm her wife down, asking her not to be afraid. However, the worst thing happens: the wife transforms into a monster followed by her husband, who also turns out to be a monster. As they turn into monsters, the rabbit, fulfilling her duty as an eliminator officer, seems to have no choice and annihilates them. After she kills them, the guy warns the eliminator officer that she saw herself, but the Slaughter Rabbit is determined to go there in case there are still survivors and instructs those people to follow her and help her find them out, assuring that rescue will come soon. On the contrary, Secretary Yang comes to take Xingchun and Zhu in a cute private car. They assume that it'll be dark by the time they reach the hospital, but just then the principal calls them and notifies them that it's not the time to worry about that, as they just got news that the hospital collapsed and suddenly sank into the ground. He further affirms that the Eliminator headquarters started an investigation right away, and they found it was a particularly large ground subsidence. The hospital is buried underground by fallen rocks, but luckily wasn't crushed, with life detection showing no major casualties in the hospital for now. Feeling dubious, our guy recalls that in his previous life, the hospital didn't sink into the ground like this, and that he was ambushed earlier, concluding that there's definitely something fishy going on. With that, Xingkun asks the headmaster to send someone to bring Zhaoxing and Xiao Tao from his team, adding that he also needs to borrow someone from him. The scene then switches to Xiao Tao rushing to her brother, freaking out, and expressing that she's feeling strange. No matter how she eats, she keeps on getting hungry, and couldn't even believe herself that she ate 30 buns. Highly concerned, Xiao Tao lets out that at this rate she might turn into Zhao Big Tao. Witnessing her brother with plenty of empty food bowls, she asks him how much he ate, and Sheng, who's looking awful, with a mouth stuffed with food, mutters that if they keep eating like this, they'll go bankrupt. And weirdly enough, he still feels angry, even though he eats until he feels like his stomach is going to burst. Just then, Xiao Tao reveals that just now her transcendent gene was growing rapidly, so she drank a vial of life essence, and it actually helped her release the hunger. As soon as Sheng hears about life essence fluid, a rage of anger runs through him when he recalls that someone stole the vial of essence from him and goes to get it back. But Xiao Tao makes him understand that along with their appetite being increased, their strength has grown a lot too, so he better be careful in case he might accidentally kill someone. While Zhao is walking like a starving zombie, Wu Yin meets him and asks him to leave Xingkun's team. As Zhao warns him not to bother him, Wu Yin tries hard to convince him and elaborates that even though Zhao became a super rising star through Xingkun's help as he helped Zhao awaken. Giving a heads up, Wu Yin tells him that he's clashing against the Fan family so it won't end well, adding that after all, they're just ordinary people, so even if they awaken, they can't compare to those with talent and connections. Walking towards Yu Xiong's table, Wu Yin spills that Xiong received help from young Master Fan, and also got a lot of life essence fluid, which means he's starting to form his star map, calling him a chosen one. While Yu Xiong calls Zhao a repeater with 39% genes and asks what he's trying to do with his underlings, Sheng cuts to the chase and asks if he wants to repay him for the life essence on behalf of his underlings. Thinking that he's out of his mind, Yu Xiong challenges him to take it, and Wu Yin freaks out, advising Zhao out of respect for their friendship not to fight. Meanwhile, Wu-Yin keeps spitting nonsense and lets out that it's not a comic or a movie where defying power leads to dramatic success, concluding there won't be any miraculous outcomes. Yuxiong dares him to break his water shield, and Sheng, who's driving mad with hunger, smacks him so hard that not even his water shield breaks, but his face also gets nearly broken. Snapping it out, Zhao is surprised by his strength and gets lucky that he stopped in time and didn't beat him to death. Witnessing this, Wu-Yin clarifies even if he wins one round they can never enter their circle and will always be cannon fodder for them. That's when Shang Guankui comes to the lunch area and calls out for Xiao Tao and Zhao Sheng, informing them that Xingchun is calling them for a mission. All the students are left astounded to see Shang Guankui, the strongest transcender in Nanyue and the school guardian, the kind prodigy who is actually calling out for Xiao Tao and Zhao Sheng. Upon hearing this, Wu-Yin seems to be regretting his life decisions and goes into denial. Realizing that he fucked up following the wrong guy, Wu-Yin low-key convinces himself that his decision is not wrong. For people like them, living carefully is the only way to survive. Not realizing that he's the cannon fodder himself, he ponders that they're just pitiful piles of dirt under the powerful and will never succeed. At the hospital, the 18th floor is unaffected, and Gong Xiaoni asks Captain Xiao if he's always this impatient. Asking him to relax, she tells him not to act like he's about to draw his weapons at any moment, assuring him they won't turn into monsters that easily. Captain Xiao can't afford to be careless as the monster gene carriers are like ticking time bombs, plus this might put other patients at risk, given all patients on this floor are monster gene carriers. So even if their monster genes are minimal, being bitten by a monster would trigger their transformation. Pointing towards the staff who have received hazardous pay for working on this floor, he lets out that their lives are still vital to society and far more precious than those monster gene carriers. Just then, Captain Xiao expresses his rage, erupting that if it were up to him, he would become a demon for the sake of humanity and kill all the monster gene carriers to eliminate further threats. Thinking it's a bit extreme, Gong Xiaoni lets it slide and turns to Tu Yang, channeling her inner enthusiasm. She shows Yang that she's got the safety collar too and asks him to ride the subway together later so he can jerk off while she can cheer for him from the other side. Lighting up the mood, she squishes his face and asks him to show enthusiasm as they still have some people who love them, so as long as the sky hasn't fallen, they'll have to control themselves. Suddenly the building begins to rumble as it feels like an earthquake. Gong feels weightless, and it appears that they are moving upside down as the rocks start falling. After a while, Gong opens her eyes and wonders how long she was unconscious, finding Captain Xiao standing guard to attack them. Asking what's this all about, the captain clarifies that with such a major incident, her presence is extremely dangerous, revealing that he knows that if she turns into a monster, the lethal poison might not be effective. Appearing to be okay, Gong comforts her classmates not to be affected by his and enters their state of serenity. She then mentions to Captain Xiao that they've undergone special training and won't lose control easily. Instead, he's the one being unprofessional, constantly provoking high-risk monster gene carriers. Gong lets out that his prejudice will make him lose focus and put him in great danger. And that's what happens when suddenly a monster bites off the captain's shoulder and he doesn't even realize that the low-risk monster gene carriers turned into monsters even faster. As the captain is devoured right in front of them, Yang, who's fallen out of his wheelchair, asserts that they've had to leave as the monster will evolve after eating the 3-star ranked transcender. They decide to go to the nurse station immediately where the glass and doors are bulletproof. However, the nurses are scared witless and are armed with guns. Certain that the nurses won't let them in, another monster seems to be coming their way and they have nowhere to run. Panicked, one of the guys thinks they are doomed, and even if they control themselves, they will turn into monsters if they bite them. Finding a quick solution, Gong Xiao says that they need to check the lower floor, and with that, she digs a big hole into the ground with her immense strength. They all jump into the hole to the lower floor, and her classmate is amazed as to how she did this. Gong lets out that they just need to be in a semi-mutated state. It's like going without protection. As long as they control it well, they won't get pregnant. But her other friend warns her not to do it again, as she might not be able to control it next time, and if the safety collar gets activated, she'll be poisoned too. Being the jolly person she is, she asks them to focus on scouting ahead and controlling themselves. Outside the collapsed hospital, the vice director of the first hospital of Eliminator City is an old-looking lady standing near the rubble along with a nurse. Fortunate enough to escape the disaster, their hospital seems to have sunk underground and buried under a massive amount of rock. After a thorough investigation, they happen to find out that their hospital structure hadn't been crushed by rocks, but rocks, and the hospital had reached a delicate balance, adding that attempting to dig aimlessly can trigger a chain collapse. She emphasizes that they must conduct the rescue without disrupting the balance, and after the expert calculations, the rescue will involve 2 eliminator teams each led by an Earth Transcender element and geological structure expert. In addition, to open these access points, the eliminator teams will mainly deal with monsters that might be in the sewer and the mutated monster gene carrier inside the hospital. The vice president then keeps a reward for the two teams based on the number of people they rescue. For every person rescued, she offers 10,000 yuan and 1 vial of life essence fluid as a reward. As there are only 2 slots, she asks the team captains to sign up. That's when the Doomsday Spark member Jiu comes forward and signs up for the mission. Hearing this, the old woman finds the team's name quite unfamiliar and asks if it's a new exterminators team. Stopping them from participating, the vice president seems to be very concerned about the safety of their colleagues and patients, so prefer a more experienced team. At that moment, the nurse whispers to her and informs them that there are no more teams than Doomsday. That's the only team that has come forward. Shocked, the old lady wonders if their hospital's reputation is so poor, blaming herself for being incompetent. The nurse then shakes the vice president and tells her to pull herself together, reminding her about the last monster tide that caused severe injuries, the fact that most of the elites from the Transcendent Academy Transcenders are still recovering, adding that even 4-star generals are severely wounded. As the realization hits her that they must begin the rescue immediately, the vice president welcomes the Doomsday Sparks team with open arms and inclines towards flattery by saying from the moment they arrived, she sensed their extraordinary presence, concluding they are the chosen ones for the mission. But the old lady notices that it will be hard to split them in 2 since there are fewer people, but Jiu assures her that they're already prepared. Just then, Jiu informs Shinkun that they've secured 2 slots, so there's no need to block anyone else. The scene then takes us to half an hour ago, at the 2 paths of the hospital, where Shang Guangqui seems to be blocking her fellow exterminators' way, and clarifies that they must pass through first her if they want to join the mission. Without wasting a second, Vice Captain Ni Yang doesn't even bother asking, assuring Shang that there's no need for this and they'll head back, acknowledging that she must have her reasons for doing this. The second thing that happened half an hour ago was the students who unwelcomingly sneaked into the forest to fight that invisible monster and got injured are again going to participate in the hospital mission. However, our boy Shinkun tries to stop them and warns that there's something fishy about this hospital collapse, convincing them not to get involved for their own safety. Getting badly ignored, the students get past him like he's not even there. He ponders that last time these guys helped him buy some time so he can't just watch them go to their deaths. After all, he's a gentleman. With that, our boy activates his artificial transcendent device and creates a colossal star sword that blocks the students' way to step outside the academy. Asking them to listen to his reason, Shinkun keeps a condition, uttering that if they must compete with him for the mission, for their safety, he challenges them to come at him as a group. He assures them that he'll use virtue to persuade them. Intimidated, the students wonder if he's the most controversial super rising star and thinks that this brat is courting death in a new way. They wonder how much that super rising star was inflated and warn Shinkun that he'll get his face slapped if he acts so arrogantly. Acting weak, Shinkun laughs it off, saying that he was joking and agrees that seniors are scary, affirming that they can't fight like this in the academy. Our guy wonders if their academy has a traditional way to resolve disputes. Shinkun then draws a small circle on the ground and informs that whoever steps out of the circle loses. Since he's the one blocking their way, our fella ensures that they come at him together, promising he won't tell anyone that they were being cowardly. Driving the student transcenders mad, the Rootbreakers team leader gets certain that he's really asking for a beating, and the guy Yehan lets out that they don't need to go all out on him, getting prepared for a proper circle match. The girl recalls that the last one who played circle with her couldn't keep his pants on, while the other guy assures Shinkun that they won't gang up on him and is excited to experience the sword of his junior. Having to share some tips with him, the senior Yehan transcender wields his sword and accentuates that Shinkun cultivated the star map of 10,000 star swords and focused on using transcendent power to forge many swords from ordinary iron, deciding that bigger isn't always better. Han lets out that his sword is too large, so every time he wields it, it drains his transcendent powers greatly, making them deplete quickly so it's unsustainable. Saying that he needs to find a balance, the senior warns Shinkun that his sword is unbreakable. Appreciating the advice, our guy admits that this is the only move he knows and hasn't the chance to learn any other techniques yet. In other words, he couldn't copy other techniques. Absorbing the remaining iron, now that Shinkun has more transcendent powers, he decides to forge a big sword and forge a colossal sword that he carries on his own, heavy enough that makes the ground beneath him break. Witnessing this, Yehan is flabbergasted to see the ground crack and blows his mind away as Shinkun catches the sword without using transcendent power, lifting it with physical strength. While all of them gape in astonishment, they wonder if he's a monster, convinced that the transcender seems to have that kind of strength. With that, our guy asks if they are ready, and it looks like he's going to attack that big-ass sword at them. The senior assumes that he's going to use that sword like a club, but they overlook the thought and believe that the bigger it is, the less precise it will be. They cheer on Yehan, trusting that his sword can destroy his club-like sword. Using the divine sword star map, the overconfidence gets the best of him as Han slashes the sword, and as expected it breaks in flashes when Shinkun crouches and strikes his sword. Staring at Shinkun's sword, which still has a large piece left, they are left speechless and are amazed to see his quick reflexes, given that he was moving that sword with so much perseverance. At that moment, they realize that he's going to swing the sword at them now, and that's when our guy swings that gigantic club for a heavy collateral damage, scaring the shit out of everyone. He makes the move without damaging anybody and successfully makes them highly insulted. As they think that Shinkun's club is actually a perfect weapon for this circle game, our guy excitedly decides to swing again, swinging that club like a damn yo-yo. Having enough of his bullshit, Jian Ying comes forward and gets determined to shred his pants. Half an hour later, Jian gets humble real quick as she gets smacked by Shinkun. As time passes, our boy decides to leave and thanks the seniors for holding back. Deep down, he appreciates them for buying him time like last time and announces that he'll repay with an unbelievable surprise. Meanwhile, all the seniors are giving him a death stare, wondering what the hell he is planning now. The scene then takes us to the collapsed hospital. Exterminator Song Yin announces to all the survivors through his mind transmission to avoid disturbing the collapse's balance, ensuring that their team has begun their mission, and asks the survivors to move to the locations where they have established escape routes. On the other hand, Gong Xiaoni and the others are hiding in a room, and Gong asks everyone to keep their voices down as it can attract the monsters. She tells them to wait until they're rescued and gives them hope, saying many exterminator guards in the hospital will eliminate the mutated monsters outside. In a state of panic, the guy Chen Fei seems to be losing control and asks why they haven't seen any other exterminators besides the one who escorted them here, anticipating that something must have gone wrong. As Gong tries to calm him down and asks him not to overthink it, suddenly, they hear a monster roar which makes everyone scared to death and also provokes Chen's emotions. While Gong tries to convince them that the monster didn't notice them, at that moment, Chen Fei's collar begins beeping. Chen Fei's veins start to pop out and Xiaoni pleads to stay calm, uttering that even Tu Yang, a high-risk gene carrier, is steady with the safety collar on. Panicked, she asks Chen to hold on a bit longer, but it seems like that poor guy can't do anymore as tears start streaming down his face and lets out that this damned fate must have been sealed from the start, as he can't resist anymore. Mutating into a monster, Chen apologizes for causing trouble for his friends and pleads to be stronger than him to keep fighting. Meanwhile, Chen Fei transforms into a monster. They assume since Chen's monster gene is at 84%, he'll become a monster as powerful as a second-tier one. The guy Lin Tao panics and states that they have to go outside, but Gong refuses since monsters are waiting to eat them. Abruptly, Tu Yang takes the responsibility to handle Chen Fei and asks the class monitor Gong to find a way to get out of here along with Lin Tao. Getting sentimental, Tu Yang asserts that he's a high-risk monster gene carrier and his legs are weak, so there's no chance of survival by staying here, muttering that he wants to live and fight with everything to hold back Chen Fei. However, the most unexpected things happen when blue flames emerge from the lower flower and take Chen Fei instantly. While everyone is appalled as they try to process the situation, they think that Chen Fei is burned to death. Thinking what in the world is this, they guess that the exterminator team is recusing them, but there's no way they can act so fast. Just then, they witness a dark abyss from where the blue flames emerged earlier and took Chen Fei. Giving it a thought, Lin Tao supposes that monsters below 4 rank don't have elemental powers, so the blue flames that occurred just now could be Transcender or 4-rank monster. Either way, Lin believes that it's the Transcenders below them, because if they had been monsters, they would have died by now. But it seems to be quite down below, making him think that Transcenders would have made some noise if they were down the abyss, and gets convinced that maybe they can't speak loud like them to avoid attracting monsters outside. Thinking it was a good opportunity, Lin Tao decided to jump in as the Transcenders' telepathy instructed them to go to the 11th floor or 6th floor for rescue. As it seems like the best shortcut, Lin climbs down and decides to check it out first. However, Gongxiao screams and asks Tu Yang to hold him. Tu Yang grabs Lin by the neck and lashes out at him, asking if he ever realized his flop luck, and there's no possibility that a way out appears when they're in trouble. Referring to themselves, Tu Yang states that they're the unluckiest people in the world, the type to find instant noodles without seasoning packs, so their exit is most likely a trap. But Lin Tao reminds them that there was a transcender at the academy using blue flames a few days ago. That's when Gong Xiaoni lets out that this may be a once-in-a-lifetime luck, but they can't take the risk as wishful thinking is dangerous, given that the blue flame could have been used by a transcender, but also the monster. Surviving this long through patience and caution, she affirms that they must stay vigilant. Watching Chen Fei turn into a monster, Lin Tao is scared and expresses that he doesn't want to turn into a monster, he wants to live. Sobbing, he becomes certain that people with monster gene carriers are hated by everyone, so no one will come to save them as they can't wait for all of them to die. But being positive as ever, Gong wipes his tears and tells Lin that he just needs to focus on himself and not worry about what others think. She asks him to keep a fake smile to fool their brains and elaborates that the brain will release neurotransmitters that make them feel happy and they'll feel better immediately. Just then, Tu-young puts his ear on the door and notices that it's been quiet outside for a while now, assuming maybe the monsters moved away. Thinking of going outside, Tu-young discreetly opens the door slightly and witnesses the monsters. Trembling with fear, he immediately locks the door and concludes they can't get out at all. Concerned, Lin Tao asks the class monitor what they should do since they can't go out and it's hard to go down. They're trapped. The hospital collapse was a major incident, but besides the captain who brought them here up until now, they haven't seen a single exterminator. Freaking out, Lin Tao wonders where's all the security as it's been silent all the way, and no sounds of fighting. Letting overthinking get the best of him, Lin lets out that there could be a possibility that all the Transcenders are dead. At that moment, he also gets reminded of Tu-young's sister, who also came to the hospital before the incident, and assures that she won't be in danger because girls usually say they're arriving but have just left home. While Lin Tao fakes his laugh, Tu-young, after hearing about his sister, is about to go stark raving mad. Just then, Gong calms him down and tells him to think of his sage time while Lin Tao freaks out and utters not to mutate as the safety caller will him. The scene then shifts to the 4th floor of the hospital, the radiology department, where Tu-tu, the slaughter rabbit, along with the rescued people arrives there. Thinking they're saved, they are shocked to see so many people alive in the department and are relieved to see them. Feeling dubious, the slaughter rabbit gets to know that the rescue has gone unexpectedly smoothly and there is no more danger. That's when another exterminator recognizes Captain Bunny from the Nanyue Exterminators team and appreciates her great work in rescuing the people from the first 3 floors. The exterminator informs Captain Bunny that the crisis at the hospital is over. Now they just have to wait for their colleagues outside to rescue them. Finding it unbelievable, the slaughter rabbit asks if all the people from the other floors are saved and about the monster's situation. Well, it turns out to be the 2 exterminators from the Fan family side. The exterminator lets out that they got lucky. The day the academy had monsters, he was injured along with the captain, so they were at the hospital for follow-up appointments when it collapsed. They happened to respond quickly and rescue the trapped people in here, adding that they teamed up with hospital security to clear out the monsters from uncontrolled monster gene carriers. Just then, she finds the security resting on the floor and the underling of the young master fan. The guy exterminator states a silly reason, saying that they all were exhausted by the major incident and are resting. Certain that something is suspicious, Tu-tu doesn't seem to believe him, and that's when the exterminator believes that she must have been exhausted too, asking her to take a good rest. At that moment, the guy uses the 4-star spirit transcendent power, known as a mental suggestion, and tries to hypnotize her to close her eyes to make her sleep. However, the girl seems to have no effect of his hypnotization and asks if they rescued everyone, and where are the people from the 18th floor. Startled, the exterminator is surprised as the hypnosis doesn't work on her, which means that Tu-tu is about to break through to 4-star transcendent. The girl exterminator, also from the Fan family, states that the 18th floor is inaccessible, assuring that the staff from the 18th floor will enter their protective rooms and wait for the final rescue. She mentions that in case of an emergency, the hospital's protection mechanism activates and seals off the special layer protection on the 15th floor, with all the other departments related to monster gene carriers. Concerned, Tu-tu asks about the people aside from the staff who came from the treatment, and the girl exterminator responds that they can't do anything about monster gene carriers, as they prioritize the greater good. With the hallway blocked, Tu-tu tries to run away to the 18th floor and says she's going to find a way around from outside, leaving this place in charge to both of them. As she goes to find the 18th floor, the girl exterminator seems to have no choice as the hospital collapse must be labeled as not a major disaster without serious consequences, and this rabbit girl seems to be interfering with the young master fan's plan, so they need to eliminate her. The scene takes us to the sewer system, where the chief rescue commander, a bald man, seems to be lashing out at the hospital's vice president for coming quickly, affirming that it takes an hour to stabilize the collapsed structure with transcendent powers. The vice president lets out that their colleagues in the hospital are buried, and their lives are at risk, so it's better to rescue them sooner. Screaming for no reason, the chief commander seems to be wasting time and utters that they need thorough preparation to proceed with the mission. He assures the vice president that exterminators have deployed enough security in her hospital to handle any issues, and according to the report, there are still 3 exterminators inside, so nothing will go wrong inside the hospital. Meanwhile, the chief is bossing the poor old lady around as she gets nervous and makes it clear not to get in the way here. That's when our guy steps forward to the bald man and questions if anyone gets hurt or dies because of his slow rescue, and whether will he take responsibility with his bald head. With a death stare, Shin-kun asks if his bald head is tough enough and if will it take one slash to split it in 2 or shatter it completely. The bald chief wonders where the brat came from, acting high and mighty, and Loki thinks of crushing him for acting tough with him. Just as the bald guy is about to say something, Shin-kun, with his Monster King's pressure, plays with the chief's mental state as he finds himself standing in the monster's mouth. Snapping out of it, the bald chef seems to be trembling with fear, and Jin-kun with a devilish look in his eyes asks him nicely to get out of the way and let them through. As the chief refuses, Shang Guangquei shuts him up and threatens to cut him down. Scared shitless, the bald chef allows them to go inside and informs the two Earth-type transcenders experts are waiting inside. While the chief can't help but wonder what just happened, Jin-kun halts for a second and asks if it's the Fan family's doing, catching the bald guy off guard. Sweating, the chief denies and asks what he's talking about, telling him to hurry inside and carry out the mission. Smirking, our boy utters that he understands that makes the bald man nearly pee his pants, wondering if he got exposed. With that, the Doomsday Spark's first mission begins. The scene then takes us back to the radiology department, where Tutu hides behind a wall. Thinking that she's going up the elevator shaft, the girl exterminator lets out that it's blocked by rubble. As they walk towards the elevator shaft, they find no one there, wondering where she'd go. Suddenly, Tutu emerges from above and sneak attacks them, stating that in such a quiet space, wind allows her to detect every move and recognizes that those little actions clearly indicate an attack on her. Sensing their ill intentions, she questions them about what they did to the security, and that's when the guy exterminator attacks her with a spirit blast, making her head hurt. She is surprised by the spirit attack and identifies that it's a 4-ranking Transdenar's spirit blast, speculating that he's been hiding his strength all along. Grasping that they do really intend to kill her, Tutu is again attacked by the girl exterminator and manages to dodge it by an inch. The girl uses a celestial sword star map, casting a waterline cut that is such a destructive power that just a touch would turn anyone to pieces. Fortunately, Tu escapes the narrow margin and is shocked at the thought of where these 4-star transcenders come from. At that moment, Tutu is trapped as the guy is ready to attack her and the girl, saying that she would cherish someone as cute as her, but she just interfered in the plan and now it looks like she'll have to put a big hole in her. Using the all-piercing celestial sword, the girl strikes her with a water star explosion that pierces through the ground, making a deep hole in the ground. As expected from the rising star from the previous batch, Slaughter Rabbit seems to have progressed rapidly, reaching the 4-star transcender threshold in such a short time, and even managing to avoid death at the crucial moment at the cost of her hands. Hurting her hands badly, the girl transcender lets out that her whole body must be feeling like it's falling apart, and now with her hands being injured, she can't fly anymore or use her wind abilities. Aiming to strike her, she plans to blow Tutu's head, making it look like it was eaten by monsters so her family can be martyrs if she has one. Badly hurt, Tutu tries hard to use her powers and manages to escape by her power wind ride. While she is carried away by the wind in the abyss, the guy transcender shouts at his fellow transcender to chase after her and not to let her escape. But the girl transcender gets reluctant and mentions that this area is specially sealed off by a young master fan, but the guy blames her as she's the one who pierced through it and let that wind transcender escape. He tells her to finish her off, or else if that wind girl interferes with the young master fan's plan, they'll be in deep trouble. After that, both transcenders walk inside the path that looks like an endless abyss, and the girl lets out that something feels off, asking the guy if he knows what the young master is planning. While walking suddenly, one of them steps on a tree root and finds it strange. Overlooking that, the girl transcender tells him to focus on finding the Slaughter Rabbit as she's seriously injured, so chances are that she might already be dead in there. As the guy becomes adamant to find her body or see her alive, abruptly, the tree roots behind them begin to wriggle and seal the area without them knowing. In the sewer, the Earth Transcender guy who's leading the way finds their allocation unreasonable as they split into 2 teams, one team with 4 people. Even Nan Yue's strongest Shang Guangquei is on this side along with Jiyu, Xiao Tao, and Zhao Sheng. Wondering how they even managed to get to her, he mentions that the second team has an unknown captain, referring to Xing-kun, who's the only one on his team. Making a weird ass face, Zhu murmurs that pervert Xing is planning to be the hero to save the beauty, the president's granddaughter, as she's totally jealous at how he peeked at her photo. Not to mention that the rescue captain on the other side is also a young lady, referring to Shang. While an Earth Transcender expert asks what she's on about, Zhu delightfully tells him to establish the passageway. Fulfilling his duty, the guy uses a Rock City star map and casts Mountain Push with full power unleashed. In a flash, the rescue passage is ready and Zhu is left in awe. As the rescuers are impatiently waiting, the guy asks them not to panic and wait for instructions. He then calls the Doomsday Sparks team to assist him in preventing any potential monster attack. Paving the way, the expert reckons that he's enough personnel and even Shang is here so he really feels secure but gets worried about the other side. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Earth-type Transcender expert, who's a girl, creates a passage and calls out the team captain. She asks Xing-kun to come forward and protect her as she needs to widen the passage. However, she looks back and finds the Doomsday Sparks captain missing, wondering where the hell did he go. Freaking out, the girl gets scared for her life as she had only one person on her team to help her, and now he's gone too. Suddenly she hears the voice of the captain thanking her for her hard work, and informs that he senses no monster gene carriers, so there won't be any monsters, and she can rescue the people safely. Going mad, the girl lashes out at Shinkun and calls it nonsense that he can sense no monsters, saying that she will file a complaint against him. After that, Shinkun enters the radiology department and wakes up the security, asking him to go assist in the rescue. Acting strangely, the security guard seems to be looking for a person and starts waking the other guards. Our guy then assumes that Gongxiao must be on the 18th floor and witnesses that the elevator area is blocked by rubble. He then decides to take the stairs, however. As he sniffs, he smells the scent of transcender genes somewhere near. Noticing the signs of battle, Shinkun could sense a familiar scent and went further to see who it was. While it looks like our guy is dilly-dallying, he's actually walking into real danger. Being quick-witted, he immediately grasps that the Fan family is behind all this, and recalls that they did no such thing in his previous life. Then his eyes land on the tree roots sealing the area, and recognizes that even the flame demon god is involved, supposing that he's cooperating with humans. As things started to get a little serious here, our guy wonders what kind of butterfly effect his previous actions caused. He thinks about what kind of butterfly effect it could make the mighty flame demon god lower itself to cooperate with food. He finds it ridiculous that, like a competitive eater, the demon god is collaborating with its meal. To his surprise, the eternal blossom, the flame demon god, senses him. Well, the good news is our boy doesn't have to waste time searching for the Fan family's laboratory to find this underground flame demon king, as it seems to have shown itself. But the bad news is he can't definitely win. Getting attacked by multiple tentacles, it's obvious to Shinkun that there's no chance of challenging this flame demon without 5th tier strength. Not to mention that even with his 6th tier self from his previous life as a monster lord, might also have been unable to defeat it. Given how insanely powerful the flame demon is, goosebumps run down his spine as he is frightened by it. While he thinks that the everlasting blossom is on vacation in the Fan family's laboratory, our guy waits to confront it until he evolves more, until Jiu reaches 5-star transcendence, and Zhao Sheng and Xiao Tao get stronger. But the plan seems far-fetched as the flame demon god is impatient and starts attacking Shinkun right away. Freaked out, our guy runs for his life. Not even giving him time to grow, he speculates that it's even conspiring with the Fan family, and the fact the flame demon god would cooperate with food is strange in itself. With the tentacles moving so fast, Shinkun observes that compared to that terrifying figure, they are too weak, guessing it might not be fully revived yet, afraid to use its full strength. As the tentacles ambush him at once, our guy concludes that the flame demon god is afraid that it, as a disease, might be discovered by the world. At this point in time, our guy manifests that its monster tentacles don't have enough power to fight the entire world, because if they did, there would be no need to wait another year to destroy the world. He slashes the tentacles with his transcendent powers, and finds it strange that the monster is not consuming the defenseless people, and even sparing the delicious security with transcendent power, which leads him to believe that it wants something more special. Hitting the nail on the head, our guy anticipates that it needs Gongxiao Ni, a strong monster gene carrier. Meanwhile, the tentacles entangle. Shinkun states that he must be a troublesome opponent, a monster gene carrier with both looks and brains. Assuming that the transcendent power won't harm them anymore, our guy decides to try his 4th tier monster form with royal power. With his new power, Shinkun looks more iconic with black armor and a red horn on his head, with blue flames emerging from within. His left mutated hand transforms, and using a demonized body, he strikes flame bites, producing a big blue flame to burn the tentacles. As it seems like the monster's current state is off, our fella is overwhelmed by endless tentacles that even his blue flames don't seem to have any effect on them. While it looks like the mighty flame demon god is resorting to stalling tactics, our guy takes the chance and runs away as he is unable to fight them. The endless tentacles happen to be entangling Shinkun among them, and our guy immediately thinks of a way to avoid these tentacles while heading straight to the 18th floor. Just like that, he uses blue flames that pierce through the walls and break through too many of them that he seems to be losing his way. On the other hand, the girl exterminator catches Tutu once again and punches the poor girl right in the guts. She asks her why she needs to go to the 18th floor, and at that moment, the pretty streamer's feet finally touch the ground. The girl's exterminator asks her to repent before she dies, and affirms that she should be thankful that she's a transcender. She advises Tutu that she should have abandoned her troublesome monster relatives because now she's being dragged down to death by them. That's when the guy transcender interrupts and suggests that they should quickly kill her and leave as he senses something strange is going on here. The brutal girl transcender asks Tutu if she regrets coming to save her monster relatives, but she spits on her face as an answer. This makes the girl mad when she grabs Tu's head and gets adamant about killing her with her own hands. However, this crucial moment is interrupted by Shinkun's sudden arrival, as he crashes through the wall and smells 3 familiar scents. Finding a way to get upstairs, our guy immediately takes hold of Tutu and saves her as he jerks the girl's hand off her. While the girl transcender is shocked at his immense strength and asks who the hell he is, Our fella questions if she's the one to injure his transportation, referring to the wind transcender rabbit. Furious, the girl is not quite happy with another transcender barging into the wrong place, and asks Shinkun to die along with the streamer. Using a celestial swordstar map, the transcender strikes a water explosion, which makes Shinkun surprised as it looks like his previous transformation of the domain helped her, but it's a pity she didn't use it for the right path. Witnessing her water star explosion getting deflected by his strange left hand just like that, she is shocked to the core as she recognizes that it's blue flame while our guy burns her to death with his blue flames. He then claims that he can barge wherever he wants to, but they have chosen a dead-end path. Meanwhile, it looks like our guy is burning the girl. He is actually replenishing his powers by draining her. During this, the guy transcender, the underling of Fan Shizai, gets panicked when he witnesses the blue flame. Speaking words of wisdom, Shinkun states that the Fan family has betrayed humanity by teaming up with monsters, so he urges the guy to turn back and leave the darkness for light. He asks the underling about their schemes while the guy tries to use his mere mind explosion and scampers away, saying that he wouldn't dare to betray someone like a Fan family. Unfortunately, the underling meets his unfateful end when he's devoured by the monster with endless tentacles. Our boy then calls him a fool and lets out that he's just food cooperating with monsters. Such extreme use of transcendent power creates a temptation. It's impossible that monsters can resist eating him. After that, he leaves the place and wakes up Tutu, pinching her cheek. The girl seems to be fine and kind of feels shy. Asking if she's in danger again, will he always come to save her? She assures if it's him, she'll open the door for him. Having enough of the cringy shit, our guy tosses her away, and deep down he thinks that he's now a reformed man. Slaughter Rabbit then lets out that she needs his help for something to take her to the 18th floor, which is where Shinkun needs to go as well. Shinkun then asks for a favor from the Broken Rabbit, and lets out that he needs her to use the method she did last time to fly him to the 18th floor. Lying down, she seems to have no problem, but with both of her hands broken, she can only use her feet to cast Wind Ride. Not being proficient enough to carry two people at once, Tutu gladly tells him that he'll have to hold on to her the entire time. Creeped out, our guy could definitely sense the ulterior motives, and she screams to immediately carry her as they're attacked by the monster. Jumping onto him, Tutu, being a pervert, rides on Shinkun's shoulders with her voluptuous bosom and gives a weird-ass expression that almost makes our guy call the police. With that, she makes Shinkun fly upwards while he clears any obstacles in the way. As they break through another wall, they are attacked by a monster there as well. While they escape from the monster, our boy ponders that Tutu filled the entire upper space with countless tiny wind elements that broke through the floor, allowing her to find the optimal route at the fastest speed. Our guy gets that she's exhausted, and she admits that facing those two 4-star transcenders drained her transcendent energy. However, she doesn't back down until she saves her brother. Just then, Shinkun decides to give her a boost, and suddenly, she gets flustered as he pinches her thigh, thinking what a pervert he is. But our guy seems to be injecting a small amount of monster genes to stimulate the rabbit's transcendent genes with his tentacle. At that moment, Tutu's heart starts pounding. Her blood and even her transcendent genes feel like they are on fire as a power surges within her. Turning red, she concludes that she actually likes Shinkun so much. On the contrary, Fan Shizai is surrounded by the monster's tentacle while the demon informs him that the traitor has stepped into the trap. Being the true evil he is, Shizai obtains information thanks to the Lord Flame Demon God and locates the target. Through the Flame Demon, he gets to know that Blue Flame is actually a monster, and when he learns that he has stolen the royal power, he is likely to seek out strong monster gene carriers. Roughly judging the Blue Flame's real identity, he decides to set a trap after further confirmation. As the trap succeeds, the Flame Demon rewards Shizai as it activates the power within him, the power that belongs to the demon. He activates the power through a human body who's likely a monster gene carrier. The blue flame surges within Shizai and the Flame Lord asks him to be a fishhook. Meanwhile, the Flame Demon King plans to fish and deliver the fatal blow to the prey. It commands Shizai to take care of other interfering food. With Shizai being its first subordinate, the Flame Demon expects him to also evolve into his first monster lord. As the Flame Demon consumes the power of the monster gene carrier, it forwards to the upcoming harvest. After all, in this game, it won from the start. The scene then switches to the room where Tu Yang is frightened to death as he witnesses strange plants moving along with the monsters. Skeptical if his eyes are not deceiving him, Tu Yang lets out that those branches are trying to prevent them from leaving. That's when Lin Tao calls the monitor and asks her to take a look in the hole, the abyss, as there's something strange under the hole. Being confined for long enough now, Gong Xiao makes a way to escape as she cracks the wall open and assures that she's been in her sage mode for so long that she won't turn into a monster. However, as the wall breaks, they witness more branches emerge from there. While these two idiot naive puppies keep calling them plants, Gong Xiao accentuates that they are tentacles that drag people into strange hell. Suddenly, the tentacles start appearing from everywhere and surround the room, trapping them. As all of them are in a state of panic, Tu Yang assumes that these monsters have been blocking doors, and they've been waiting for these tentacles to surround them. Well, everything begins to unravel when Shizai ascends through that hole, and Lin Tao instantly recognizes that he's the third young master of the Fan family, Fan Shizai. Innocent Lin Tao expects that he's here to save them as he's the heir of a big family and expresses his gratitude. However, Shizai approaches him and says not to thank him yet, revealing his true evil intentions and clarifying that he's not here to save them. Flabbergasted, Lin lets out that he's from the Transcendent Academy, which means he's an exterminator who must save civilians. As the evilness exudes from him, Shizai admits that he's an exterminator, but he makes a shocking remark about the monster gene carriers, muttering if they are even considered as humans, and states that they're just anomalies mixed in with humans, a pre-monster that could people at any time. With red flames surging from his hand, this evil bastard lets out that no one even bothers to rescue monsters, and as Lin Tao utters something in his defense, Shizai casts fire at him. While Gong Xiao runs towards Lin, the tentacles grab hold of Gong as they trap her, and Shizai makes it clear that no one can escape as their values have increased, not only as monster gene carriers, but also as shells and baits. At that very moment, Shinkun appears from behind with Tutu at his back. Shizai welcomes him and finally understands why he lost to him, a kid with no backing. As it turns out, he had some tricks up to his sleeve. Upon hearing this, Shinkun realizes that Fan Shizai indeed saw through his identity. That's when Shizai lets out that now the fight will be fair for both of them, and surprisingly, his right hand mutates into a monster's arm, just like Shinkun. While it leaves everyone staggered as they wonder what kind of transcender power even is, Shinkun pushes Tutu off her back and asks her to find a way to save those people. The poor girl gets thrown again and finally gets happy to see her brother Tu Yang in good condition, while Lin Tao pleads with the sister rabbit to save them as he's grabbed by the tentacles. Watching both of the mutated monsters fight, Tutu ponders if this is really a fight between two transcenders, given that the aftermath of the collision has such momentum. Just then, Tu Yang screams as the weird tentacle with fangs is about to bite him, and while Lin Tao is also scared, Gong Xiao crushes the tentacle's head for daring to bite her. Peeking that they're trapped by the tentacles, Tutu determines that she has to stop all the tentacles at the same time without hurting them. Reluctant, she conjectures that only a fully advanced 4-star transcender who is able to use elemental life can do it, but she's only touched the threshold of a 4-star rank. Believing that it's impossible for her to do it, suddenly a spark of motivation gushes through her that makes her think that she can pull this off. Feeling that she could do this, the part where the blue flame touched her thigh, her heart has been pounding since then, and all her transcended genes seem to be going crazy right now. Unaware that it's an effect of monster genes, poor Tutu mistakes it for the power of love and determines that it's the rhythm of love. As all her wind elements get crazy, she builds a wind dragon star chart and calls this move Love Tornado, which makes Gong Xiao fall in love with her. The scene then switches to Shizai, who asserts that Shinkun was just lucky to get his powers from a monster, but now he possesses it too. That's when his mutated hand splits open, and the blue flames emerge out of it. Gushing with pride, Shizai states that the monster that gave him power is not on the same level as Shinkun, unveiling that it's the flame demon that humans have never seen, one that they wouldn't and cannot imagine. Just like that, Shizai strikes a flame roar that smashes Shinkun away, and our guy is stunned to witness that the guy just attacked him with the ultimate move of a 4th stage power-type monster. During this, Fan Shizai mentions that with his status, Shinkun wouldn't have the ability to understand the inside info of the siege in the 5th stage monster 20 years ago. He then reveals that 5th stage monster killed 17 4-star ranked transcenders worldwide with this very move, accentuating that this move was given to him by the flame demon. He then asks Shinkun what move the monster gave him, the one who bestowed powers upon him and degrades him, assuming that it's weaker or smaller than other ordinary monsters, or some flashy skill like changing hair color. Shizai lets out that he's fallen into a trap, so there's only one way out for him, and that is death. With that, his arm further transforms into 2, and decides to give Shinkun a chance. He even offers to help him get rid of the weak monster that gave him power and switch to the side of the flame demon. Forgetting their unpleasant past encounters, he tells Shinkun to rest assured as an heir of the Fan family, he has a big heart. But there seems to be a condition when Shizai asks him to hand over the flame demon's kingship, and everything will be forgiven. At that moment, our guy finally figures out the power Shizai has in his body and asks him if he knows what he's doing. Being certain, the young master affirms that he's leading everyone to the pinnacle of life and to truly control their own lives in return. Deep down, Shizai is left bewildered as Shinkun takes a hit from a flame roar and remains unaffected. Low-key panicking, he wonders if our boy Counterflame roars with the same level of power as him, and is left in disbelief as to how he could have such power. guessing that it's because both of their elemental nature are the same, so he has better resistance. After that, our guy gets in action and knocks some sense into Shizai that he's being a fool for dragging humanity into hell gradually. With that, Shinkun, using his black blade, incredibly slashes through Shizai's mutated arms. Shocked to the core, the young master is startled to see Shinkun's monster arm, and presumes how that black bone spike easily cut off his monster arm. While Shizai's hand regenerates, our guy knocks some sense into him, and utters that hunters will cooperate with their prey. Leaping towards him, Shinkun asserts that he's being a monster's slave by assisting them, and they will only consume humanity faster, believing that Shizai must have thought of that. As Shinkun slashes the blade into his monster arm, Shizai asks what qualifications he has to talk down to him like this. Without a hint of shame on his face, he admits that he knew this when he was given the monster power, but at the same time, he deeply knew that he could not fight back, concluding that humanity is doomed and the world will perish. While his mutated arm regenerates, Shizai lets out that as long as he can trample the majority underfoot, it doesn't matter if he becomes a monster's slave. Talking nonsense, the young master even plans to set up human farms to let monsters eat humans, and in that case, human society will continue to exist as he serves the monsters. Striking his monster red flame hand, the evil Shizai thinks that he's saving the world. He thought that Shinkun would understand his feelings and they could serve the monsters together. That is why he gave a chance to surrender. After all that talk, Shizai says that he has been serving the monsters all along too, and Shinkun replies, saying that he doesn't like degrading himself. Meanwhile, Shinkun notices him using the star chart to utilize the monster's power and thinks that he can't pull this off since his monster power is too little. That's when our guy grabs him and reveals that the monster power in Shizai's body is devouring his transcended genes, believing that he'll die. Being considerate, Shinkun affirms that he can remove the monster genes that don't belong in his body, and as a human, he can give him a chance to turn back. However, being the egotistical bastard he is, Shizai clarifies that he doesn't need it, and at that moment he realizes that Shinkun is eating his monster genes. Going berserk, Shizai lets out that all he wanted to give him a chance to join him, but gets adamant about killing him after refusing his offer. As a giant monster mouth appears behind Shinkun, the young master confesses that he's the hook, and Shinkun is the fish who's firmly bitten the bait. The scene takes us to 1 hour ago, where Shizai is holding the pictures of Gong Xiao, Lin Tao, Tu Yang, and Chan Fie. These 4 monster gene carriers seem to be his primary goal of the mission to get a body for the Lord Demon God. Having a foolproof plan, Shizai starts preparing for the next target. Shinkun and his team discover his exact location at the hospital, but it seems that they lost contact with them. Burning Shinkun's picture, he ascertains that there's a high probability Blue Flame is in extreme condition. He then asks the Lord Flame to begin the fishing and collapse the hospital. That's when we get to know that the Flame Demon brought Shizai to the hospital, over 100 meters underground, just to sink the hospital into the ground. Given that the hospital is big, it's nearly impossible that it would collapse in such a short time. Besides, the Flame Demon's current body is weak, a human body that is barely able to withstand its power. Suddenly, the blue flames devour that body's arm, and Little Black releases at the cost of that one hand. While Shizai thinks that this is not enough and the demon has to take the other arm too, that black ball bumps against the wall, and this results in a large explosion of blue flame. Gaping with utter astonishment, the guy assumes that if the body carrying the flame god is strong enough, then she can use this move without any scruples. As the hole is too big, the hospital begins to collapse as the rocks fall in a heap. Shizai thinks about the monster gene carriers brought here at the request of the flame god, and at the moment, the flame god, in the woman's body, bestows the power of extraordinary evolution to all the monster gene carriers tied down. Suddenly, all human bodies begin to evolve into tentacles as their bodies are ripped apart. Taken aback, Shizai stiffs for a second as he presumes that the flame demon's body directly devoured those monster gene carriers, mutated them all into countless tentacles, and let them burrow into rocks to prevent the hospital from continuing to fall. Witnessing this, goosebumps run down his spine as he finds it terrifying. Coming to the present scene, Shizai, with a devilish smirk on his face, reckons that there's no way humans can fight off the monster and plans to survive in the monster's mouth and become superior. Confident that he can ensure more human survival, Shizai thinks that Shinkun should die now. As our boy is trapped inside the entangled tentacles, he pierces through them with his spikes and calls everything bullshit that narcissistic personality disorder, Shizai, has said, spouting nothing but nonsense. Shinkun reminds him how he surrendered when facing a monster, and going back to 8 years ago, he'd be considered a traitor and get executed by everyone. While the monster's tentacles surround them, our guy tells Shizai to survive under the monster's mouth before he boasts. That's when Shinkun activates the monster domain, devouring humans, and entraps himself and Shizai into the domain that even the tentacles are unable to get through. Saying the quality of the fishhook isn't good, our guy grabs Shizai's head and lets out that he's risking his life, calling him pig brain. Laughing, the young master responds that he has no idea of Lord Flame's demon's power, and is pretty certain he is convinced as long as he still has value, Lord Flame's god will never let him die. As Shinkan thinks that he's beyond saving, suddenly his domain starts breaking and his eyes widen with shock when he witnesses Hellfire, a black hole. It is then revealed to us that when the monsters attacked the city in the past life, the entire Nanyue gathered all the power it had at that time and launched one and only counterattack. But their all-out attack was instantly defeated by this thing. This defeat repelled the confidence of humans, and the world truly became an apocalypse. The humans named it Hellfire, and now this thing actually appeared here. While the tentacles tightly grapple Shinkun, Shizai expresses that this is the despairing power of the Lord Flame God, ensuring that he and his companions will be reduced to ashes and disappear from this world. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng and the others are struggling to fight a terrifying monster. With immense power, Shizai seems unstoppable, and our boy lets out that no one can stop his steps to ensure humanity's survival. Striking his black blade, Shinken ponders that when he absorbed the king's power, his black blade already gained the strength of earth dragon teeth. Penetrating the black blade into the Hellfire's movement is not fast, yet Black Blade still cannot stop it. During this, Shizai makes it clear that humans cannot defeat monsters, saying that he foolishly chose the wrong path to death. However, Shinkun interrupts and replies that he's wrong for underestimating humans so much. Activating his artificial transcendent device, our guy lets out that he might not know this, but monsters also fear the humans. Monsters are afraid of human transcenders. That's what Shinkun says as he is banged into the wall, held down by the tentacles from Shizuya's mutated arm. Asking if he still wants to escape, Shizai utters that even walls aren't as stubborn as him, and tells him to stop pretending with human supremacy shit. Not letting him escape, he strikes the tail to crush Shinkun. However, our guy makes it clear that he wasn't trying to escape. Instead, he was just calming down. He further emphasizes that Transcender and monster power are theoretically from the same source, but the reason why monsters overpower the Transcender is that they awakened thousands, even millions of years earlier. While Shinkun thinks the previously invisible monster indeed looked like a Triceratops, Shizai asserts that even if humans have unlimited extraordinary potential, it has nothing to do with his 1% transcendent genes. At that moment, the young master notices that the fire element on Shinkun's body is off. He analyzes that the blue flame on his body and Shinkun's body are different from Transcender's fire element that seemed to have wind originally. This blue flame element is bloodthirsty and violent in the beginning, filled with a primitive hunger and desire and unusual wind element. But now, these fire-racing elements seem to have calmed down, as if a ruthless general is forcibly turning uncontrollable low-level idiots into an army. Shizai surmises that Shinkun's 1% transcendent gold element is commanding his monstrous fire elements that even the flame demon's controlled tentacles have become usually restless. That leads Shizai to question himself if monsters are truly afraid of transcenders, and if that is the case, then the nefarious plot he's been scheming all along will go down in vain. The scene then switches to the rescue team captain who's rescuing the people and assures the people that Officer Shang is here to protect them. Meanwhile, Shang Guangkui is examining the men from top to bottom, and rumor has it that she's a pervert and likes to examine men. The team captain runs to Shang and asks if he may have a word with her. Taking a deep sigh, Shang lets out that all the men look fragile, and they might be able to have children. Creeped out by her pervy behavior, the team captain asks what she's doing as monsters are breaking through the staircase barrier, but Guankui affirms that the team of them are in that place, pointing to Jiu, Xiao Tao, and Zhao Sheng. The captain seems to be concerned about the monsters charging from a sealed-off area, and the number is unexpectedly large, while the three of them are students who recently gained transcendent abilities, so they haven't faced monsters before. Thinking that Shang has formed a team, the guy assumes that she's training the new members, hoping they grow quickly, but the intensity they have to face is impossible even for the strongest in heaven. Suddenly the monsters appear and the captain screams at the kids to fall back, given that they haven't even been taught to face monsters yet. Running towards them, he mentions that their strength is several times theirs, and although they're transcenders who can wield elements, they absolutely cannot find a way to fight them head-on. However, Zhao Sheng seems to be fighting with his blood and sweat, even though he has low transcendent genes of 39%. Deducing that there's only one way to fight, which is fighting it head-on in close combat, Zhao creates a Flood Dragon star map and attacks the monsters with Blood Flood Dragon as it slashes through them. Shocked, the captain is left slack-jawed as he wonders what kind of transcendent fighting method Zhao is using that they actually smash the monster directly. Just then, the second-level monsters make their way to them, and the captain warns them to watch out as they're greater in strength and speed. While Zhao attacks with blood vines, Jiu asks them to get down and points her finger toward the monsters, releasing immense power to electrocute them. Witnessing this, the captain corroborates with Shang if these kids just recently became transcenders, as he almost got killed in an instant by the Jiu's electricity, supposing it could be the Academy's secret weapons developed over the years. Left in disbelief, the captain is freaking out to see their physical strength so great, assuming they drink life essence every day like water, and compliments Shang that the new teammates she chose are incredible. However, Shang clarifies that they are not her teammates, and she has no plan to form one, revealing that the reason she came here is because their captain, Shin-kun, asked her to lead the team and to protect as well. While the rescue team captain is awestruck that Shin-kun hired her, the strongest bodyguard in China, and wonders why he's so extravagant, Guangque makes it clear that he's misunderstood. At that moment, the kids are pushed back as the other monster group attacks, and meanwhile Zhao seems to be injured. The captain affirms that they're still inexperienced and casts a triple rock shield to block the monsters temporarily so they can take a break. Being an expert in laying foundations and stabilizing the Earth's structure, the captain admits that he's not good at fighting the monsters, but he can protect people. Deep down, the captain is panicking as he witnesses the monsters and speculates that they still have traces of humanity and haven't completely mutated yet, guessing that it's a third-tier monster. To their surprise, the monsters that appeared are next level as they broke through his triple rock shield. The captain is flabbergasted, finding it impossible as even a third-tier monster can't break his shield directly. Wondering if it's a special evolution, he casts Earth Crystallization and creates a crystallized wall to block the monsters that use most of his transcendent strength as his body barely holds on. But, abruptly, the monsters smash that crystallization wall that couldn't even withstand one blow, and the captain observes that the monster is still evolving. Just then, Shang uses her water serpent to pull back the captain. As he's being saved, he asks her to save the students as well as the monsters might be evolving into fourth tier, so it can be dangerous. As her water serpent drops the captain, Shang Guangque makes it clear that she's not here to protect them, but only to protect the captain. Pissed, the captain asks her why she isn't fighting the monsters and slacking off like that too. Just then, the power is back on, and Guangque affirms that someone told her not to worry about the safety of his team, especially Jiu. During this, Jiu is casting the legendary domain. Shang further accentuates that currently no monster can harm Jiu's life, even the invisible monsters that have appeared already. Nonetheless, if any monster threatens her life, Shang needs to prevent Jiu from losing control and accidentally kill everyone around, so she's actually here to protect the captain. The captain doubts that Shang is afraid that her powers will go berserk, and she will accidentally kill everyone. After all, Jiu is just a freshman who recently awakened no matter how talented she is. As the lights fluctuate due to the electricity Jiu absorbs, the captain wonders how much power could she save in her body. He gets his answer when the lights go out and, scared for his life, he runs away after witnessing this kind of power, asking if it's really just the residual force outside her domain. Just then, Shang asks him to get out of here and take everyone with him. Terrified, the captain is freaking out thinking that the hospital has activated its self-destruct mechanism and counting down to their doom. Concerned, Guangque presumes that it was supposed to be a simple domain, but the amount of leakage seems too much. That's when Xiao Tao and Zhao Sheng are smashed away, and Shang is shocked to see that even the teammates are electrocuted. She then sends her water dragon to see the situation, and concludes that Jiu's a full-blown atomic bomb. Panicked, the voice echoes in her mind about preventing Jiu from going berserk and accidentally killing all surrounding life. At that moment, Shang realizes that there's no exaggeration in this statement. She speculates that even Xiao Tao and Sheng barely survived that earlier attack, but given the domain's intensity, they both are surprisingly unharmed. Recalling that the principal told her that Shin-kun is the blue flame, Shang contemplates even if he's the blue flame, there's no way he made these siblings who almost couldn't continue at Nanyue Academy become so strong in such a short time. Meanwhile, Zhao Sheng still thinks he's weaker than Big Brother and Jiu. They need to work harder. Shang surmises that the growth rate is actually faster than her original self. It's totally unscientific. Jiu's simple domain seems to have such a domineering effect that it can indiscriminately attack anything that invades the domain. However, this monster has some kind of power inside that allows it to continue evolving to the level of the previous invisible monster. It can break through her domain. At the same time, Jiu's condition is extremely unstable, and the domain is on the verge of collapse, so once it collapses, it will be like an atomic bomb explosion. With that, Shang enters her simple domain and tries to invade with a water domain that can integrate anything. She then asks Jiu if her transcendent genes have gone on a rampage, and why they have become so aggressive. Watching senior sister Shang, Jiu is delighted to see her and is indeed reliable as Shin-kun said. After that, Jiu tells her that the transcendent genes are going berserk because of her intense emotions. Looking pissed, Shang wonders if Shin-kun really expected her to handle this, basically wiping his ass. Suddenly, the monster outside the domain turns into a 4-tier, and Jiu immediately casts compression, a big charge of electricity. Seeing this much compression, Shang shouts at her and asks if she wants to destroy this place, instructing her to retract it. In a state of panic, poor Jiu can't control it and frustrated, Shang thinks how Shin-kun managed to turn her into this. Nonetheless, Guangque lets out that she can't watch her bury all the survivors underground, and with the help of her pipe, she swallows the compression ball, asking Jiu to swallow 90% of it back into her stomach. She tells her to reclaim her transcendent powers. While Jiu sucks all the electricity in her mouth and swallows, Shang's pipe now seems to have only 10% of the electricity, and she strikes the monster with it, believing that it should not disrupt the balance of the underground collapse. With that, the monster is blown away with a powerful burst of electricity released from the pipe, and Shang concludes that her transcendent genes level is very high. She tries to make Jiu understand that elements of transcendent beings are not ordinary elements. Each time she launches an attack, she needs to let them deplete like a bomb. She further explains that each element gradually grows and gets stronger, slowly evolving into life elements. So as she does this, when her star map is completed, she can naturally advance to 4-star Transcender. While it seems like all of it goes over Jiu's head, Shang, looking at her with a miffed expression, lets out that even Lin and takes a deep sigh that a genius with 95% transcendent genes does not get it. As Shang is about to explain in more detail, Jiu, mentioning Newton's law of gravity, infers that they need to make elements recyclable. Looking utterly baffled, Shang mumbles what on earth she is rambling about, and without a flinch, Jiu responds that she's talking about the principle of satellites, adding that senior sister Shang was terrible in physics and maths in school. Losing her nerve, Guanquei finds her not cute at all. However, she notices that her simple domain is starting to change. Abruptly, Shang catches a glimpse of the monster being connected to multiple tentacles, wondering what these vines are. They scrutinize that these are biological tentacles and they smell like monsters. What's more shocking is that tentacles are supplying this monster with power, making it evolve again. The monster appears to be stronger and terrifying than before. Meanwhile, Shang immediately senses its killing intent, as it seems to be targeting Jiu. At that moment, Shang walks out of the domain and is aware that the monster is afraid of Jiu continuing to grow. However, it should be more concerned about the growth of the strongest transcender. On the other hand, Shizai is still struggling to keep hold of Shinkun as his tentacles keep disintegrating. While Shizai is stunned to see the power of the star map, our boy reveals that Hellfire is a move. It's like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, and the purpose is to eliminate potential transcendent beings. Assuming that he's talking bullshit, Shizai can't seem to believe him as he lets out that Hellfire has never appeared in the world before. However, in Shinkun's previous life, the first appearance of the Hellfire was to eliminate Shang Guangquei, and in this life, it's Shinkun himself. Bringing it on, our guy decides to experiment to see if they can use transcendent methods to use the power of monsters to break through this Hellfire. With that, he creates a monster elemental star map with 99% of monster genes and launches 10,000 sword star map which strikes the Hellfire. The scene takes us to the past conversation between Uncle Wei and Shizai, where he gets to know that a star map is a battle formation that condenses scattered power into a single force, unleashing greater strength. Shizai asks his uncle if monsters can use star maps, to which John Wei replies that monsters above 4 tier that can use elements can use them theoretically. However, no one knows what will happen. Whether it's the monster gene or the transcender gene, the power of the star map is determined by the total amount of genes. That means star maps that exceed 90% of transcendent or monster genes will have a qualitative improvement. As Shizai snaps out of it, he presumes that the Demon Lord has only granted him 10% monster genes, and is curious about how many genes Shinkun has. Nonetheless, Shinkun's transcendent genes finally managed to train the monster genes into the form of the star map, but previously his transcender sword was a metal elemental, and now the monster sword is a fire elemental. So with his current ability, he can only treat it like a cannonball to blast the Hellfire. With that, a cannon-like explosion occurs that is launched at the Hellfire and it collides. Meanwhile, Shizai thinks Shinkun is overestimating himself, and suddenly, the ground beneath him breaks as he falls. That's when he realizes that it's the aftershock of the power collision. On the contrary, Shang Guangquei creates a Flood Dragon star map and strikes with Water Dragon mace. She attacks the monster with her Water Dragon when suddenly the rocks descend upon them. Thinking that it's her fault, Shang deliberately controls her powers so that it doesn't damage the building. Freaking out, she shouts who's fighting recklessly and lashes out which bastard is trying to bury them alive. After that, Shizai is still contemplating the aftershock collision that damaged the place badly, but fortunately, the rubble was supported by the Flame Lord demon tentacles, otherwise this underground hospital would have collapsed. Presuming that the Hellfire is destroyed, his eyes land on that black hole, and laugh because it's impossible that the Hellfire could be extinguished. It's just shrunk a bit. Certain that Shinkun is putting on a show, Shizai questions what kind of monsters fear the Transcender, and says that he can't defy fate with some cryptic words. It seems like our boy insists on seeking death when Shizai tells him to regret the chance he gave him to live in hell. But it doesn't stop here when Shinkun emphasizes that the more Transcender or monster gene, the more swords can be condensed, asking Shizai to guess how many swords can he strike. Laughing mockingly, the young master thinks that he's pretending again, and even if he's using monster genes now, there's no way he can gather many swords. Smirking, Shinkun thousands of star swords ripples strike towards the Hellfire. Thunderstruck, A ripple of fear passes through Shizai when he wonders how many monster genes are stored in Shinkun to launch endless star swords. That's when a realization hits him when he reckons, if the flame god had granted him only 10% because he has 90% transcendent, and for humans reaching 100% is the limit, this leads him to ascertain that Shinkun's transcendent genes are only 1%, which means the monster gene probability is 99%. Left in disbelief, Shizai wondered how this was even possible, as Shingun would have turned into a monster by now with that amount of monster genes. Meanwhile, the aftershocks of the Star Sword are immense. The people outside assume that it's an earthquake, which leads them to think something must have happened. While the vice president, concerningly, insists the chief commander send in reinforcement, the bald chief assures that the vibration just now was just a normal aftershock. Being the rescue in charge, the chief is trying hard to convince them that there are no accidents, so sending reinforcements will be a waste of resources. But in reality, he's just trying to delay the time for the young master fan. As he furiously asks the vice president to stop interfering, suddenly there's a major earthquake as the rocks begin to fall. The vice president asks the chief to send in help to quickly get people out. Inside the hospital, Shizai seems to be going crazy after knowing Shinkun possesses 99 monster genes, and this is the actual reason he lost to a powerless commoner. Having a sinister look in his eyes, Shizai thinks that he still has the upper hand, as he has the hellfire of the demon lord. As the hellfire finally shatters, Shizai admits that Shinkun's luck is really something. Even with a wretched life like his, has a glimmer of hope. However, the young master boasts that the goddess of luck has been with him since he was born, and now he has the protection of the demon lord. As he's challenging him, in an instant, our fella vanishes as he runs for life. Running, Shinkun calls him an idiot, and presumes why he would even stay when exhausting that hellfire has drained most of his strength. Thinking that he's not that stupid to have a death wish to fight the flame demon god, Shinkun's goal is to rescue the monster gene carrier, and eventually, he finds a way to escape after a lot of effort. Finally, our guy makes it to Bunny and the others. He appreciates Tutu for rescuing them and even flusters her as he touches her face. But actually, Shinkun is injecting the monster gene into her jugular vein and successfully pulls off a monster gene implantation. He then asks Tutu how many people she can fly with at most, to which she replies that her hands are healed now, and with her transcendent genes burning in her body and with her heart pounding, she feels like she can take everyone with her while flying. After that, Shinkun asks her to quickly get on his back, making the rabbit blush hard as she low-key thinks that her hands are fine now, so he doesn't need to carry her, but she takes the chance to get on his back once again. On the contrary, the flame demon god senses the monster's power is depleted and concludes that the game ends here. At that moment, two safety collars start beeping, and it turns out to be Gong Xiao and Tu Yang. On the contrary, Zhao Sheng asks his sister if the skin of the fourth-tier monster is tough. Hearing this, Xiao Tao is kinda disappointed in him, and tells him to pay attention in class. Xiao Tao then reveals that 20 years ago, when a fourth-tier monster was about to evolve into the fifth tier, it broke into one of the cities in Tianzhu called Nabad, and massacred humans. The camera clearly recorded the last moments of that army. That fourth-tier monster withstood the combined fire of 3 divisions and over 3 anti-tank missiles. That monster forced its way into Nabad and devoured people mercilessly. When the army decided to level the city with missiles at the time, that monster had already evolved into a 5th-tier monster, where even missiles couldn't harm it. She then concludes that it was terrifyingly strong. Left in awe, Zhao Sheng is obsessed with senior sister Shang, who's more powerful than an anti-tank missile, to be fighting with that 4th-tier monster. He finds it fortunate to have the opportunity and to be able to see her fight, because it's rumored that men turn and run when they see her. Zhao assumes that she's not only beautiful, but also a strong woman, while Xiao Tao calls him stupid, and annoyingly says that no man is worthy of such a senior sister Shang. They can only blame the useless men in the world. Meanwhile, Shang claims that she's the biggest threat, and asks it to stay away from junior sister Jiu, or else she'll twist its head off. But the monster ignored the unmatched presence of Shang Guankui and actually bypassed her to attack Jiu. Pissed, she tells Jiu to find another monster to practice on next time, because right now she's going to chop it to death. With that, Shang impressively twirls her water pipe and attacks it with her water dragon. Suddenly the monster lets out a terrifying roar that creates overwhelming pressure, as Zhao and Xiao Tao can feel it. As Shang remains unfazed, the monster is not quite affected by her attack, but it still gets wounded. But the monster instantly evolves and the blue flames emerge out of it. That's when Shang leaps towards it with her water dragon and pokes it into the monster's mouth to halt it from breathing blue flame. The girl seems to have watched this move repeatedly in videos, and with her flood fountain, she fills up the monster and waits until it explodes. Witnessing her, Zhao realizes that the rumors about her are true, and wonders which man would not be intimidated seeing senior sister Shang fighting so inhumanly. Meanwhile, the monster is not blown up yet. This makes Shang hopping mad as she notices these damn tentacles replenishing its energy again. Deciding to chop it all off, she stops when she peeks at the endless tentacles intertwining. While Shang is overwhelmed by the amount of tentacles, which seems like a hassle, Suddenly, she notices a fish floating beside her. Well, it turns out to be Xiu's satellite super move as the fish strikes out electricity, smashing the monster. As the fish circles back to Xiu, Shang finds the power of the lighting element strong, and how she took advantage of the monster's recovery and knocked it down, but the appearance of the childish kinda creeps her out. Nonetheless, Xiu warns the senior sister that they must be cautious, as it's not over yet. She could sense that all the underground lightning elements had been devoured. They infer that this is a very terrifying monster, and Shang tells her to be careful as the monster comes back again. At that moment, Xiu gives a heads up that this place is about to collapse, and it seems like bad things keep coming one after another. The scene then switches to Shingun, who's carrying the bunny on her back, and it appears that he's stimulating her transcendent genes with his monster genes to keep her transcendent in an excited state at all times. Meanwhile, the bunny turns pink, and her heart can't stop pounding after Shingun touches her earlier. Gongxiao, Tu Yang, and Lin Tao are also floating and dodging the rocks with the help of the bunny's wind ride. Given that the building is constantly collapsing, our guy reckons the direction of the collapse seems to be leading them back. Just then, he asks Tutu to keep moving forward while he clears the way. Suddenly, Tu Yang and Gong Xiaoni's safety collar is about to lose control. Worried, Tutu calms them down and assures them that they just need to escape. However, at that very moment, there seems to be something wrong with their safety collars, when Shingun senses that it's full of Flame Demon God's monster genes. That's when it dawned on Shingun that he was losing the game from the very start. Acting as fast as he can, Shingun injects his monster gene carrier through the tentacles into both of their necks and assures Bunny that he's saving them, so keep trusting him. He affirms that they need to get out of here quickly, and Bunny uses her wind ride. However, they are unable to escape as something stops them. Shocked, Tutu is baffled to see a woman's head on fire and wonders what the hell is going on with her. That's when Xinkun reveals that she's a monster that no one in this world can withstand, the Flame Demon God. Her eyes widened with horror. Bunny has never seen a monster in this form before. The rest of her body is that of a human apart from the head where blue flames are emerging out. Terrified, her entire body, even her transcendent genes, are trembling uncontrollably, like the instinctive fear of a mouse when it sees a cat. As the humongous body blocks them, Bunny feels suffocating and she's unable to breathe as there's no way to escape. Just then, Shingun smacks her butt and tells her to get it together because if she makes movements, they'll fall down. Pulling herself together, she asks if they're going to defeat her next, and looks back to see her younger brother and his friends. After that, the demon's red eyes appear in the woman's head from within the blue flames, pulling Tu Yang and Gong Xiao towards it. The flame demon confesses that it's going to possess a body that can withstand my immense power, and disguising itself in a human body is truly marvelous. It can secretly devour the transcenders to replenish its energy. Talking in monster language, Shingun then converses with the demon and makes it clear that he can't get either of them as he pulls them back through the tentacles. Calling out the flame demon god, he reminds the demon that it has been buried underground for too long, and monster genes have been around for so many years, which means that human research has made quite a progress. He affirms that some people, despite facing countless criticism and difficulties, continue to research so that they can save monster gene carriers. Shingun then reveals that after 20 years of research, a blocking vaccine was developed that can stop monster genes from infecting the human brain, although it might be only for a second. Given that the monsterization of ordinary humans is worthless, it's not the case for him because even if the demon's monster gene has already invaded their brains, under the drug's interference, it's forced to compete with genes on the same starting line. Suddenly, the woman's right leg explodes as it is consumed by the demon and turns into raging blue flames. That's when the flame demon strikes heaven-devouring prison flames and creates a domain called Flame Bites, which takes all of them into the demon's mouth surrounded by edges. Abruptly, Tu Yang and Gong Xiao are pulled with a force, drawing near the demon. Meanwhile, Bunny screams as Tu Yang is getting away. Just then, Shingun commands Tutu to protect him and try not to let him get disturbed. As our guy holds onto them strongly, the flame demon erupts that these monster gene carriers belong to him. While Gong Xiao is being grabbed by the monster's tentacles, she feels like her body is gradually losing control, and her consciousness is getting blurry. During this, Gong ponders if this is what it feels like to mutate into a monster, wondering if the inevitable day has come when she turns into a monster. The thoughts of people calling her a monster and discriminating against her comes to her mind. But then, she gets reminded of her grandfather who gave her hope and asks her to always stay optimistic. As Gong apologizes to her grandpa that she can't wait for him any longer. At that moment, Shingun appears in his human form and tears the tentacles apart, releasing them. It appears that Shingun teleports into another person's consciousness. Peeking at the blue flame, Gong Xiao is surprised to see him and wonders if he's the one Grandpa said would come to save her. Calling Shingun a thief, the flame demon gets enraged as an insignificant human dares to steal something from him. Trapped in the demon's mouth, our guy reminds the flame demon how he failed to destroy his soul in his previous life. he accentuates that a human soul is much tougher than it can imagine. Striking a fear into the flame demon, Shinkun reminds it that it must be afraid of being exposed in front of all mankind. After all, its true king has not awakened with enough power yet. He provokes the demon, mumbling that it won't dare and cannot trigger before the king awakens. He anticipates an all-out war between humans and monsters, thinking of a possibility that humanity's resistance could exhaust enough power for the king to awaken. And if the king awakens, the flame demon will be one to blame to ruin the king's plan. For this reason, the flame demon needs a carrier to hide its identity, to disguise itself as a human and devour the transcenders. Furious, the flame demon in its terrifying form calls Shinkun a damn thief, wanting him to turn him into rotten flesh. After that, Shinkun cuts to the chase and lets out that he can save both Tu Yang and Gong Xiao, temporarily from her mouth. However, he can only save one of them to stop them from transforming. He confesses that he can only grant power to one person. With their eyes widened in disbelief, Tu Yang is beyond happy to hear that one of them has a chance to survive. He then pushes Gong Xiao and asks Shinkun to grant his powers to the class monitor, as she is the most suitable. Meanwhile, Bunny assures Tu Yang that Blue Flame will save him. Abruptly, the flame demon consumes another leg and an arm to gain energy. Surprisingly, a bunch of tentacles burst out her leg and Tutu dodges the tentacles to prevent it from interfering with Blue Flame. However, in order to stop them from disturbing Shinkun, the tentacles attack Lin Tao as it stabs inside his body, making him instantly turn into a monster. That's when Lin Tao transforms into a monster and leaps towards Bunny. While it seems like Lin Tao hasn't mutated completely, tears stream down his face as he pleads that he won't want to be a monster to harm anyone, and asks Sister Tu to take care of Gong Xiao and Tu Yang. As she cries watching him in such a helpless state, Lin Tao is devoured by the flame demon. The flame demon then regrets bestowing him with power and calls him a fool. Meanwhile, Shizai comes forward and assures the demon lord that he'll take care of that girl. Shizai attacks her with his crimson flaming palm, while Tutu recognizes that Fan Shizi is the ones hiding in the shadows and working with the monsters. Asking her to stop pretending, Shizai lets out that she should have noticed this long ago, as Shinkun is also a monster. Protecting Shinkun with a wind guide, Tutu defends him and clarifies that he's a human who can control monster power, whereas Shizai is helping the monsters plan this disaster, sacrificing his own people. She concludes that he's a true monster to the core. Mocking her short knowledge, Shizai blames trash people like her who hold humanity back from surviving, challenging her to see if she can blow his flames this time. Pulling an iconic move, Shizai combines the transcendent Crimson Flame Hand with Monster Crimson Flame Hand. On the contrary, Gong Xiao is mad at Tu Yang for making decisions on his own, affirming that she as a class president will call the shots. While she smacks his head, Shinkun asserts that they're in a kind of spirit world, and with their mental strength only having capacity, he asks them to stop pushing each other around and discuss what's crucial. With that, he flicks his fingers and makes Tu Yang sleep for a bit, while Gong finds it impressive that Yang couldn't even handle a flick. Delighted, Gong Xiao thinks they're actually in sync and really vibe together. She then corroborates with Shinkun if he'd only grant power to one of them, and asks if another person will have a counterpart. Our guy then reveals that he can preserve consciousness even after turning into a monster. Though it will be a low-level monster without power infusion, he ensures the flame demon won't be able to take over her body. Curious, Gong Xiao asks if the person who turns into a monster is never able to change back, but Shinkun states that he'll find a restore in the future. Gong then asks him if they can defeat the flame demon, to which our boy responds that they definitely can't win as of now. Instead, they can risk everything to escape, and if it comes to a deep end, then he'll have to use his trump card. Concerned, Gong Xiao thinks of a possibility of the flame demon finding another monster body capable of bearing her power to serve her as a new carrier, to which our guy responds that no one will be able to stop the flame demon and they'll have to find a way to speed up our growth, adding that it try to exterminate humanity ahead of time. After she gets to know Shinkun's name, Gong states that if the flame demon steps out of the war against humanity, Transcenders might have a chance to survive, but the ordinary people would have no way of living through it. As our boy could sense the light of the righteous path, Gong Xiao seems to have a plan, and affirms that Shinkun has worked hard, so now he shares the burden with her by half. Our boy is aware that Gong would definitely make this choice because she's the light from the past life who fought through the world's rejection even in defeat. On the other hand, Tutu is trapped between the Blue Flame Palm and the Fire Crimson Palm. Shizai gives her a chance to escape, but she refuses and does not let Zintgun get disturbed. Meanwhile, her eyes are bleeding as she protects the Blue Flame, and Shizai concludes that there's no hope for her left. In a flash, someone grabs the tentacles with such a strong strength, and it turns out to be Tu Yang. As Shizai is left stunned to see his power, Tu Yang's feet grow out, and he warns him to not bully his sister. Crying his eyes out, Tu Young calls out the damn blue flame and foolish Gong Xiao as it appears that Xing has granted his power to him, and justifies that he should have been the one sacrificed, being such a useless person. Well, it's obvious that Gong Xiaoni saved Tu Young as she wanted to from the beginning. Nonetheless, the flame demon thinks that it's still the winner of the game and pulls Gong Xiaoni towards her. Raging with anger, Tu Young's feet grow out and blue flame emerges out of them like rockets. Being the short-tempered boy he is, Yang then calls out the monster and commands him to give his class president back. With tears falling down his face, Tu Young soars towards Gong Xiao to save her. However, it's too late as the flame demon has already seized her body. Smacking Tu Young's face, the demon in Gong's body lets out that he's also a king in a sense. It's just that the king Yang followed is too weak, and now he's also become weak. Being utterly embarrassed to be on the same level as him, she calls Yang a so-called king and attempts to blow an attack on him. The flame demon seems to have gained a body that can use unlimited energy and tells Tu Yang that the time of death has come. With that, she flicks her finger to cast Hellfire, and while Tu calls out her brother out of concern, Xingun assures her that this level of attack won't kill him. As Tu asks what they should do now, our boy, calling Tu Young an idiot who just received his powers and rushed up without hesitation, says that they have to wait. The scene then takes us back a few minutes earlier, where Xingkun deduces that Gong Xiao's plan has a slight chance of success. However, if there's the slightest mistake, it'll be over. Being the ray of positivity, she gladly assures Xingkun not to worry as they cannot sacrifice more people, and affirms that she's been waiting for this day a long time, to put her strongest monster genes to good use. Having a possibility she might fail in the plan, Gong hopefully manifests that Xingkun will be able to take everyone and escape. Coming to the present scene, the flame demon somehow grasps what they're trying to do, as the original owner's consciousness is still in this body. Calling it a mere childish trick, the demon elucidates that the human consciousness is stored in the host's brain. At that moment, she swallows something and Gong Xiaoni's head explodes, because if her brain is blown up, her consciousness will be cut off. As the tentacles appear out of Gong's head, Xingkun creates a 10,000 sword star map and strikes starlight towards the demon. While Tu is scared that it might accidentally hurt Gong Xiao, our guy clarifies that the body no longer belongs to Gong. Shockingly, 2 mutated arms spring up from her back, and the flame demon pities how fragile the human brain is. The insignificant consciousness is unworthy of this body, and the regenerated head is now formed from her genes. Wondering what schemes their little brain could come up with, the flame demon is aware that the remaining energy in Xingkun's body might not be enough to escape. In a blink of an eye, the flame demon gets an inch closer to them, and Xingkun is shocked to see her speed. He contemplates that even though Gong Xiaoni's body is strong, there are physical limitations for the flame demon god. She's far from reaching the peak state of her body, but still, the speed is too fast to see. Our boy uses a star sword and attacks her with the mutated arm, but the flame demon grabs it and lets out that no monster can easily become the new king, commanding Xingkun to leave the royal power and all the monster genes in him to give them back. Eyes widened in disbelief, Xingkun ponders that she's already unleashing such powerful strength, equivalent to the 6th-tier monster, concluding that she's already invincible in this world. Unable to break free from her hold, our guy thinks that he'll have to abandon part of his power, and with that, he asks Tu to fall back. His left arm is half torn apart and seems to be fine as long as the core isn't damaged. A monster's limb can regrow. Meanwhile, she grabs the other half of his ripped hand, and the demon swallows it, muttering that this bit of flesh and blood energy isn't even enough to catch her breath. Just then, Xingkun lets out that they need to find a way to escape from here, and that's when an explosion occurs. Well, it looks like the strongest transcenders have come to save the day. It appears to be Jiu with her big electric fish and Shang Guangqui. The flame demon is happy to see transcender food and tells them to pay the price for killing its monster general. Our guy is overwhelmed to see them, and Tu asks if he no longer needs her help to fly. But Xingkun assures her that he can stay airborne by spraying flames and asks her to take Tu Yang and Shang with her. With that, Jiu, who looks pissed, uses a satellite magnetic star map, and the big fat fish is directed towards Xingkun. While our boy is scared by that fish, she realizes that Jiu came to deliver energy to him, and tells Tu to save her brother quickly. As the flame demon is confused as to what on earth is happening, the dead monster general emerges out of that fish, and our guy devours the monster to replenish his energy. Without a second, Shang Guangqui, using her Flood Dragon star map, leaps towards the flame demon with her Water Dragon scythe. As Shang is about to launch the attack, she asks Blue Flame how Gong Xiaoni ends up like this and demands an explanation afterward. Agreeing, our guy graciously accepts the monster general's flesh and blood energy. In that time, Xingkun ends up in another dimension, which is Chen Fei's consciousness. Meeting with him, he asks Chen if he's the monster general of the flame demon god. Our guy makes him recall that he's Gong Xiaoni's classmate and ponders that he was his classmate as well in the previous life, and deep down he feels sorry that Chen became a monster ahead of time in this life. As Chen Fei is confused that he turned into a monster, so how come he still has consciousness? Shingun scares the hell out of him when he confesses that he's here to eat him. Jokes apart, our guy offers to help him regain his consciousness and adds that maybe in the future, he'll be able to restore him to human form. Shocked, Chen-Fei assumes that he can keep on living if he regains his consciousness. However, he respectfully declines as he doesn't want to live his life as a monster, as just the thought of it terrifies him. Chen elaborates that the situation is worse than before. Everyone will hate on him and will fear him, realizing that his father never wanted him since his mother left. Getting reminded of all his terrible memories, he recalls how his friends and relatives already considered him a monster and wanted to kill him when they got to know that he had 84% monster genes. However, Chen was able to keep going thanks to class president Gong Xiao's support, and he currently feels like she's in danger. Taking the hard decision with tears in his eyes, Chen-Fei asks Xing-kun to devour him and asks him to save Gong Xiao and wipe out all the monsters in this world. Giving the fist bump, our guy takes his promise. After that, an explosion of blue flames occurs and the flame demon mocks him for attacking her with mere flames. As the demon assumes that he's offering his powers to her, suddenly, a fifth arm emerges from Gong Xiao's body. We then get to know before the flame demon takes control of Gong's body, she plans to become an obstacle for the flame demon god, and in that time she instructs Xing-kun to buy themselves time to grow. But our guy puts a brake on her and lets out that the probability of failure is too high. Besides, her grandfather will kill him as he promised to take her home. Even if she returns home, Gong Xiao is aware that going back would mean becoming a monster, assuring that Grandpa will surely understand so he won't blame him. She affirms that only she can accomplish this plan and points toward drooling Tu Yang, asking if he's going to rely on this fool. With Lin Tao also becoming a monster, Gong assumes that according to Xing-kun, there's still a chance to save him, and as a class president, she can't give up on him. She then asks Xing-kun to promise her that he will get stronger, save this world, and take her home. Saying that he would try his best, he then informs Gong Xiao he can't give his powers, but can only stop them from being controlled by the flame demon god. He further explains that her body will be seized by the flame demon god, but her consciousness will not be extinguished. He says that she must find a way to bury her deep within the monster's genes and not let the demon kill her. Xing-kun then tells her to find a way to receive the power he's granting her and to focus on surviving first, then becoming the demon god's little umbrella. Coming back to the scene, it turns out that Gong Xiaoni had found a way to receive Xing-kun power, resulting in the fifth arm stretching out of her body. As that fifth arm punches the flame demon, the demon realizes that the original owner of the body is getting in the way and rips that arm apart. As she separates the arm, the demon finds that the traitor has escaped. The scene then takes us outside the hospital, where the exterminator team arrives to investigate the frequent abnormal earthquakes and asks for the report from the rescue in charge. The chief reports that most of the survivors inside the hospital are rescued, but Officer Shang and the Sparks team along with 2 cleanup teams are still trapped underground. As the vice captain Nia Yang questions why he hasn't sent in the reinforcements yet, at that moment, Shang along with the team makes it out safely. While the chief asks Officer Shang about the situation inside, Guan Kui, who seems to be hopping mad, grabs his collar and commands him to contact the headquarters as she has an important update to report. After that, Xing-kun asks Xiao Tao to take Zhao Sheng to the hospital director to collect the mission reward, as he can't let her idiot brother handle it as he's already not in his senses. Our guy then tells Tutu to take her brother Yang to the academy first and assures her that he'll ask the director to check him secretly, while Jiu gives him a side-eye. After that, in the principal's office, Xing-kun reveals everything that happened to Principal Qing-che and gives him the sad news that he couldn't bring his granddaughter back this time. The headmaster tries to hide his frustration and anger, saying that he knows Gong Xiao the best. The more dangerous the situation will be, the more she'll leave the chance of survival to others just like her parents. He then reveals that his son and daughter-in-law were also killed by monsters while trying to save others, so there's no way his silly granddaughter would be any different. Nonetheless, the headmaster doesn't blame Xing-kun and reassures him to ask for help whenever needed, hoping that he can bring Gong, a kind-hearted person, back home. Hearing that the headmaster would help them with anything, Jiu and Xing-kun, with a sparkle in their eyes, affirm that they'll do anything to save her. That's when the headmaster regrets what he said and clears not to go overboard with what they ask, considering the old man's tolerance. While Xing-kun assures him that they'll restrain themselves, the headmaster mentions that the gap between them and the Fan family is too large. Xing-che gives a reality check that the Fan family has developed rapidly and has many industries, not to mention they're one of the top suppliers of life essence in China. Zhu then suggests that they can use connections to get people from higher up to help, asking if the Fan family will still hold power if the exterminator's headquarters were to support them. That's when the headmaster exposes that they previously searched extensively for the monster's ancient Triceratops veins, hoping to eliminate the lurking Triceratops completely. However, this matter keeps stalling because someone is obstructing them secretly. During this, Shinken gets reminded that the apocalypse in the last life wasn't entirely caused by the monsters. Some people greatly contributed to it. With numerous vested interests involved, the headmaster accentuates that it can't be easily shaken, and this is the reason why they and the Fan family are competing in shadows, to avoid alerting the mysterious force behind all this obstruction. For now, they can only secretly send trusted individuals to investigate cautiously, and this can only be done gradually. The old man asserts that they can't rush to seek eternal help. Just then, he points to Shinken, and with his understanding of monsters, the old man asks him what the monsters are planning. Freaking out, our boy tries to explain to the old man that if the flame demon god will absorb more energy, it might devour Gongxiao Ni. Nonetheless, Shinken elaborates that the entire monster species have the same goal, which is to provide energy for their king by devouring ordinary people and transcender people. The more extraordinary genes a transcender being has, the more energy is contained in the monster's flesh and blood. He then reveals that the upcoming national supernova tournament for the flame demon god, basically it's a feast. At that moment, Shinken presumes that in his last life, there was a starfall disaster that resulted in the death of all the young talents in the supernova competition, and while the news said that it was due to a monster uprising, it remained unclear. After that, the headmaster assumes that now Shinken needs to grow stronger, but our guy plans to focus on his growth as the growth of the transcender depends on endless stimulation, although too much can overflow. He then gives an example of Shangguan that if they were to throw her into a sea, her growth rate would stop, and when she was a 3-star she actually did this, almost becoming food for a powerful sea monster. But Shinken doesn't seem to be talking about Shang here. He lets out that there's a transcender person who's most likely to grow up in modern human society right beside them. Well, he seems to be talking about Jiu. With modern society being different from ancient times, Shinken emphasizes that electricity is more common than water. It's nearly everywhere. Planning something notorious, our guy gives a freaky, greedy expression, and the headmaster gives him a heads up to control his greed a little. With that, Shinken notifies him about the locational national supernova competition, which has the country's largest nuclear power plant. While Chingcha grasps where he seems to be going with this, slack-jawed, the old man asks him to stop right there. Putting on a weird-ass expression, Shinken asks the headmaster to manifest and witness the world's first 5-star transcender being, Thunder God, pointing toward Jiu.